So good morning to everyone. I am Tillery. I'm the Director of Training here at GRIM. I do a whole bunch of things behind the scenes as well, including organizing this conference and running the Discord and that sort of thing. I will be one of your two MCs for the entirety of the day today here in Track 2. Joining me as well is Aaron. Aaron, if you want to do a quick intro, and then we'll get right into our speakers.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. I'm a senior security researcher on our cyber physical systems team, and this is actually my first time emceeing. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, you'll do great.
Right, as long as internet and computers cooperate.
Nice to see you again, Tillery.
Yeah, you too, Chris. So to kick off the day today, Paul's going to be here talking about some really kind of interesting content that really also connects with some of the things that Heis was talking about over in our in our opening keynote. So we're going to be talking a little bit about kind of the way that hiring works and the way that it's really kind of broken in a lot of systems, and especially in cyber. I think that that's a really important topic and really kind of comes into a lot of the lead acronym stuff that Heis was talking about and some of the other aspects. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the way your talk goes. If you're ready, I think let's go ahead and pass our presentation right over to you, Paul. And you can kick right off whenever you are ready. We have about 4 minutes before we do get started, but if you want to go ahead and start sharing your slides. Some of the things that I thought were really interesting in that keynote that I think kind of apply across the board, but also really to some of the things you're going to be talking about, Paul, is that idea of adapting to the environment. And I think that that's really important when we start talking about not just the things that we're doing, but also the people that we're involving and the way that we pull those people in and really interact with them. So I think this idea behind whole human and kind of the whole cyber human is really reflecting that. And I think there's a lot of, it's not deliberate that you are segueing right off of that, but I think that there's a kind of a lot of content there that really applies kind of across the board. And another kind of aspect of some of what Doc was talking about is really that idea that training never stops. And I think that this kind of new speaker track is a great opportunity to give that same concept that training never stops and learning never stops to a whole new audience, whether that's new speakers, people who haven't really presented before, or whether that's the people that's absorbing that content. So I'm really excited about both the content that you're talking about and what we kind of have across the day. I think that the most exciting thing about GRIMMCON to me is this new speaker track and the opportunities that it gives. So
I love that the new speaker track also provides new speakers with a training coach that will allow them to present their best selves and to help them practice ahead of time so that when they do their presentation, it is crisp and what they were looking for.
Yeah, and on that, Chris, thank you for all of the help that you've given across now 6 different GRIMMCONs. It's great to see you here again for GRIMMCON 6.
Absolutely happy to be back.
So.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to have him as my co-speaker, and one of our directors for whole cyber human initiative.
Yeah, it's been really great, Chris, to see kind of the way that you've spread out and gotten your kind of hands in so many different aspects of the human side of cyber. And I think that that's a really great thing because it's something that a lot of people don't think about and really don't put towards, especially that idea of getting people who are trying to break into cyber into that. And I think you're breaking into cybersecurity podcast and all of the work that you do is really important there, as that kind of gets people into cybersecurity to begin with, but then also helps to build them into kind of what the industry needs. That idea of constantly adapting and constantly learning applies, just as much to getting into breaking into cyber as it does to kind of advancing from that beginning point. So it's always a pleasure for me to see and interact with you, Chris, I guess is the underlying theme there. And I'm really excited to see what you and Paul have to kind of bring in. We've got about 1 minute. We'll just make sure that any folks that do want to jump in, any attendees, have that opportunity before we get started. So any kind of last minute comments or anything that you want to throw out prior to getting started?
I would just say that looking forward to this and hearing, when I first connected with Paul and heard this concept of the whole cyberhuman, I had to get involved. He and I met when he was looking for a role, and we've just had so many similarities that I had to participate and help out in this initiative.
That's really
Yeah, it's
awesome.
been a blessing. Definitely been a blessing.
Cool. Well, on that note, let's go ahead and throw the floor over to the two of you, and Aaron and I will kind of disappear into the background.
All right.
Take it away, Paul.
First off, thank you, Grim, for allowing us this time to participate in your first time speakers. To Track 2 has definitely been an awesome experience following Grim for a very long time. And today I'm going to talk about kind of a segue into what Doc said, with the broken system, the hybrid, the VUCA, distilling information. And, it definitely wasn't planned. It just so happens that, some people are just like-minded like that. So a little bit about Whole Cyber Human Initiative. We like to joke, and between the advisory board and the board of advisors, or advisory board and the board of directors, we like to joke that it's about kind of like a Justice League or an Avengers, right? Because we're calling it an initiative. And just like the Avengers, they're a reactive force. And how we're reacting is the broken hiring system. When you look at some of these job descriptions and you follow people like Naomi Buckwalter, when she puts these unicorn job descriptions out for entry level, when you see CISSP or a master's, what's next? A PhD. So we're fueled by the community. So everything that we do, we've done copious amounts of research, grooming LinkedIn, scrubbing to find posts and understanding where this talent gap is that HR and hiring managers say exist. And it doesn't. On average, between 20 non-elitist type Discord groups, you're looking at tens of thousands of talent that's just ripe for picking. And that's what we do. We pull talent and resources from a lot of the influencers out there. A lot of them are actually, when I approached the idea about the whole cyber human concept, really pulled in people like Gerald Auger, James Azar, Stefan Simmelroth, our partner, Boost to Books, Peter Klein, and we just started to grow with it. At first, it was just going to be more of, we're going to host a monthly type engagement for mentorship and tutelage, and it turned into, just one day after seeing several people that, I mentor on their last rope, ready to cash out and not apply for, any more jobs in cyber. And it's kind of disheartening because, that perseverance is kind of the thing that really drives home in cybersecurity. It's a continuous learning environment. You have to be a dedicated lifelong learner. So using the resources, specifically free to inexpensive, and it's kind of how we build it. We don't want to charge candidates. We have a candidate program, and we really want to drive home how to fill these cybersecurity job gaps.
And some of the things that we've been doing is to help bring awareness to what cybersecurity really is. And there's many different representations of what someone thinks cybersecurity is, and often they think the pen tester, they think the SOC analyst, but those aren't the only roles in cyber. There's many other roles in cyber. Not everyone's a hacker. Not everyone is a coder. It helps to have those skills, but it is not a requirement for all the roles. And that's one of the things that we help candidates as part of the first steps, is to do the self-discovery to figure out which of the many roles within cyber really aligns to them, and then how can we help guide their learning, their education to meet what the market is looking for, but also do it their way to highlight their strengths, to highlight what they're passionate about, so that they take their full self into the role and you're not just trying to fit some cookie cutter definition of what they think cybersecurity is.
Exactly right. And then, we can pay homage to our veterans, right? So when you look at a 10 to 20-year veteran or a mil spouse or a dependent, they have so many hard and soft skills that are encoded into their etho that, they're shooting for these entry-level roles and getting shot down because they're getting told they're overexperienced. And then they're trying to apply for these senior technical roles and they're getting shot down because they don't have experience. So when we meet with a candidate, especially, a veteran or a career pivoter, we kind of hone in on what skills they already have, right? So if we're talking about someone in food management, maybe they have 14 years and they're, a regional manager. Why are you as a regional manager trying to apply for, these type of roles that won't suit you currently, right? If that's your end game, you want to be a practitioner, look at the mid to senior level roles for now to get your footing, become a project manager, a SOC manager, different types of roles where you don't have to be 100% technical. You just have to know the business and know what each one of your teammates can accomplish on a day-to-day basis. And, really breaking down the color wheel to them. You got the InfoSec color wheel, you got the cybersecurity color wheel, and then you got a more robust one with critical infrastructure. So when we talk to our candidates, and we really what we focus on is the System NICE framework. And we send them over there, they look at the 52 roles, the 33 subspecialties, and they really break it down and look at the roles, responsibilities, the duties, and the skills that are required for those roles. And it just so happens when they do that, we can help align them with their certain color wheel, which is actually something that we've been working on with a badging system for our candidates. So when we present a badge, it's going to have a nice color based on what color wheel they're affluent in. And the first thing we like to do is talk about the front end. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, while we're finishing off the color wheel, I think the color wheel helps to show the different groupings of roles so you're not overloaded with the 52, but also to show that everything is not just the red team, not just a SOC, but the different areas that they can potentially look into. Pivoting over to the front end system, one of the biggest detractors for many applicants is the applicant tracking system. And it was initially created to help scale applicants when a lot of people were applying. The problem is it is broken in, it filters out too many of the qualified applicants simply because the user or the system doesn't click on a keyword that someone had in their resume or that the employer was looking for. So it then deprioritizes them on who gets picked for those roles. The other problem also comes on the candidate side, where you're not tailoring their resume specifically for those roles so that they won't get pinged when recruiters or hiring managers are searching through the applicant tracking system, which is why I'm a big promoter of human-to-human engagement. It kind of bypasses the applicant tracking system. You get to know the hiring managers, you get to know your peers ahead of time and meet and talk to them, and that's how you potentially could get into a role. I know it involves a lot more time networking with individuals, but it provides you with that quality connection to a hiring manager, to a peer, and that connection could get your resume or your application to the hiring manager and their qualified list sooner.
Yeah, you nailed it. Networking is hands down. Look across LinkedIn, look across Twitter and Facebook. Networking is one of the single most impactful things that get people jobs. You can bypass the ATS altogether. When you make that lasting connection, that meaningful connection. Not saying go out and personal invite and say, hey, you work for this company, it's cool, I want to get to know you. And then your second message is, hey, I've seen this job description, I'd love to talk to you about it. No, build that rapport, get to know them, right? Because once they know you, they can kind of let the panelists know, when you interview your style, right? Because the interview process is very, very mistreated. You figure the ATS is your first interview. And a lot of candidates that apply for jobs, they have a spray and pray resume, right? They list everything, right? And they just keep adding and adding and adding. That way they can bypass that ATS. But then it's not tailored when it gets to that hiring manager or that technical lead that's going to interview you. And most of the time, when you get to the panelist side, when you sit down with the 5 to 6 folks that are going to interview you, this is the first time they've seen your resume. So, if there's things that don't line up for that job and they're already looking at it, and that's their first impression on you as a team, right? Speaking of resumes, we just got done talking to a gentleman that had, it was a nice resume. It's definitely put a lot of time into it, but it had sitting for Sec Plus in 2019. So the attention to fine detail in your resume. Cybersecurity is about fine detail. So if you're putting stuff that you've already accomplished, take it out. Because right now you're looking at, anywhere between 3 to 6 interviews, and that could take up to 2 months. And this is why it's critical to network. You get that internal referral, and you're bypassing a lot of the internal stuff, like talking to a recruiter, talking to a technical recruiter, talking to the hiring manager, tech lead, and so on. But some people just can't network. When we talk about the different types of personalities, some people just don't have that skill. And that's kind of what we do as a community. If you look at cybersecurity community in general, we're very upfront, we're very giving, and it really relies on the applicants and the candidates to do the work, do being the key word. And we talk about that here in a little bit too. But candidates don't do it. They don't use the network like it's supposed to.
And as you mentioned, that meaningful connection, once you have that meaningful connection with someone, you can then they can understand what you're looking for. And even if that company, the fit with that company is not good, they could recommend you to someone else. And that's the brilliance of networking. So let's move on to our next system.
The broken API. No, go ahead, Chris.
Paul, you want to take this away? I love your story about the DoD requirements and how that got misused and abused as a filter.
Absolutely. So we call it the broken API, right? We as managers, as leaders, we're holding too much value in certifications to the point that it's become an entry-level requirement. When we talk about when a lot of us old farts got, Novell certs and stuff like that, those are bragging rights. It used to be, I'm a professional and now I'm an expert because I just got this cert. But, and I think when we look 2010 to now, I think it was built off a broken DoD model. The 8140, 8570 was created over a decade ago, and that's the DoD cybersecurity workforce model. And it's a broken model. Why would you bring a broken model into the industry? And my Paul Cummings opinion is too many company executives are born from DoD cloth. You know, when we think about veterans, service members, government employees, and DoD contractors, they've all been institutionalized in a mindset that, you know, this is on paper what I have to get in order to do my job. You know, when we look at somebody, you know, as far as like a Navy IT, you know, Navy IT, you go to a ship for your first ship, and you're, you know, there for 5 years. And let's say you don't get the luxury of being in ADP or the Information Assurance Office, and you get stuck doing, you know, communications technician. Well, you've done that for 5 years now, and you're ready for your shore duty. You're ready to go do something that has meaning. You know, because, you know, a lot of comm stations, they just don't have the luxury of computer help desk and, you know, administration and stuff like that. But, you know, now you got this person that's been in for 5 years, and they're told they can't select for certain roles because they don't have Security Plus. And they can't get Security Plus because when you look at the DoD, they want you to have X amount of time in order to submit for that certification to get paid for. You know, and that leads to a lot of broken boot camps that are costing $2,500 to $3,000, or $2,500, $3,000, and, you know, they're 4 or 5 days long, and they're just teaching a test. You know, personally, I despise boot camps. I went to one shortly before I retired from the Navy, and the instructor said straight out the gate, I'm only required to legally teach you 2 hours of book, and then passed everybody in class an exam cram. You know, and hey, just, here you go. Keep taking this, you know, this test over and over again so you can practice taking the test. So that's my roundabout example of, you know, how we've adopted a broken system. You know, when we look at Security Plus, it says 2 years minimum as a recommendation, but you look at boot camps, they don't follow that.
And that model has pivoted over to the private sector as well. And when you look at many of the entry-level requirements for cybersecurity roles, they're asking for 3 to 5 years experience. And while many can say that there isn't an entry-level role in cyber, that's what breaks the system, because there are ways to skill up with on-the-job training, with apprenticeships, with models like that, where you can bring someone in, teach them, give them a subset of the tasks, and as they grow in experience, give them more tasks. But if everyone's asking for 3 to 5 years of experience, you'll never find, you'll constantly say that you don't have the talent that you're looking for, because you're setting unrealistic expectations for what someone needs to do. And while a small company could say, well, we need someone to be able to hit the ground running, which is a term that I absolutely hate, they're setting up false expectations for what they consider an entry-level role, because when they get to that role, most of the times they're not doing things that an entry-level person are doing. They're doing mid to senior level roles, and that's truly where we have the biggest gap, is mid to senior level roles and leadership roles. And we're looking to help remodify, change the expectations, and create a pipeline and a growth model to work with companies to develop talent from zero and move them up.
And I wouldn't even say zero, really. You know, you got a lot of people out there that are curious. You know, they get on the YouTubes, they watch how to hack XYZ or how to use Wireshark, you know, for their home environment, stuff like that. And then you got kids in STEM school. You know, some of these kids in STEM school, you know, we had one candidate that's 16 years old that blew me away at, you know, we did our intake, you know, Zoom last night. Not only did he skip a grade, but, you know, he's already got collegiate level education under his belt for computers, right? And his guidance counselor is trying to lean him towards A+, to get A+ right off the bat. When Why? Why do I have to have this piece of paper to justify that I know what a computer is and the software and services that run on it? You know, why are you already gating me for, you know, a help desk technician type role? You know, and degrees is another thing that's, you know, highly mistreated. You know, when you look at, say, associates where it's a 2-year degree, you probably spent 5 courses, roughly, you know, $1,500 to $2,000 on coursework before you even touch your first elective. When, you know, a high schooler can go out and get a certification based on the role that they want to do, and have that true return on investment, not only for the company, but for that person. You know, if you look at a degree and you're talking about a $15,000 associates, and you're applying, and the first job you get is $45,000, $60,000 a year, you know, you got to take in consideration that you've already spent $15,000 to get to that. So really, you're still paying that debt.
Not to mention, for many entry-level roles, having a bachelor's as a filter it hurts the underrepresented. It hurts individuals that might not be fit for college, where Paul and I look at cybersecurity as a trade versus something that's technical. You don't need to have a degree to be successful in cybersecurity. And most of the successful individuals in cybersecurity, they came from a variety of different backgrounds: music, history, liberal arts, and they didn't need to have a degree to be successful.
But it's also, you know, let's face the facts. You know, it's not just the HR, it's not just the hiring manager, it's not just the job descriptions. It's also the applicants and the candidates. You know, when they get mentorship, they're expecting, here's a handout, go do this, and you're going to get a job. And it goes back to, you know, they're shooting themselves in the foot because they don't want to do the work. And that's partly a lot of it. And then we talk about the back end. You know, sadly, biases still exist today. But, you know, for the sake of calling the kettle black, talent is talent, no matter the age, race, sex, sexual preference, religion, gender identification. Our threat actors don't care about that. Why are we? Right? You know, we don't give credit to our veterans and military spouses that have hard and critical soft skills. You know, often, and sadly too often, a veteran who has 20 years in the service, who is not an IT or cybersecurity specialist, are always told, go entry level, start entry level. Why? You know, when 28 to 30% of roles that are unfilled are mid to senior level roles, where they already have copious amounts of leadership.
Absolutely. And the other thing, when it comes to neurodiversity, gender biases, cultural biases, they filter out subconsciously a large variety of the talent that's out there, because they don't look, sound, come from a similar background as them. But the problem is, if everyone's coming from that same background, having that same train of thought, we won't have the diversity in thought to be able to solve the complex problems that threat actors are creating. Threat actors, they're gangs. They come from all sorts of environments. They don't screen based on those things. If you could do the job, they'll take you. Like, they don't care. So why should we have those implementations or those filters as well?
Absolutely. Yeah. And then how we help each other. You know, how can we help each other? You know, as a community, we need to develop lifelong learners, right? You know, when you talk to some candidates, they think that they're going to do this, they're going to get the job, and that's the only thing they're going to do. So we have to develop that. You know, we have to, as a community, partner with employers, help them find that diverse talent. You know, diversity can bring a lot to a table when you have different mindsets and different culture type thinking. You know, and at the end of the day, strengthen the community.
As well as
that,
open their eyes to how where that diverse talent can come from, and show them the benefits of having that diversity. So that's where we come to the whole cyberhuman.
yeah, and the whole cyberhuman approach, the way we do it, the really secret sauce is, the soul searching, identifying, you got those people, I want to do a SOC analyst or I want to do pen test. Boom. Those are two sexy terms. They want to be in those roles. They don't understand the 52, roles and 33 subspecialties that they can absolutely do right now, and use the other job as their dream job and build that 2-year, 5-year, and 7-year plan. What is your actual end game? Part two. So we broke our worksheet, our candidate worksheet, up into 2 parts. The first one is we want to get to know somebody. Candidate emails, request information, and we get them over the worksheet. Part 2 of the worksheet, though, after they've shown that they have actually dived deep into the roles and they understand them, and we verify it through our intake, they get part 2, which is rigorous. And it's rigorous for a reason, because cybersecurity is supposed to be challenging. You have to welcome the uncertainty, as Naomi Buckwalter would say. And everything that we use is free education. We don't get our candidates to spend any money on anything. We just give them taste of things like the immersive labs beta. Knock out those modules, send us a completion. Range Force Community Edition, so you can learn a little bit about Blue Team. The CISA's, ICS VLP. When we talk about their virtual learning pipeline, there's a lot of it that translates over in traditional IT and cyber already. You're just now learning about this new threat that has come to light with Colonial Pipeline and several other breaches to critical infrastructure. So now it gives you that ability to really have that, extra foot. And these are just some of the trainings that they do, and they have to do all of them in order for us to finally advertise them. On our website, they start getting their LinkedIn posts sent out by us, stuff like that. And really, a lot of the companies that we sponsor with will, like one company already, likes our approach and wants to use it.
Yeah, so our approach also has them practice the networking skills, have them practice the branding themselves, creating content for employers to see, doing research so that they fully understand the role, and help them prep for interviews, help them prepare themselves for their careers. So they're coming to us with, I'm interested in cybersecurity, and you're leading with, this is the specific type of role that I'm looking for. And then we're working to partner them up with companies that are looking to fill those types of roles and help make the match come together.
Yeah, and we use that with SWOT. It's, if you can understand SWOT and use that in your daily grind for applying for jobs, you're not going to fail. It's a tried and true model. And I'm glad that Chris was able to get it uploaded to our presentation.
Yeah, one of the things that with the SWOT, with networking, it's really just finding ways to provide value and to show the employer the value that you can deliver to them. So take your background, show the value that you've provided there, and then translate that to how you're going to provide value to the company. And networking is the key. Not just networking with computers, but networking with actual people. And that's the whole human initiative aspect, because we want to make it human again versus just being another number in the applicant tracking system.
Right, and that's kind of how we designed the training, right? We chose training based off of, it's going to give you a feel for each color of the color wheel. The critical thinking that's required in your a lot of different roles, orange, red, blue, and it's like, it's just one of those things that baffles me, that when somebody that just approaches SOC analyst that's all they know. They can't tell you anything about what other roles do. And that leaves us, as we get close to the end, what we can do for you.
Yeah, this is for helping. This is the whole human initiative plus you as in a company. So we want to help the company by helping them review their job descriptions, show where they are limiting themselves in the talent pool, help deliver them pre-qualified, pre-assessed talent, as well as making recommendations on how they can screen the talent, how they can find the best talent, and then help them with prioritizing the talent that they have for their interview. That way they're closing in on great talent quickly.
Now, funds and contributions, we are brand new, so obviously it's a lot of out-of-pocket expenses. However, we just made a partnership with a veteran-owned company called Proper Patriot, and they're going to back sell t-shirts, polos, and hoodies for us. Now, when you see them, they are going to be pricey, but the reason they're pricey is the proceeds directly feed a mini scholarship program that we're starting, where we provide scholarship-based challenges for folks to get certifications that have really, true return on the value for the jobs that they're looking for. And we need more strategic partnerships. I can't, daily we're talking to companies that want to partner up, and we just need more of the communities, to do the same thing.
Absolutely. And as you can see, we've been very open with what we're doing because we're looking for this type of model to scale. We don't want to hold anything secret here, but we want to help provide this information to the community so that others can replicate it as well. But in our mission, we're looking for more partners. So reach out to us if you can help us. If you're interested in becoming a candidate, reach out to us. We're happy to help the community.
And with that, I will pass it back over to you, Aaron. Q&A.
Thank you. It was excellent talk. There we go. Well,
yeah, that was great. Thank you. As we kind of wait for some questions to come in, just some kind of notes and observations that I took as we were going. I think that one of the kind of fundamental things that organizations don't want to do is build a pipeline. Companies don't like bringing in junior people and training them to do something, and there's kind of a fundamental issue with that, and it leads to the miscategorization or misclassification of a lot of jobs. There's a lot of things that need to be done that can be done by juniors, but a company doesn't want to bring in a junior knowing they have to build them up. So they make that a mid or a senior position instead. So I think that hiring aspect is very broken. That's part of why every job description I've ever written for GRIM makes it very clear certifications and degrees are not going to give you preferential hiring treatment. It's not something that we personally look for because it's not necessary for the job unless it's something like a government position. And I think that's really important. It's something that I've tried to kind of spread out as I've talked to other people, and I'm really glad that you kind of hit on that. It kind of also goes to that idea of being able to hit the ground running. No one can do that in a job. I've been in cyber for more than a decade, and every time I start a new position, I need to understand at a minimum the organization I'm a part of. But what is that organization's mission and how are they engaging with that? I'm not going to be able to hit the ground running, and I've been doing this, a long time. So I think that that's kind of really important to kind of keep in mind, and I think that it's great that you brought that up.
Speaking about that, with regards to understanding how the organization work, if you come in with that curiosity and without that feeling that you know it all, you can learn how the business really makes its money, makes its living, and then think about how you can enable that rather than just trying to say, oh, I came in as a firewall analyst, I'm just gonna put up firewall rules and that's it. Like, I'm going to make this organization secure, but then you might be inhibiting their ability to operate.
Right, and that and that goes back to why we touch on each of the colors of the color wheel. If you can understand risk, you can understand the difference between IT and InfoSec, and really gauge, okay, this patch system really needs to be patched, but what is the outcome that's going to happen? Are we going to lose productivity for X amount of time? You know, and if you can understand that model ahead of time, you're able to articulate it in a way that, you know, the organization or company will understand it. So you're not being reactive.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of growth is important on both sides. I think that, and a lot of what you're touching on is that, you know, it's not just about candidates filling roles, it's about finding roles that are right for the candidate. And that's just as much a problem on the application side for people applying for jobs as it is on the organizational side. I think that organizations identifying kind of the skill matrix that a person has outside of what they were hired for is an incredibly valuable thing, and allowing a person to kind of grow into that is important. So I think that a lot of the things that you're really touching on as part of being kind of a whole human, and viewing people not as jobs that they're filling, but rather as the humans they are is a really valuable way to look at it. So I'm kind of really glad that you've shown this quite a lot. One of the things that came up in Discord is this kind of idea of degrees versus boot camps, because you kind of touched a little bit on both. And one particular comment that jumped out at me that I want to surface is that you don't go to college to get a technical job. You go to college to learn a group of skills that makes you a complete person. And yes, you're going to be focusing on a set of classes that are focused on whatever your major is, whatever your concentration is. But there's a reason, for example, that bachelor's degrees have general education requirements. And I think that, you know, you mentioned that you dislike boot camps largely because most of them teach to tests. And that contrasts a lot with something like an associate's or a bachelor's degree, or even kind of higher learning. I do personally, I disagree on boot camps. I think that they can be incredibly valuable, but I do agree that there are a lot that are bad. So I get, you seem a little kind of jaded from your interaction with particular boot camps, and that I completely understand. I think that there's value on both sides. As you know, as someone who has spent a lot of time in formal education, I was a teacher before I was in cyber. I think that there's value on both sides of that, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. But I definitely agree with where you're coming from.
Absolutely, and another topic that I wanted to touch on kind of is the apprenticeship type model, where, for example, like an electrician, they will go in with no experience, they'll get on-the-job training paired with formal education. And I think we could do something similar in cyber, where you get the education that builds the other skills while you're learning on the job the things that you need to learn, and that helps build that pipeline in a better way versus just trying to have those requirements.
So do you think that kind of, go ahead, Aaron, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've often wondered about if how applicable apprenticeships could be applied to something like cyber, or just work in general.
Yeah, so do you think that computer science and cyber are something that are going to become more of a trade over time, or do you think that it is something that's still kind of university to this set of skills in the long run?
I believe in a trade model.
Okay, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree and think that it's already a trade. When we talk about the 33 subspecialties, you got incident response, you add DF to that. Now you're focused on digital forensics and incident response, right? So you're adding these caveats and you're getting these subspecialties knocked out. And then a good model to follow is look at CyberUp. One of our first partners that we made, they have an apprenticeship program that is dominating, and it led them to be a finalist for the Gula grant this year. So there's systems out there. We just have to illuminate it for the audience.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of value in that. So we're coming right up on our time. We want to kind of get shifted over to our next speaker. Well, thank you both for coming in. Paul, in particular, thank you for joining our new speaker track. It's always great to have kind of new people coming in and hearing kind of a lot of new perspectives. So I really appreciate that. This is one of kind of two conversations that we're going to be having around this idea of getting in and starting a career in cyber. And I think that viewing this from the lens of a group and an organization that has a lot of experience and is trying to guide guide people into it is incredibly valuable. A little bit later, 2 talks from now, Don Light's going to be talking about kind of a beginner's guide to hacking your career, which I'm also looking forward to, kind of a different perspective on that. So I think that that's going to be great. Anyone that wants to keep the conversation going with our speakers absolutely can do that in our Noobs Track channel over on Discord. I'm sure that there's a lot to kind of talk about there. Chris, I see that you're already in there chatting, and I think that that's great. There's a lot that we could talk about around this idea of growing people and identifying what they're going to be doing. So I'm excited to see where that goes. Up next, we're going to have Brian Bradford talking about data and kind of death by logging and alerts. And so I think that's a really interesting topic for me in particular, because I've done a little bit kind of on that blue team kind of defensive side in that DFIR space, but it's never been my focus. I've always been an offensive practitioner. I did reverse engineering and vulnerability assessments and exploit development. But my experience in DFIR and in Hunt has been kind of limited. So I'm really excited about that talk. In addition to that, though, I think that there's a ton with kind of the way that alert fatigue brings in. And I don't want to steal any thunder, but I'm really excited to hear about this in particular because my spouse is a nurse. And one of the things that she studied really heavily in nursing school was this idea behind alert fatigue in medicine. And that really started me thinking about the way that data and alerts kind of interacts with cyber. So I'm really kind of excited about that. Let's make sure, Aaron, have you set up our next presenter yet?
No, I have not.
Right.
Let's see.
If you don't mind doing that. So one of the kind of cool things about cyber in general is that it does touch on so many different things because we're in such an interconnected world. And as we start to talk about all of these different things that we're dealing with, whether in a single enterprise network or in connected networks, it really gets to be complex and interesting what you need to start filtering. So I think that this idea of all of the data and logging and alerts and death by alert fatigue is really cool. Aaron, what's kind of your experience there on the cyber physical side, since all of mine is kind of typical traditional IT?
In terms of, well, most of the systems don't have quite the capabilities for logging. If they're going to be logging, they've got to dial out to something else. I've not really done a whole lot on it, but it's certainly something that we've talked about with a few customers and a few projects, and what is the best way to log information? How can that be done in a beneficial way? It looks like I see Brian has shared his screen. Getting there.
If you can get your camera on as well, you're in a minute. I know that that's always the last thing that people tend to do.
Right.
I think
but,
that. Go ahead,
I guess. I'm sorry.
Hey, Brian.
I interrupted myself. I was going to say that one of the and by interrupting myself, I lost my train of thought. I guess, basically by dealing with embedded systems and embedded hardware, typically you don't have the robustness that you would on an actual server platform for how many data writes you can have, right? If you have a flash chip, there's a limited number of erases and writes that can happen. And when you do those, the part's bricked. So you need to be very selective about making sure that the amount of data you're writing is not going to exceed the expected lifespan of the device. Anyway, my thoughts.
Yeah, I know that even network interaction in OT can be difficult as well because timing is so dependent. So I've heard of systems where even dropping a tap into the OT network has made everything fall over, which is kind of interesting. We're getting a little bit off topic though. So Brian, welcome. I think it's really interesting that we've now had 3 people back to back with some kind of military background, and we do see that a lot in security. But both our keynote and our previous speakers had a little bit of background there. So I think that that's really cool that we bring in a lot of that, the kind of knowledge and space that people get out of some kind of military service and the way that applies to security. But all that said, we are coming right up on your time to begin. So I am absolutely happy to pass the mic right over to you.
All right.
Well,
And then
oh, there we go.
as Brian gets going, Tillery and I will drop off. And as a reminder, if you have any questions, please put them in Discord, and we'll bring them up at the end.
All right, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome to GRIMMCON 0x6 and my talk on all the data and why death by alerts and logging is bad. So who am I and why should you care what I have to say? Well, I have over 25 years of IT and security experience. I started on a Tandy 486 that we got from Radio Shack, if anybody remembers those. I upgraded to a whole 8 megabytes of RAM, got into DOS Shell to play Duke Nukem, and I've been traveling ever since, going down this path. First and foremost, I am a father to my 3 beautiful children. I have 2 boys and a girl, ages 7, 4, and 3. I am a husband to my beautiful wife for the last 10 years. I am a retired Army veteran. I recently retired. I spent the first 15 years of my career doing help desk, network ops, enterprise ops. Last 5 years, I moved into cybersecurity, where I was the lone cyber analyst for my unit. For those without a military background, think about it as a small to mid-sized organization, about 1,000 people. I did compliance analyst, jack of all trades, master of none. I am a part-time security researcher. I do have a full-time job with Tanium. I'm an enterprise service engineer, and my focus is on security operations. I'm a lifelong learner. I love learning new things. I try to learn something new every day. You can see some of my certifications on the right. I love knowledge, huge history buff, both military and regular history. But enough about me. This is all about you and why you're here. We're going to go on a journey today. We're going to talk about where we are today with log event collections, the data you need, how to make your data more effective, and really we're going to focus heavily on how to reduce alert fatigue. So over the next 25-ish minutes, we're going to talk heavily on these topics. So where we are today, alert fatigue is real, folks. Like if you're a SOC analyst, a responder, anybody that has ever done any type of work in this realm, you know it's real because we collect way too much data we don't need, events we don't need, all kinds of FUD that come from our firewalls, network devices, and everywhere. So I have a screen capture that I pulled down from Security Onion. This is Squeal. If you're not familiar with Security Onion and Squeal, Squeal provides a pane of glass, one pane of glass for all your events, but it could be your Elk stack, your Splunk instance, whatever SIEM logging device that you're using. When you come in on your workday, you don't want to see that little button over there. You don't want to see it that small. But why does it get so small? Again, we collect thousands of events and we don't need that many events. You don't want to see that because you know you're going to have a bad shift trying to go through all those events. So why do we collect so much data? Well, there could be a multitude of reasons, but the 2 primary ones we are going to focus on is usually we collect too much data for regulatory and compliance, things of that nature, and management decisions. Because in today's world, every corporation or every customer doesn't want to be the next target. They don't want to be hit by the next ransomware. So management will sometimes make the decision that we need to collect all this data to make them feel safe, that all that data will provide better incident response. And that's just not the case. Going through thousands of alerts, trying to find what your responders need, it just makes life difficult. Again, way too much data is collected and passed into our SIEMs, and it provides little to no value. Compliance. It's out there, folks. Like, you're not going to get rid of it. It's just a thing that is going to keep getting worse. So much compliance. If you work in commerce, you have to deal with PCI. If you have European partners, you have GDPR. If you work in the Fed space, you have the cybersecurity maturity model, FISMA. If you work in medical, you have HIPAA, ISO 27001, the international standard. And these are just a few that I've listed, but there are over 150 regulatory frameworks out there. I pull that from Secure Controls Framework. They have a nice Excel sheet that breaks it all down. If you are an auditor and you have to deal with this, more power to you, because there are so many compliantary regulations out, and more coming out every day. With the next attack or the next thing that pops up, there's usually another compliance piece that follows it. So we have to collect that data. Breaches. Breaches, again, hard to prevent. Over 5,200 breaches last year alone. And more, we're not out of 2021 yet, so who knows. Colonial Pipeline, we all heard about that one, all over the news. Everyone's favorite video game watching social media mechanism, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, Kroger, Volkswagen, Audi. Breaches happen. And they happen every day and more. And with everyone's favorite new friend out there, Log4j, there have been no breaches that I know of, major breaches reported due to Log4j, but it's coming. Like, we might as well just accept the fact that it's coming, and we just need to be prepared for it. If you want to look at all the breaches, go pull the Verizon breach report. It's a good model. It's a good reference, so you can track the breaches and find out more about them. So why don't I need all this data that I'm getting? I'm getting thousands upon thousands of alerts every day. Why don't I need it? Well, you don't need all the data because there's only a small subset piece that can really be useful in an incident response. Now, you need to make sure you have that subset piece. You want quality data, not quantitative data. And in today's environment, we've seen a lot of just quantity, not quality. So for your incident responders to be effective, you need to make sure you're providing them quality data. And you get that by having quality alerts, quality logging. Too much data slows down our tools and increases latency. And as we know, time is money. Internet speed is money. Ask Amazon how much money they lost a couple weeks ago. Especially if you work in the commerce area, your network goes down, you're losing money every single second that network goes down. And you don't want that to happen. You don't want to push all that data across your network. And we process a lot of useless data. You do. You don't need to know when every time somebody goes to Google. And it increases false positives. It takes time from the analyst to siphon through that data. And if they report something they believe to an incident to the responders, it takes the responders time. And false positives take time away from something that could really be going on in our network. So again, and I'm going to repeat myself, quality over quantity. These are things that we need to make sure happen. But now, How do we do that? How do we handle compliance management? And like I said, this is a journey. We're traveling. We're going to get there. So if you're an analyst, you're an IR guy, you're a threat hunter, I'm not asking you to know the compliance regulations, but you should have an understanding of what those regulations are and the type of data you collect with those regulations. So you have the understanding so you can talk to your management team, sit down with your auditing team and your legal team and say, hey, are we collecting everything that we require, or are we collecting more? And if we are collecting more, do we really need it? Like, all we're doing is filling up space and getting useless alerts. You don't want to collect more than is required unless it's a customer ask. It's all about your customer and your environment. Again, these are methods that I have used. They may not be right or the right way. There's no one right way. But try to trim down your compliance. And if you can, store it somewhere else. Store it in AWS instance, store it in Azure, store it in a server. It can always be there if you need to go back and reference it for an incident. But try not to push it into your scene, because you want to cut down on those noisy alerts that keep coming in just for compliance sake. Management, the human element. So what can we do about management? Well, we got to have those hard conversations with managers and say, look, there's too much. Like, I can't go through 1,000 alerts a day. The team can't go through all these alerts. We're having false positives. We're taking too much time. But also, while you're having that conversation, find out what management's end goal is. Maybe there's a reason they're collecting all the data. Find out that end goal and try to meet in that middle ground. You need to reduce your alerts for quality alerts. But Brian, what do I do about that one manager that just won't hear it? We need all the data because I say we need all the data. Okay, so in the military, the trick I learned was you have to show them upper managements and them C-levels the metrics, because it's hard for someone to argue with data. Like, they may want to, but if you show it to them in black and white, they can't argue with it. So take your team, do your due diligence, and say, for example, you have a Splunk instance and it's costing your company $3 million annually to run this Splunk instance. You do your due diligence, you see what you can take out, what's effective, what's not effective, and go back and show upper management, present it to them and say, hey, if we cut down this, we're still effective. Actually, we're twice as effective because we're not taking our time. We're not taking up too much time going through noisy alerts, and we can save our customer X amount of money, and then take X amount of money and turn it into your training budget. But always remember, sometimes you have to show why your way is more effective, that your time is money, and metrics and data. It's hard to argue with those things. They may try, but it's hard. So this is a method. Again, it is one way to do things. It is a 3-step method. It is not by no means going to be sufficient for everyone. But step 1 for data collection and how to reduce your alerts and your noise. Start with logging and tagging your compliance data. Now that you've talked to your compliance team and your legal team and you found out exactly what you need, tag it and bag it. No more, no less. And if you can, again, get it out of your scene. Store it somewhere else. And that'll help reduce the noise. Once you've got your compliance and your regulatory alerts and logs set, you move on to step 2. You switch to logging for intrusion detection purposes. And I've listed a few examples: detect, what to log, incident response, malware, Windows security. There's thousands and thousands of references out there. And I have more later in the slide, but find out what works for you. Find out what works for your customer, because that's the end goal, to support your customer. And once you do that, focus on your deeper logging, your PowerShell, your command line. Eric Conrad gives a great talk on what to log. Now, I'm extremely passionate about seam tuning and logging, and here's why. Back when I was a young SOC analyst, security guy, we got my brand new shiny software, my seam, vendor agnostic, be any seam you want. I installed it, I got it going, and I thought, man, I'm gonna be the world's greatest SOC analyst. I want everything. So, had everything going. I come in the next morning, alerts. I'm surprised the appliance didn't start smoking. So many alerts. Don't even remember exactly how many, but so many. So 12 hours and a bottle of Advil later, I finally got through all the alerts. And I learned that day that failure is the greatest teacher. So I started doing my due diligence, my research, going to Google, saying, hey, what event logs do I need? What event IDs? Do I need everything from the firewall? You know, what's going to make me more effective? So I learned that day that all the data is bad, because it makes your eyes hurt and your head hurt. So anyone that's ever taken a security course or anything, this is the first thing: know your environment. And this is going to come with time and experience. You're not going to walk through the door day one as a SOC analyst or an IR and know everything. So understand and have patience, but understand your common IP space, your common ports, applications you have in your environments, your user naming convention, your computer naming convention. So if you understand those things and you see those noisy common alerts that come in, you know what to look for, and you can quickly mark it and move on, mark it and move on, mark it and move on, until you can find something that comes that looks interesting. So when I was in, I had an alert come across. I had two computers talking to each other, and we know that's bad. Like, no computers talk to computers, right? So I went to the firewall guy and I said, hey, block them. Well, I come to find out, for those that don't have military background, certain applications that we have do funky things. And it was two computers talking to each other, passing data to each other to push up to a server. And it was for a big exercise. It was very interesting to explain why I did that. But again, I never took the time to talk to my stakeholders, the application users, and find out why. What do they use? What are their ports? I learned a lot that day. Talk to everybody, all your stakeholders. Understand your critical assets. You know, so you know, hey, my server's called this and I'm seeing a lot of funky stuff going to that server. So you can hone in on it, maybe do a little bit more analysis. And try to learn your network and applications as good as your red team. You know, volunteer for purple team engagements. They're really going to help you focus and find out what you need. Make friends. You know, reach out to your stakeholders, as I said earlier. Why do you do that? Because if you know what your firewall is trying to collect, if you know what your EDR is trying to collect, what their purpose is, what they actually need, what your IR team needs to be successful, they can cut down on the noise. You can cut down on the noise. It's all about quality, as I've said, quality alerts in your scene. And if you know what they need, you can help facilitate that. We all try to be in a silo. You don't need to be. This is a team effort. That's the only way we're going to stop threat actors is if we all work together. So talk to your teams and they can tell you, hey, this is what we're blocking at the firewall. This is why. This is what you need to look out for. And it'll make you a better analyst. Be a part of the community. You know, give a talk, go to conferences, InfoSec social media. If you're not on social media and you need somebody to follow, go to my Twitter handle. I follow a ton of InfoSec professionals and they are, you know, always open for questions and things like that. This community is willing to help. Go to conferences. You're doing that right now. You're doing that right now. Involved. Hey, put yourself out there. This is my first talk. You know, if you know something, build a talk on it. You'll probably learn something along the way. I did. I learned a lot more than I thought I knew. Check out Iron Geek. He does puts out a lot of information about blue team and red team. And all this, doing all this, talking to people, hey, what do you do in your environment? What do you do in your environment? Will help make you a better analyst and help solidify your environment. Lab. If you are in the cybersecurity field and you do not have a lab, you're probably not doing it right. And I'm not saying you need a massive Dell server farm lab. No. But you should at least mimic what your company has. Go on eBay and get you a cheap refurb server and try to build it out as best you can. Whether it's Splunk, Elk, QRadar, any vendor. Throw you a couple clients on there and go get Atomic Red Team or Caldera and practice your craft. Run those attacks so you know what those events look like and you can hone in and tune your systems at work. You are playing the ultimate nerd sport. And if you don't think the offense is practicing, you're wrong. You need to practice your defense too. So, as I said, more resources. This is very SANS heavy. I am in no way promoting SANS. I know their courses are very expensive, but they do have a lot of free, good information out there. They have the Blue Team GitHub, their cyber defense and training resources on their website, and the SANS Blue Team Wiki. All fantastic free resources. And right now and for the foreseeable future, I believe most of their conferences are virtual and free. So if you get a chance, check them out. SANS is a great tool. Continue your quest for knowledge. Lifelong learner. It's one of the traits you need to have in this business to keep up with things that are going on in the world. There are thousands of resources. These are a few of my favorites. The Blue Team Field Manual, the Blue Team Handbook. It's really good for SOC, SIEMs, and threat hunters. All these books are very small, fit in a desk drawer, fit in your go bag. The Operator's Handbook has a lot of red team, purple team, blue team, a little bit of everything. Fantastic book, fantastic book. And the last one, the Hacker Playbook series. But Brian, you've spent all this time talking about blue team. Why hacker? Well, these books give you kind of a guideline, if you've never read them, kind of a model of how red teams and ATPs do their thing. And if you lab that and you read it and you practice it, you could incorporate that stuff in your scenes and in your logs. Again, quality alerts to reduce the fatigue. Because, you know, if you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. So those are my tips and tricks. As always, you're going to hear it. If you continue in cybersecurity or IT, you're going to hear this. Know your environment. Make friends. Make friends in your environment. Make friends outside of work, because that community knowledge that we all have, you know, somebody out there may have a way that is better than what you're doing it. Lab. I can't say it enough. Lab is where you're going to practice your craft, perfect yourself, open source and social media, 2 fantastic resources. I listed a few, there's hundreds, if not thousands more. And always continue your quest for knowledge. YouTube, read a book, a Udemy course, something. Keep learning, keep striving for greatness. These are my social media handles. I'm on Twitter, Discord, LinkedIn. The GitHub's a little light right now. Been dealing with a lot of stuff, Log4j related. So, but keep your eye out. There might be some blue team stuff coming down the pipe. But if you have any questions after this or later in life and you want to reach out to me, I'm always available. Thank you for attending my talk. I hope you have a takeaway. I hope you learned something. And what are your questions?
All right, thank you.
Brian, that was a great talk. There's a lot of really good content in there. There have been a few comments in the Discord that I'm just going to kind of bring up and surface real quick that I think are really good. The first is that you kind of mentioned compliance can be a huge pain point, but somebody also brought up that compliance can be a good thing because the more compliance that exists, the more it tends to push budgets for cybersecurity. You kind of have a comment there. I think that there's a balance that needs to be struck.
So again, I'm going to caveat this by saying that most of my experience is military and federal related. So with that being said, I do agree that there is a finite balance. You know, it's customer based, right? Like if you have mom and pop shop, they're not going to have the budget. If you have, you know, Fortune 50, it may or may not. I can't answer that succinctly. I hope that answers the question, but in my mind, that's purely customer based. And your mileage may vary.
Yeah, that's a really good point. If there is no budget to be given, then there's no more budget that you can get, right? So the size of the organization, the type of the organization definitely is important. One of the things that you brought up kind of multiple times, and I think is really important, is the concept of logging and alerting versus having data to begin with. And something that I took from that I think is really valuable is the idea that you can have a data lake of all of the things you need for compliance without necessarily passing that into your SIM. And I think that's a really kind of valuable lesson. Another comment that we did get out of Discord is that logging and alerting are separate things. You have the idea that you can log a bunch of things and really tune what you alert on. But you touched on that as well with the idea that, you know, everything that you do log and pass into your SIM is more you have to filter through. It's going to slow things down. It's going to be more expensive. So that approach of having a data lake where you keep maybe everything, but you only pass a subset of that into your SIM, I think is really good. And I'm glad you kind of brought that up a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, back in the old days when we were just above the rock and chisel, we didn't have data lakes. So, I mean, everything was kind of going into the SIM and the SIM was smoking. So now that big data lakes and big data has, you know, really taken off, I think that's, you know, if in Brian's perfect world, right, that's where we would go. You know, we would find out what we really need to put into our SIM and send everything else to the data lake. That way it's there, but, you know, we're not necessarily trying to sift through thousands of things.
Yeah, so I guess, go ahead, Aaron.
Oh, if you have something related to that, you know, feel free to jump in instead of me, but because I was going to jump to a slightly different topic.
Sure, yeah, so that kind of idea of a subset of data kind of governing what goes into the SIM versus somewhere else, how would you approach that? I know that, like, as someone who's on the offensive side, not the defensive side, my instinct is look at IOCs and try and pass things that would match those IOCs into your SIM, but is there kind of a better approach that you would suggest?
Again, that's customer base. I tend to, so what I did in the military, right? I looked at what we had, what the environment was, and I took an approach as a red teamer because I was the only guy. so I took an approach from a red teamer and said, okay, that's why I referenced the hacker playbook. Like these are the methods that people are doing to get in. These are the type of things that I need to pay attention to. That's the method I used. It may not work for everyone. I am a huge advocate of purple teams. If you can do a purple team engagement, absolutely do it. That definitely helps. But that was my method. Was a lot of me just reading and things like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. When I approach this as an educator, and a lot of the trainings that we put together on our training team, we typically do exactly that thing. We teach the offensive or the red team concepts first, and then pivot to the blue team. Here's how you would identify and defend against those things. And I think that that's a really valuable approach. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I've learned as I've progressed in my career, as a blue teamer, you have everything, right? You need to understand the entire picture.
Yeah.
A red teamer or an attacker or a threat actor only needs that one hole that you forgot to plug. And you just need to understand that what it looks like once they get in that hole. Because it's hard, it's gonna happen. I mean, that's just my opinion. That is my opinion.
Right, and I think that the concept of defense in depth really kind of gets to that point, right? Where you want to collect a lot of information, but it needs to be the crucial information, the information that, if somebody is able to exploit Log4j and that gets, what is the next step they're going to take? Do you have defenses in place at those other, at kind of what is their lateral movement going to look like? What is their, impersonation going to look like? And then you can build your alerts around that. So I think that offensive to defensive perspective, and as you pointed out, knowing the entire picture is hard. Blue team is hard, and I think that building around that is really valuable. So I think all of the information you presented has been really great for me as somebody who is predominantly an offensive researcher. I've definitely learned a lot from this talk.
Thank you.
The last topic kind of tied into one thing. I really liked your story about, when you had the two computers talking to each other and you had the firewall shut that down. I really like that on a few levels. You said that you didn't talk to the stakeholders to see what type of communications to expect, which is fair. I mean, that's something that's worth doing. In my experience, if you oftentimes when I talk to people about how things should act, either before I was in cybersecurity, when I did embedded systems development, or even now when I talk to customers, they don't know how things actually work in the end. And this has come up a few, I've heard this a few times, but I've heard this a few times that, in cybersecurity, we're some of the few people who actually need to understand top to bottom how systems work.
Yeah.
And so I wouldn't be surprised if, even if you asked, you hadn't, they didn't tell you that computers would talk to each other and you would have shut it down. Although then I suppose you would have been able to at least say, hey, I already asked you, you didn't tell me this. So I guess, still worth asking, but, it's don't be surprised for those of you out there who are looking at this from fresh eyes. Don't be surprised if the answers don't always line up with reality.
Oh, that is totally true. Like that is so true. Luckily, again, that was military side, so everything's got a manual. But in the real world, right, there's no, we all know that lifecycle management, software management, people don't document as well as they should. Let's just say that. And yeah, if I go to a stakeholder that's building an app, and they're using it, they're testing it, they're probably not going to have all the answers. I totally agree, and that is totally true.
Yeah, do you think that there's a role for kind of as the person building the alerts and the person that needs to understand the entire system, do you think there's a role there for helping to guide those developers into documenting what you need? Is that something that you think you would do, or something that they should understand on their own side, or a combination?
I work with developers
Okay.
in my day jobs, so it's a finite balance. because devs, they're a hard group to break into. And I don't mean that in any way, shape, or form, but that I think there is a place, again, I think it should be a whole team effort. I'm all about bringing everyone to the table to understand what is needed to stop these threat actors. Because even in military and as I've transitioned to the corporate side, people do things in a silo. And I think that if we could all find a way to sit at a table and talk and figure out what can we do for each other? What can I do for you? How can you help me? I think it would go a long ways to being more effective. If that answers the question.
Yeah, I really loved that slide you had about how important it is to make friends. Making friends is really one of the largest pieces of that. I loved that, and I think that the more you make friends, the less people will see security as a cost center, and the more they'll see it as a supporting function. And I think that's a really valuable thing that again, as somebody who spends most of my time doing offensive research and trying to just break things, I don't think about that nearly as much as I should.
And especially I was just going to add that, since I've got the cyber physical world, right? Since we're we're working with devices that are built, there's a lot of different requirements or whatever design that goes on for those, because change is difficult to make. Typically once it's out in the field, it might be a while before you can get an update sent out to it. So it's really best for those things if we get it ahead of time. Being able to work with the customers on, finding things ahead of time is it's a valuable effort, right? It's valuable for the customer to be able to make sure that, try and find issues. Maybe if we can talk with people in the design phase even. And I think this gets into some of what you said about knowing what your systems looks like, right? Knowing what ports there are, how things are this gets back to knowing how things communicate. If we can talk with the customer early on and find out what they're actually planning on doing, how they're planning on making things work, then it means that we can help them know where the risks are. And I think that probably aligns to exactly what you and Tillery were just talking about, right? If you can talk with the people developing the applications ahead of time, or while they're developing it, then you can kind of try to guide them into what would be possibly a more sufficient, more secure way of doing things.
Yeah, and the commonality of it is, right, is as an analyst or an IR, you're not necessarily super proficient at programming, but you can say, hey, dev X, let's sit down, you can teach me and I can teach you. It's all about giving back and making things more holistic and paint that big picture that we need to have.
Yeah, and a comment regarding that actually just came up in Discord, that it is so critical for security to be a part of design starting at the requirement phase. I know that one of the more popular trainings that I teach is threat modeling, and people always ask me, when should we perform this threat model? Do we model it after we build it, or do we model before we build it? And the earlier we can keep in mind not just what the application needs to be aware of from a threat perspective, but also the way that it interacts with the things around it. That's a picture that you as a defensive security person have in your mind much better than most developers will, whereas the developer is going to understand their domain and their application a lot better. So being able to have that conversation at that time, in the requirements gathering and design phase, I think is really valuable.
Oh yeah, totally.
So, well, thank you so much for your talk. Like I said, I got a lot out of it. I'm really glad that you were able to come. And one of the things I love about this new speakers track is when we get people in, and I can in no way tell that it's their first talk. And I think that was definitely the case here. So I really appreciate you coming in.
Well, thank you, Tillery. Thank you, Aaron. Is there any more questions where you kick me off and I go pop the celebratory champagne?
Nothing's coming in via Discord right now. I'm sure that people will be reaching out. A couple of folks asked for your Twitter handle, so I put that in the Discord there. So you'll be getting people there and probably on Discord as well.
Well, thank you everyone that attended.
One quick question for favorite history book, although I'm not quite sure what how relevant that is. It might be easiest to just answer that one on.
Book. I'll throw it in the Discord. I've got it. Yeah, I'll throw it in the Discord.
Awesome.
It's got
Thanks
a long
again,
title. I can't remember it.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent talk.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Coming up next, another talk that I'm pretty excited about from Don Light, A Beginner's Guide to Hacking Your Cybersecurity Career. This is going to be the second of our kind of talks around career building and kind of how to break in. And I really like that we're able to kind of have these conversations from different perspectives. So I'm really excited to have you here, Don Light. We do have a few minutes. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Thank you so much for having me. I'm just trying to share my screen here.
Right. I'll make you presenter.
Okay.
So as we're kind of getting set up and we have a few minutes before we get started, I think that kind of as I mentioned, one of the things that I really like about this new speakers track in general, and also kind of about the talks that we got in RCFP this time, is that we're able to take a look at conversations that often conferences don't talk about, things like beginning your career. So many conferences, especially larger, kind of more corporate conferences, don't put that focus on beginning. They assume that everyone that's there is mid to late career. And my experience is the opposite. Most folks going to conferences are early in their career and are really trying to break into it. So I really appreciate you kind of submitting and being here kind of to do this.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Absolutely. The other thing is that I love your background in your bio was something that I also really liked when I was going through kind of the CFP. It's the idea that we have people that want to talk about their experiences from different aspects of security and coming from different backgrounds, and I think that that's really valuable as well. And then in particular, you mentioned basically everywhere that you love the idea of giving back to the InfoSec community, which is something that I love from kind of smaller conferences like this one, although we're starting to get a little bit bigger, and especially community conferences, things like Security B-Sides. So I just said the same thing like 4 different ways, but I really appreciate you being here and talking with us.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Like you said earlier, I do go to a lot of conferences and I'm just starting out also. I'm currently studying information security like as a student. So, and I go to a lot of conferences. So like I'm just really excited to share my perspective on what I think from my perspective, InfoSec conferences. B-Sides is also my favorite.
Yeah, I love Security B-Sides a lot, and I generally look forward to going to larger conferences, not for the conference itself, but for the B-Sides that's there at the same city. And so I really love doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, sorry, Aaron, you were going to say something?
No.
I don't think I had anything else. Already given the intro stuff.
Okay.
Great. Well, in that case, we'll go ahead and pass the floor right over to you, and you can go ahead and get started.
Okay. So you want to land a job in cybersecurity, but you look at the many areas of cybersecurity and you don't know where to begin with. I'm Don Light, a current student studying information security. In this presentation, I will show you how I got started, things I did to help me to get started with a career in cybersecurity. If you're new to InfoSec, welcome. I wanted to share a little story of my own, how I got into cybersecurity. Growing up, I was this kid who likes to poke around things and make use of things creatively. In middle school, I randomly browsed a video that talks about ethical hacking, and I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, and I wanted to do that. So I browsed the internet, and people say that in order to hack, you needed to learn low-level coding, like C programming. I learned how to code my first ever program, Hello World, in C. When the line Hello World ! Pops up on the command prompt, I feel like such an ethical hacker, and I feel like such a cool kid. And if you're thinking if this story is going towards the direction of some young genius hackers, I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you be disappointed. So because of some life-changing events I had to drop, I had to take on some family responsibilities and had to drop learning ethical hacking. Fast forward to 3 years ago when I just started college, I was still trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, and my family really wants me to pursue a career in law. But here's the thing. So how American law school works is that you can only earn your law degree after your bachelor's. So I picked to have my undergrad degree in business because I like people. I like talking to people. At the time, I really enjoyed my first business technology class. My professor mentioned that cybersecurity is trending, and in my major, we should check it out. So I checked out my school's cybersecurity club, and boom, this is the exact thing I wanted to do since middle school. I never knew that you could make a career out of being a hacker. I have found my home, and to be honest, I kind of regret not following through in middle school with my passion, and I'm not letting myself regret it again by dropping. As a result, I started learning more cybersecurity knowledge. I got my CompTIA Security Plus certification 2 summers ago. I also become more involved in the cybersecurity club in my university. I became an officer, and I built the University Women Cybersecurity chapter. Currently, I am a security advocate, and I go to a lot of conferences, and that helps shaping who I am and my professional career, which I will talk about later. Last year, I tried for the first time applying for cybersecurity internships. I found it really confusing because a lot of job descriptions looks like the following. An internship role that requires just a lot. In-depth knowledge about networking protocols, strong experiences in scripting, and certifications such as OSCP, CISSP, which are definitely not entry-level certs. In particular, CISSP requires a candidate to have at least 5 years of security working experiences, and yet this role is for an internship. There are many examples like this. Just getting into cybersecurity as a beginner, I definitely did not have this many experiences, but I managed to have 3 offers. So I don't want you to be scared away because of the job qualifications. Next, I wanted to talk about a plan I have for myself to land these offers. Step number 1 is to get involved with the community. My tip of advice is to get involved with the cybersecurity on Twitter and join Discords and go to conferences, because that's the way that you can get an understanding of which certifications I should pursue next, which conference is everyone else going to, and what skills should I learn. Step number 2 is to increase face-to-face interactions. Browsing Twitter is a good way to get information, but I like face-to-face because you can get a small chat with a friendly stranger while you're sitting next to each other. And also with face-to-face, it's more real to me because you're actually talking to a person. You can do this step by going to conferences, meetups, and hacker associations. Step number 3 is to apply and land the job. After we go to those conferences and meet people, it is show time for us to apply, follow up, and land the job in cybersecurity. And next, I will explain in detail on things that I did for those 3 steps. So there are many ways that we can get involved with cybersecurity, including being active on Twitter. At the first conference I went to, everyone was going by their hacker, which is their Twitter handles, and almost everyone knows each other from Twitter. It is also a really good way to get to know the most recent vulnerabilities and cybersecurity professionals' insight into them, which helps in terms of interviews because they'll ask you questions according to the most recent vulnerabilities. I also liked playing capture the flag competitions. I played a couple of them, and capture the flag competitions, also known as CTFs, they're a Jeopardy-styled gamified way of learning. So what you do is you solve a challenge, you get a flag, you enter the flag, and you get points. Things with CTF competitions is that you can play it individually or you can play it as a group. It's a really good way to learn cybersecurity through going through a hands-on way of learning. I enjoy reading cybersecurity books because they give you a general, a really in-depth knowledge on a particular topic. Also, studying certifications are a good way because certifications gives you security knowledge in the theoretical. Sometimes they give you a practical knowledge in depending on which certification you're looking for. One thing I wanted to note is that if you want to work in a large company, they use certifications to differentiate their candidates. So in their HR screening, resume screening bot, they'll look for specifically which certifications to differentiate between candidates to candidates. So if you have this certification, it gives you a leg up. Next one is connecting with cybersecurity professionals on LinkedIn. I love this community, and the professionals in this community are really, really, really helpful and so friendly. I would not hesitate to connect with them on LinkedIn and ask your questions away. I also listen to podcasts, usually when I'm driving long distance, or I'm just driving in general. If I wanted to get my InfoSec news of the day, I just go ahead and listen to podcasts. They give me another perspective on what's the most recent vulnerabilities. Watching hands-on YouTube videos also really helped me because I get to see from another person's perspective of how they did it versus and how I should be doing. And if something goes wrong, I just Google the problem and boom, it tells me what to do and how I knew that I did it different from theirs. Next, I'll give you some examples on what I used for resources. Before I start with the resource slide, I just wanted to have a disclaimer that I don't have any affiliation with any of the recommended individuals or organizations except for GRIMMCON. Those are just examples or resources that I use and I have found helpful. I know I mentioned Twitter a lot, cybersecurity on Twitter, but what is it exactly, you may wonder? So cybersecurity on Twitter is not a specific person or specific set of people that you need to follow, but it's just that cybersecurity professionals are really active on Twitter. So you can follow anyone who's you think it's in your expertise. And let's just, by doing this, by following each other, let's drop your Twitter handle into the Discord chat and let's just follow each other and let's create this community. And GRIMMCON speakers are also a really good way to start following because we usually really like to give back to the community, and we're really happy and into helping each other in this community. I really like the Tribe of Hackers series in terms of books because the Tribe of Hackers series, they have 3 different books: Security Leaders, Red Team, and Blue Team. Red Team stands for the offensive side of cybersecurity, while Blue Team stands for the defensive side of cybersecurity. This book has a collection of cybersecurity professionals' recommendations, advice in terms of if you are new to cybersecurity, what you should be aware of. So to begin with, I read that book and I found it tremendously helpful for me. In terms of certifications, CompTIA Security Plus gives you a really good foundation skills and theoretical knowledge on security that you need to know. So it kind of helped me pave the way when other people on Twitter are talking about, oh, this vulnerability is coming from they're using all kinds of lingos, and I can kind of sort of understand because of that, obtaining that certification. Networking is also really important in terms of cybersecurity, and I recommend Cisco CCNA. Having a networking foundation under your belt is tremendously useful. Podcasts. I really enjoy listening to Darknet Diaries because they go over like hacker stories in each series, and I really enjoy listening to them while I'm driving. Jack Reinsider is also a really good storyteller. Cyber Outlier Daily, I listen to it to get my InfoSec news of the day. So just to understanding more what's going on, what's happening in the security world in the day. And John Hammond, he does cybersecurity CTF walkthroughs, and I like watching him when I'm stuck at a CTF. Network Chuck does hands-on YouTube videos, hands-on security videos, and Black Hill Information Security does really good security educational videos. In terms of project, to break it in, I would recommend always do your home lab, because you can, number one, you can practice it on your own in a safe environment. Number two, you can also configure it on your own and becoming your own sysadmin, get your experience under the belt. For CTFs, there are 3 CTFs I really enjoy playing: CyberStar, Pico CTF, and National Cyber League. Those are really beginner-friendly CTFs, and those are a gamified way of learning. And for Pico CTF in particular, it's developed by Carnegie Mellon University, and I will soon be starting my master's in Carnegie Mellon University. So it'll be really cool for me to look from a developer perspective as opposed to a player perspective. And for blogs, for my readers, Nobai is really good. Nobai does really cool YouTube videos, and he writes a really cool blog on set of instructions on what we should, on what you can do in terms of hacking too. So as a student, I also got involved with my school's cybersecurity club, which introduced me to so many different technical knowledge. I learned about networking, setting a home lab with Kali Linux, Wi-Fi hacking, cryptography, web app pen testing, password cracking. I also teamed up with other students who are playing to play regular Jeopardy style CTFs and social engineering competitions, where we were selected to compete internationally and place top in OSINT, Open Source Intelligence. We had guest speakers from hiring companies to speak and hire us. I also helped building our community of university chapter of Women in Cybersecurity, where we created the Women in Cybersecurity group to be more like community focused, different from the technical cybersecurity club. We had female guest speakers, and it was really helpful for us to learn their security journey and what their advice is for future female cybersecurity professionals. We also played CTFs together. We hosted coffee chats, but mainly a sociable aspect for students interested in cybersecurity to get to know each other. Now our Women in Cybersecurity group has grown from 3 founding members to more than 30 students. And additionally, for each university, there's usually its own SOC and hiring for student workers. SOC stands for Security Operations Center, and they're responsible for monitoring and analyzing the university's security posture and incidents. Those positions normally don't require any experiences, and it's a good way just to get your foot in the door. Now, conferences are my favorite resources because the ability to make one-on-one connections. There are free, budget-friendly, and more expensive options. Some such as like local meetups from hacker associations, from where you can meet local cybersecurity professionals. Some conferences are free and educational, such as GRIMMCON. If you enjoy those ones and want to try out more options, security B-sides are my absolute favorite budget-friendly option. The first conference I went to was a local B-sides, and was such a warm community, and everybody seemed to know each other and welcome newcomers when I indicated that I was interested in joining. If money is not an issue for you, or if you have the choice to go to a more expensive conference, I would definitely recommend DEF CON, RSA, and Black Hat. DEF CON is one of the largest hacker conventions in the world and coolest in my opinion. I went to DEF CON 29 and it was an absolute blast for me. They have villages such as biohacking, car hacking, IoT villages, and where they have workshops and labs that allows you to hack into them legally. My favorite was the packet hacking village, where the famous wall of sheep is. So DEF CON has this unwritten rule that you want to secure your Bluetooth and Wi-Fi at a conference, because otherwise if you get hacked via those, your name and password will go on the wall of sheet via clear text, and everybody will see it. And also I wanted to share a good story from DEF CON. Special shout out to Elle. So I met Elle at B-Sides. We kept in touch and met up again at DEF CON. At the time, I went with my school to DEF CON. We had around 20 students. When we met up again, she introduced it to us to even more cybersecurity professionals in different expertise, all the way ranging from network security, DFIR, and threat intelligence to CISOs. And we started a discussion group for us students to ask them questions. So it was really cool for us because we started a mini con in the middle of the DEF CON, and we attracted other conference participants to join us slowly. In the end, we had about 50 people in our discussion group, and we all enjoyed the session a lot. Elle, if you're still watching, thanks for the introduction again. Black Hat, unfortunately, I have not been for myself, but I've heard many good things about it. There are more expensive options and are more like cybersecurity conferences for the managers. Next, we're going to talk about how to prepare for conferences. Usually for conferences, they will post a schedule online several weeks in advance. They typically have several tracks. Before I go to a conference, I usually go look up on the talks that I'm interested in going to and mark them down in my calendar on where the talk is, when is the talk, and who is talking. When a conference is soon approaching, I connect with the speakers on Twitter, and I usually say, hey, I saw you are talking at this conference. Really look forward to hearing your talks. So this kind of helps me to leave a good first impression with the speaker. So when I'm talking with them in person later, they already know who I am. And during the conference, I usually just go enjoy the conference experience and talk with the people sitting next to me to learn more about what they do. Making friends in this field, because cybersecurity is really small, and the friends that you make today may be your coworkers the next day. I would also connect with them on Twitter, LinkedIn, see what their interest areas are, and find commonalities, or ask about them, their areas of expertise, follow up with them, see what conference they're going to. Now, you have them in your network. Another point I wanted to stress is to leverage the brand that you have in conference for more connections. So for me, it was my university's name. When I go to a conference, I wear my university cybersecurity club officer polo because it gives me authenticity and helps me start with the conversations. When I went to DEF CON, I had other students recognize my polo and told me that we played CCTC together. And I also had recruiters coming up to me because of that. After we finish step 1 and 2, it is time for us to complete the last step, apply, interview, and land the job. Applying is a game, requires us to play strategically. And I made a plan for myself when I applied. I applied for 10 jobs a day. And in fact, the more you apply, the higher chance you will get an interview opportunity. But as I applied to many jobs, I kind of got lost. So I would go on Google and search, and the same jobs I applied for would show up again. So I decided to make an Excel sheet for myself to keep track of the jobs I applied for, contact I can follow up with, whether I heard back from them, if I got an interview, what's the interview date and time. It is now so much more efficient and organized. I also wanted to emphasize on the quality of applications. Having connections in the community, in the company you apply for, allows us to get a higher chance of getting an interview. That is why networking preparation is so important. The next piece of advice I wanted to give, if you're a student, is to not limit yourself to your school's career center connections. I used to only apply within my university's network, but I kept getting rejections. So I realized that I should probably broaden my horizon and start searching on Google, LinkedIn, and even Twitter. That's how I started to get interview emails. The next one is for my ladies. Beat the imposter syndrome. women don't really apply for the job unless they fulfill the job requirements 100%, while men apply when they fulfill at 60%. So I want to encourage my ladies to go ahead and apply. Don't feel like you're not qualified, and don't let you reject yourself. The last and most important one is to stick to your plan and keep applying until you find a job that you're satisfied with. To prepare for interviews, it is so important for us to use our OSINT skills on the company's culture, interviewer information if you have them. OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence, and overly getting prepared for the job interview and never hurts. This means overly OSINT your job. And you should also show your passion. From the CTFs that you played, projects that you've done, relative experiences that you have had, whether if you had work experiences or not. A job can teach you the things that you need to do, but it can't teach you passion. That's why hiring managers love to hire passionate people. And to follow up, I would also ask about the timeline, when you'll be hearing back, and how many interviews there will be, so that you can get an understanding of when we should follow up. Thank you notes. This is to leave an impression on the interviewer. The general rule of thumb is to send a thank you note as soon as possible. But for holidays or Fridays, interviewers are usually ready for the holidays or the weekend. So sending a note on Monday morning or the next work day would actually be good. It is all about making an impression. Lastly, I just wanted to share some additional resources. I don't have any affiliations with those individuals, but I found them super helpful in terms of job hunting. Jason Blanchard, he does content and community for Black Hills Information Security, and he has a YouTube video on how to hunt for jobs like a hacker, where he goes through, he OSINTs the job, and he teaches you how to do that. He also does Twitch live stream on cybersecurity job hunting. So I would definitely give him a check him out if you're looking for more of those information. Marcus J. Curry, he is one of the authors for Tribe of Hackers series, and he really supports the community and supporting people who are applying for jobs. He has posts about job threads. He asks hiring companies if they're hiring for cybersecurity people, and if so, ask them to reply with the cybersecurity job links and information, also indicating if the job is remote or entry level, and do they have any internship positions. Now, whether you're new to cybersecurity or if you're experienced, you belong here. You belong to cybersecurity. We're so happy you're here. And I wanted to give a special shout out to Yaga, my mentor, for your support. This is my first conference talk, and thank you everyone for listening to my talk. Now, if you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to talk. I have posted my Twitter and email in the presentation, and thank you so much again for listening.
Thank you. That was excellent. We had a lot of good discussions in Discord. Didn't see any specific questions yet.
Okay.
I don't know if Tillery noticed any.
Yeah, not too many questions, but lots of really good comments kind of about the content that you have, and really kind of enjoying the content of your talk. A few things that people kind of had as comments that I wanted to bring up, not necessarily questions. The first is that you talked several times about making a plan and being organized and being prepared, and I think that's really important. That idea of having FOMO at big conferences, so making a plan in advance about like what talks you want to go see and who you want to talk to. I especially liked your comment about reaching out in advance of the conference to the people that you want to talk to. I think that's something that I've never done, but now that you say that, I'm going to do that at every conference I go to. So that was really good.
That's awesome. Yeah, I did realize this. So I went to my security B-sides and I went and learned from the people over there. And I took this advice, like as you go to more conferences, kind of like getting an idea of what like I kind of learned how to do that, and just advice from people in the community on reaching out and stuff. So that's how I came up with this plan, and I just wanted to share that with everybody because that was honestly super helpful for me.
It's a really good idea, because I know, especially at big conferences, even if you've got friends around, you want to go say hi, or other people you want to know and meet and ask some questions, knowing where they are at the conference can be a challenging thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. So we do have a question from actually your paired expert. Which B-sides was your first conference?
Oh, I went to B-sides BCS. It was in Bryan College Station.
Okay. Sorry, Aaron, go ahead.
Oh no, I just hadn't heard of that one. That's all.
Yeah, that one's new to me as well. I know that there are so many of them now that I have a hard time keeping track. But yeah, I thinking about a lot of the things that you're saying, as someone who either speaks at or works at a lot of conferences, people have reached out and like said, where are you going to be at this time? And I love it every time it happens, but I've never thought to do it. So I think that that's such a great kind of idea to really push forward.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
I did I was going to say, I liked, Don, Light, at the start of your talk when you said you didn't know that, you didn't know that you could have a career as a hacker.
Yeah.
It's very universally true. I've worked doing development for many, many years until a friend reached out to me and I got this job. And I never knew that I could get paid money to figure out how things work for a living. It's what I always used to like to do. So it's I don't know how we can spread that around more, how we can spread that information around that more, but I just wanted to kind of share that it's a universal thing. I was a little bit, yeah.
That was a common thread with people in the Discord as well, that they they wish they'd had the resources that you're sharing when they started 5-10 years ago, and I'm the same way. I got into cybersecurity accidentally. My first job was as a high school math teacher. It turns out that I don't like teaching high school, so I fell back on my data science background. I actually went to school for high performance computing, data science, and accidentally from there got into cyber threat intelligence and then into cyber. So when I started, I had no idea that this was a career, and had I known, I would have skipped so many steps and been farther along. So it's really, I'm really excited for the folks that are starting now, that are starting to get those resources, or that can see talks like yours that really kind of get that kickstart that process for them. I think that it's really cool to see where people are and where the industry is now versus when I started 15 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I found it really helpful for me also that is that the InfoSec community on Twitter are more about helping each other. And I think it was since childhood, when I was middle school, where how I got interested in cybersecurity, but it was not it was the people that made me stay, that the people who actually the people are so nice and so helpful. They're going out of their way to help in conferences, and I just thought that's a fantastic community. I want to be a part of them. I want to be giving out to the community. That's super awesome.
Yeah, there's this perception, especially of big name people in the community, that it's really hard to approach them. But then every single time I've worked up the courage to do that and gotten past my own imposter syndrome and actually just said, hey, you're cool, can I talk to you? They've been super into that. So I've never reached out to someone on Twitter or at a conference that wasn't excited that I did that. And I think that's a great takeaway. It really is a great community.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
The people you talk with, work with, they'll make, they make or break any job or career or interests. So it's great to hear that there's, people are finding the helpful people out there. I know Twitter can be a terrible place at times, but I know it can be a fantastic place with some amazing people.
Yeah, so I do want to say I think that this is an amazing talk, and it's of all of them so far today, this is the one I'm most looking forward to having cut and put up on YouTube so I can share it with people. So I'm really excited about that. My brother-in-law has a aerospace engineering degree and a medical degree, and has decided that now he's going to pivot into InfoSec instead. And I'm really excited to send this to him, since this will be his third career. And I think that these resources are exactly what he kind of needs to get into it. I especially like the story of your women in cybersecurity club, and the way that you kind of, it started small, but it really grew and brought in more and more people, and you were able to leverage that to really have these opportunities for what are basically mini conferences. And I think that's really cool as well. The idea that you can take just something that is a bunch of people coming together and then build out of that whatever you want it to be, I think that that's a fantastic kind of idea and a fantastic story.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we started with women's cybersecurity with only 3 people, like only 3 women, and it was out of kind of like a part of the main cybersecurity club, and we at the time we had like around 70-80 people in the cybersecurity club, but then I feel like it was really technical, and I love it, but for me personally, I just think that there's lack of I just wish that there's more of a sense of a community in there. So I just sat with other women, and we helped each other, and we started to have our own meetings, and we started to invite guest speakers, having coffee chats, putting CTFs together. It's just awesome community. And from this year, like, our feedback from our members is that it's because of the friendship that they made in women in cybersecurity that allowed them to stay and actually deciding to pursue cybersecurity as a career. So as someone who's like building that community, I'm so excited. I'm thrilled to see that next generation, or is like, we're kind of building this community. We're making friends with each other in this field. So I'm just really excited.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and knowing that you're making kind of that big of a difference so quickly is so cool to hear. I kind of have a similar story that actually came out of InfoSec Twitter. A bunch of folks that kind of felt like they were lost in the noise of that space where, for you, it's the cybersecurity club. For us, it was just kind of general InfoSec Twitter. Have started kind of getting together at DEF CON a few years ago, and have really kind of built out a non-binary in cybersecurity sort of thing. And it's the exact same idea that, it's a bunch of people who want to leverage the things that they have in common to get deeper into another thing they have in common. And I love that. I think that that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that too. Yeah, it's a great story to share. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, absolutely. So the biggest takeaways I had out of your talk are to be organized. That is huge, especially
Yes.
when you're talking about that application process. Getting a first job and feeling like you're applying for so many things that it's hard to keep track of. That idea of staying organized and being organized at conferences. Those are 2 huge things. But then the other one reminds me of kind of my parents or my grandparents. When they were applying for things, it was a different time, but a lot of the lessons still kind of go forward. And the first one is that idea of OSINT. As hackers, we're so much better at that than they were before. But my grandparents, for example, would always say, look up who you think the hiring manager is going to be, or the HR person, and call them first. Get into that space prior and kind of work from there. And the other piece of kind of advice that I got was to write a thank you note in advance and drop it in the mailbox on your way out. Now, that's not a thing that we really do anymore. No one's going to be getting a thank you note in the mail, but the idea of having that and thinking about when to send that email, I think is really cool. And I wouldn't have thought of, don't send it on that Friday afternoon. Don't send it before the holiday. Send it when you get back. I think that that's really good. And that level of organization that you need to be able to do that is also really important. I am terrible at organization as a rule. And it's something that I think I'm going to try and build on a lot more based on a lot of the things that you're saying. So I think that's really cool.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually got that piece of advice from my mentor, Yaga. He told me that, like, in terms of like applying or sending thank you note, you have to really think on the context when you're sending it, because it's all about make an impression. And I thought that was such a brilliant idea. I used to only send thank you notes right after the meeting, and I didn't think that deeply into it. Like, and it's when you think about it, it's true. Like, you want to make an impression, so you want to send it when it's noticeable. So that means the next next work day, or the next Monday or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. I've also talked to some hiring managers, and kind of that idea behind sending thank you notes. Some of them love it, some of them hate it, and that depends as well. So I think that also comes back to that OSINT idea, where you can kind of determine, is this a person who's going to really appreciate getting that note or not? And if so, that's something you can really lean on. So same ideas. I keep coming back to those two things. The idea of OSINT and the idea of organization are my biggest takeaways from this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out OSINT. Like, it's my favorite part in terms of job hunting too. I love OSINT, like the job and who the hiring manager is, what are they up to, and like getting that information and learning how I can leverage using that information using my interviews is really helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I never considered before you mentioned it, Tillery, that that this is kind of advice that previous generations have talked about. It's just like the language around what it's called now, and also the techniques we can use to do it are different, but still it's something that people always talked about, is basically getting to know having an idea who you're talking to try and have be able to I guess carry the conversation, and know what types of work you're going to be looking at there, or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, absolutely. So when I'm like OSINTing this person, that I get more background on who they are, and if they're a recruiter, I'll try to be non-technical with them. But if they're a hiring manager for a technical role, like I can speak the lingo. So I think that was really, like, it just gives you more context, and it never hurts to overly prepare yourself for those contexts, know who your interviewers are. And I just found it really helpful for me if I've done the OSINT and I over prepare myself for the interview. Yeah.
Yeah, and the more kind of we talk about this, the more I think, when I am hiring someone, the first thing I'm going to do is look at their Twitter or their GitHub and see, what is their background, what do they do? Because I'm going to ask, I want to ask them about things that they're interested in, and very often their resume doesn't go into the level of detail that I want. But I hadn't, it's been so long since I've been on that side of the hiring that the idea of leveraging all of the new technology and all the new kind of space that we have, with everything being on the internet for everyone all the time, it's just fascinating to me. And I am not super careful about my OPSEC online, and I wonder what that means for people that are applying to jobs that I'm hiring for. I think that's so I'm going to go look at what you get from me now after this, and see what an applicant might talk about.
I mean, I know let's see, we got a little bit more time. The one thing I liked also was that you mentioned, watching talks, reading blogs about different CTF things to get different perspectives on how somebody else solved a problem. I think that's, it's number one, it's great to be able to, it's great to do hands-on and solve problems yourself, right? That's the whole benefit of CTFs and the villages at conferences and different, group meetup things or whatever. All of this is a great chance to get actually hands-on and do things yourself, which is a completely different level than just reading about it or watching it. But also it's a good idea to find out how other people accomplish things, because there's many different ways to solve all these different problems, and also just you get an idea of how people approach problems, right? What they're solving, that their problem-solving methods are, and it can expose you to things you hadn't thought about before.
Absolutely.
So I really liked that you called that out specifically.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment on that. And I actually think that it's like like what you said, it's seeing what other people have in approaching problems, and also you can see how other people approach this problem, and if they approached it in a way that you think you never thought that you could, or maybe it's a way that's easier, that's a way that's faster, and you can learn from them, and you can use that in your next challenge. I thought that was really helpful by like reading the blogs, watching YouTube videos too.
Yeah, no, I know for myself, the first time I do something, I very rarely will do it an efficient way. But once you solve a problem and then you can see how other people do it, you can start to see the steps that will, show you other opportunities, other options, I guess.
Yes.
All right. Any last minute thoughts or comments that you have?
I don't think I have any more, but just thank you guys so much. Thank you, Tillery. Thank you, Aaron, for giving the speakers the opportunity to talk and to share our perspectives. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the talk. It was excellent.
Yeah. Thank you for being willing to share your perspective. It was really great, and I'm looking forward to, like I said, sharing it once it's published.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next is going to be one of the other talks that I've been really excited about. When I was looking through our CFP submissions and trying to choose, what talks I was most excited to see in the new speaker track in particular, but even across all of the tracks, this next one that's coming up is the one that jumped out to me the most. So I'm really excited about it. It's entitled, "What is a cybersecurity copywriter anyway?" And I think it's something that's going to be incredibly valuable for a lot of people, because again, it's one of those perspectives that we don't often see or don't often think about. And when I, as a leader, as someone who writes reports, as someone who does a lot of that sort of content, when I think about somebody who actually knows what they're doing the things that I fake, it just fascinates me. And so that perspective and kind of bringing in those voices is something I'm really looking forward to. So let's, there we go, presenter. Oh, I was clicking some buttons. There we go. Okay. So Chris is going to join us, with the talk at the top of the hour. But I'm really looking forward to it for kind of that big reason. Oh, there we go. The other piece is that your background was really interesting to me, because you kind of did span a lot of different spaces in kind of the way that you got to where you are. You started not as a cybersecurity copywriter, but then you kind of got into InfoSec and kind of brought the knowledge that you had into that. And not only do you do kind of general copywriting, but you also do things like blogging and ghostwriting, which is also super interesting to me. So I'm really looking forward to personally this talk.
Oh, brilliant. I hope I could do a good job.
I'm sure you will.
Okay, so first time here, so I mean, whenever you want me to get started, let me see. We got a couple minutes before the top of the hour.
Got a couple more minutes. The piece, and I'm sure you're going to touch on this a little bit, but the pieces that also really interested me is that my background prior to what I do now was a lot of academia, and so I've written a lot of white papers, and the idea of writing that as someone who actually specializes in writing things instead of being a researcher first and a writer second, I feel like I'm going to come away from this talk going back and wanting to rewrite every white paper I've ever written. But the perspective of that path is really interesting to me.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That's the one time all the time I spent in academia really does me well is when I write white papers, because it's all about sourcing stuff. And sometimes I feel like I'm back in my MBA days, especially master's, because my undergrad was math and computer science, not a lot of white papers. Not a lot of academic papers, but my MBA, and then I have an MS and MIS, and it was nothing but writing until I just wanted to rip my eyes out of my head.
Yeah, absolutely. So my undergrad is also math computer science. It was an education minor. And
wow.
so kind of the combination of those things, I published a couple of theses in undergrad, and that was a ton of writing. And then kind of the instructional design concepts and a lot of that the way that those apply to computer science and math, I ended up doing a lot of writing in undergrad, and I've actually done a lot less since then. So my path was kind of very different than yours, despite that computer science and mathematics connection. That's kind of funny.
My path is interesting, and I'm about, oh, it's the top of the hour. We can get started here.
Top of the hour. So yeah, I think we'll pass the floor right over to you.
Okay, brilliant. Hey everybody, it's Teresa, and I am coming at you live from historic Claymont, Delaware. This is my first con presentation. Let's make it a brilliant one. How do we get into cybersecurity? The perennial book, and a lot of times people answer blue team, red team, purple team, pen tester, SOC analysts, auditors, things like that. What's not talked about a lot is the marketing side of cybersecurity, which is how I entered the industry with my MBA and my writing skills. Now, marketing is really interesting because you can use it as a side door to get into cybersecurity, or you can build a whole career on the side of the house. And hopefully going to get you started in doing either one of those things. So I began as just a simple cybersecurity copywriter. I love, my presentation is full of these pop culture references because I love them. Now, everybody watching this, even if they're brand new to the security industry, you're familiar with things like pen testers, SOC analysts, but most people, in my experience, have absolutely no idea what a cybersecurity copywriter does. I have spent 6 years being asked over and over, well, what is it that you do anyway? Well, that's what my presentation is going to go over. But first, before I get into what a cybersecurity copywriter is, I first have to explain what's a copywriter. And I found too, a lot of people have no idea what this is. They think it has something to do with working at a law. No, copywriting, like copywriter, right? The copywriting is business writing, opposed to writing, scripts or fiction or novels, things like that. For the definition, clear, compelling copy for the purpose of selling or educating and engaging audiences. Well, note there, though, even when you're educating and engaging, you're still selling. You're just doing a soft sell. That's like a blog. Good blogs don't. They kind of softly sell it by educating people as to, why you would use the product. Now, everything that you read on the web, somebody wrote that. Now, you might write your own blogs, your own social media posts, things like that, or even your own, I wrote my own conscript here. A busy executive or an organization, they don't do that. They don't write their own stuff. They don't have time for that. They hire copywriters. That's what I've been doing for years. I've been a generalist copywriter a lot longer than I've been a cybersecurity copywriter. It's really important to point out a couple of things here, really. I know the headline says copywriting is a lot more than just selling and grammar. It's more than just writing academic papers, except for papers, like we were talking about pre-show. Academic writing and copywriting are absolutely worlds apart. Just because you have an English degree, that doesn't mean you're a copywriter. Just because you've written a million academic papers, that doesn't make you a copywriter, because the tweet on the side there, I just saw that on LinkedIn a few days ago. Absolutely so prolific and slow. They want you to write and write and write and write like novels. In the business world, it really is like that. Okay, you need to explain this to me like you're riding in the elevator between the third and fourth floor, or I'm out of here. I don't have time for this. So you have to be concise. You have to get your point apart and concisely. And that also means just being able to be coherent. I mean, that's a start we can work with, but you have to be more than coherent. You have to be persuasive. You also have to know something about business. There's a lot of whether MBAs are worth for me. I think because I have the STEM undergrad, the MBA was worth it to me because it built a lot of gaps in my business knowledge that I did not have before. You have to be a business person, not just a good Canadian. Copywriting is also more than just writing all day. My husband and I laughed about this. We read this article a couple years ago. This person purportedly writes 10,000 words a day, every single day. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. I mean, banging out an entire season of The Walking Dead in like a week. Nobody does that. That's not how this works. It's not volume. And also, as a copywriter, you're doing a lot more than just writing. You're working in teams. White papers are put together in teams. Blogs are put together in teams. You're working with the rest of the marketing team, with the head of content, with the CMO, chief marketing officer. You're making sure that the marketing and communication strategies are putting forth a consistent message for the organization. If you're running a company, you don't want your blogs to sound really different than your social media channel. You want that tone to be consistent throughout. That's a big part of copywriting. So you're working with project teams to make sure that the tone is consistent, to make sure that the company is being presented well, to make sure that the product that you're marketing, product or products, are being marketed well, because you want to hit on the consumer's pain points. You're solving problems with the products. Copywriters also do, especially for white papers, tremendous amounts of research. We also sometimes, and I did a lot of this in 2021, because I did a lot of client case studies for Cloudflare. That's where you interview a company's client about a product, let's say a DDoS product, and you interview them about, well, why did you implement this product? What were you having? How did this product solve those problems? What else do you envision doing in the future? Things like that. So you talk to people sometimes, and then when you're writing that interview, you don't just transcribe the interview, you're putting it into a story to tell the brand story. Because anybody could just transcribe an interview, but you're making it so people actually want to read it. Now, I started by saying, I started out as a generalist copywriter, which actually, that's not a good thing. Most successful copywriters specialize in a particular niche. Like around my area, there's a lot of farm copywriters because there's like a million drug companies. Like I live in Delaware. So I came to specialize in cybersecurity. Cloud to another extent, because I did a lot of work for a Google Cloud Services company, but especially cybersecurity. As a cybersecurity copywriter, I'm a bridge between the technical and business sides of InfoSec. If I'm writing a blog about something, let's say Log4j, I have to understand what I'm talking about, at least at a high level. Okay, I'm not a developer. I don't have experience going in and pulling down all SIM systems, but I have an idea of how that's done on a high level. And that's the only way I can write about it. Because these blogs are going out to two audiences, both technical and non-technical, and I don't want to look foolish in front of the non-technical, in front of the technical people. I have to have an idea of what I'm talking about. Anything when I'm doing client studies, I'm interviewing a CISO about a problem their company was having. People now has secure and enable remote workforces because of the pandemic. And I'm talking to them about zero trust. I interviewed a lot of people implementing zero trust platforms. Well, I understand, why is it that, you know, you would want a zero trust platform? I can't just describe the product. I have to understand, well, somebody want to implement this. What are they getting at? What's in this for them? So that's how I bridge the tech and the business side, because I can talk the CISO's language. I can also talk the CEO's language. Now, the next question may be, well, isn't this the same thing as technical writing? Yes and no. Okay, these are two different functions. But very simply, copywriters market products, technical writers teach people how to use them. So technical writers do not get involved in the marketing side at all. The people have already purchased the product and they need to configure it, they need to deploy it, things like that. But as a copywriter, though, in the real world, even though these are two different functions, do some crossover, how to put together product documentation. I'm going to be doing more of it very soon because I actually a new job as a compliance analyst on Monday, where I'm going to be using my writing skills to write reports, and they're going to have me go through the company's product documentation as well. So you're going to be doing like any technical about like semantics, okay, like graphic artists at all, like I wouldn't know how to like put that together and label it. So there's like marketing professional, you need to be like really to be a cybersecurity. You have to be at least like tech light or tech modern. Okay, so now let's go into, you know, well, what can you do as a cybersecurity copywriter? Okay, that's how I began my career at InfoSec. Well, you know, I mentioned I start a new job as an analyst on Monday. So it's a good time to talk about potential career paths. If you want, you can spend your whole career as a copywriter. There's certainly a lot of work out there. I'm still turning people away. I spent 2 years turning people away, and I still am. I have to tell them that I got a full-time job. I can't take on freelance work anymore. You could also seg in other areas of marketing. You could wind up a content director, head of content, product marketer, even a chief marketing officer. That was not the area because you didn't get my personality. If it's yours, maybe even things like sales engineering. Depends on your personality interests. You can also, I do this in a little bit there in the pre-show, transition into writing intensive areas of InfoSec. Okay, so, you know, if you're running a pen test, you're running a pen test or running a vulnerability assessment, you can write a report that to give to the client. And if you're able to write one, it's going to be a lot easier for you to put together a report. Because I see a lot of posts on Twitter from web teamers that are like, oh, my God, I got to write a report. And I'm just like, it's not a core competency. If writing is one of your core competencies, you're going to have a lot easier time. Now, being the RC analyst, things like, okay, if your company is going for the FedRAMP certification and they want to do FedRAMP High, and that means you can sell services, cloud services to the federal government, like a top secret level. You have to put together what's called a system security plan for documenting all your security controls. It could be in the neighborhood of 2,000 pages long. Okay, somebody's going to write all that, and somebody like me. That's the reasons why the job, because it is writing heavy, even though the word says analyst, or the job says analyst. Culture, I make a lot of pop culture references, and it's been a long road. getting from there to here. I'm not going to torture you with that. I cannot sing at all. Okay, my journey into InfoSec was not a straight line. Not even close, okay? Potholes, degrees, no guardrails. I mean, really, if this had been easy, I did not wake up one day and just say, what do I want to do? I want to be a cybersecurity copywriter. That's what I'm going to do. No, I was working it out as a generalist copywriter. In addition to doing pretty much anything to change my life, as long as it, didn't involve like killing people. So it was just like, really horrible. At one point, we lost dogs for the money. I mentioned in the Discord that my first workshop was helping naughty people clean up their online reputation by pushing the bad stuff off of page one of Google. It's hilarious. Not getting me anywhere though. Bunch of education, because I graduated my bachelor's degree in 2011. I had no idea how to leverage it. We didn't have the same resources that we have now. This class was pretty much in its infancy unless you worked for Google. And no professional network to speak of. I'm not a big people person. I find it really hard to meet new people and network. So my professional from that was people who paid just for a living. But people they like really some really bad times. I have people see in your this house I'm sitting at. It's sitting right now. It's sitting on my porch. Look for your boss. I couldn't do anything about it. I didn't know what I was going to do. The answer was really right in front of me, and I didn't know it. I mentioned I was still doing these work jobs. I did the work, like, you know what it is. Most of you probably do. It's a freelance platform. They're probably the biggest one out there. Platform and me, doing different jobs on it, not just that reputation management job, but things like little copywriting jobs here and there. For example, I wrote some copy for a company. It's not even a business anymore. They made drone software. That ended up being my saving grace. So let's look. How can I get on now? This how I get that fertilizer box off my porch. In 2016. My very first InfoSec client. And here's how I got from this company that did GRC software development and auditing. Hit me up and said, okay, I need some content from my company. I need some sales collateral. You have this application, and I see you've done some tech jobs. I think you'd be good for this. If you don't know what GRC is, that's okay, because neither did I. He's offered the job, had no idea what GRC was. Here's what I did know. I really needed this money, and the client was willing to pay me about twice as much as these other. So I said yes, and then I started furiously Googling, and I found out it means risk management and compliance. That was a GRC vet. Gave myself a crash education in it because I had to. This had to work. Just failures not okay. And you can see here between 2016 and 2019, I worked very hard after I gave myself this crash education. Started blogging for this company every week. I started building a portfolio. All of a sudden, other companies started finding me on Upwork, a PR company that had some cybersecurity clients, Google Cloud services house that I talked about, other cybersecurity companies. Started finding me up. Started building a customer base. All of a sudden, I'm getting people coming at me and sort of me off of Upwork. In 2019, I had my very first 6-figure year. So I went from foreclosure to 6 figures. I couldn't believe it. Okay. 2020 happened. And I thought, this is going to be the end of this. I figured this couldn't last. Then everybody had to enable and secure remote workforces. Then all my clients, their business went, and then mine just went crazy. It got even busier. I'm turning away people as the world is ending. And I often joke, if you get a job in InfoSec, you will never be, not even when the world ends, you will still be working. To the end of the world. Now we're in 2021. I decided that I wanted to get out of freelance work and get a full-time job. And I also wanted to transition into an analyst type position. I got offered 3 jobs. One of them from the one I ended up taking was from my current client, Keeper Security. They didn't want to lose me. They just saw, okay, we have this great writer and she knows cyber and she has all this organizational knowledge. They didn't want it walking out the door. So I got into discussions with them and I start full-time with them on Monday as a GRC analyst. So foreclosure boss, the GRC analyst. I never thought this would happen. And if this can happen to me, this can happen to you. Just trust me here because I didn't even go into like, there's no time. I could probably spend the whole day talking about this. Enough about me. Then you go get yours because you need to get yours. The work is out there. It's really out there. I talk about how I'm turning clients away. It's not crap. These are statistics I pulled from a report that I did. Sources there in the slides. 36% of the American workforce freelances now. 53% provide skilled services like I do. In fact, the unskilled freelancers, that percentage is going down, and freelancing is getting more and more skilled. Fell into this category for a long time. 44% of freelancers told us we earn more money freelancing than we would have in a traditional job this year, and that's my case for a long time. When receivers hit me up, they were paying me a lot more than I would have earned in a full-time job at that point, especially because that was my first one. I had no experience or anything in cybersecurity. So now I'm going to tell you how you can get started and go get yours. First, you want to be a copywriter. Okay, cybersecurity copywriter. You need a portfolio. Lots and lots of writing samples. You need to start a blog and you need to update it regularly, 2 to 3 times a week at least. If you're not working, you have time to do this. What else are you doing? I like Medium. That's a blogging platform. One of the reasons why I like it is their articles tend to rank high in Google. So somebody searches, let's say you're writing blogs about zero trust. If somebody searches zero trust, your articles are probably going to come up pretty high if they're well written. You can write about cybersecurity news. You could write explainer articles. Just start writing. Demonstrate your knowledge. And as your knowledge base grows, keep writing. My Medium blog is, I haven't updated it in a long time. I haven't needed to. People have been coming at me. And so you have to promote yourself and your service is going to get full on. Keep ABC, always be closing. Like I said, your Medium is more high. You could also promote the blogs, all your social media, promote them on Twitter, promote them on LinkedIn. Get yourself a simple website. Doesn't have to be the greatest website in the world. It could be simple WordPress site, a couple of pages, just the place to your portfolio and how to contact you for work. Make profiles on work and job sites. Folks are almost familiar with. I know it's for job sites out there. Because starting out, this is something I really should have said a couple slides back. I'm sorry, it's my first presentation. You're looking at freelancing to start out. And is a good one. I know there's other ones. make profiles, and you can search your work there too. Not only can other people find you, you can find them. Here's something that I was going to get into, but I never did because, like I said, I'm starting work away. YouTube, TikTok videos, explainer videos. In fact, I think I can start doing this now that I've gotten a job, because I want to keep promoting my personal brand, even though I've got a full-time job, because that's just good for anybody to do. Network. Somebody in the Discord, they were saying I'm kind of shy. It's hard for me to network. I'm not so much shy, but I'm not a people person. I'm not a networking person. I didn't have to, and that's the beauty. No one has to anymore unless you want to. Get involved in InfoSec Twitter. Get involved in Discord chats. To some extent, LinkedIn. LinkedIn, it's a little hit and miss. But here's what you do use LinkedIn for. When you get a freelance job, connect with your clients on LinkedIn. And if you do work with, connect with them. Because people in tech move around a lot. And so when they move from one company to another, that company needs writing services, they'll hit you up. That happened to me. Oh, people are happy with you. They'll keep seeking you out. Companies like this one, virtual these days is beautiful. I love this. It's so much more inclusive. An old style in-person cons are great, but I love the inclusivity of this. Professional groups. I'm a member of I'm a member of Black Girls Hand, even though I'm not Black, because I just love what they're doing, the inclusivity. I'm a member of ISACA, join professional organizations, and they have virtual meetups too. Okay, and one final note, I put this here because I wasn't sure where else to put it. This presentation is focused on English language copywriting because, unfortunately, I only speak English. But if you're like Hoshi Sato there, if you know who that is, then you know. If you can write in more than one language, you can write your own ticket. I know the Cloudflare hires copywriters who can write well in other languages to interview clients whose first language is not English. They're a multinational firm, multinational firms, multinational client bases. You can speak to those clients in their languages. That's great. You can do case studies. You could do any kind of marketing material, blogs in those languages, and also with the case studies too. You can really command because you could interview a client in their language, write the case study in that language, because often a multinational firm will also want to translate it back into English because the story still applies even outside of whatever country the client was in. Okay, we're coming up on a half hour here, and I would like to thank you for listening to me blabber on for the last half hour. I'm looking at my notes here. Sorry, I should have memorized my script, and I did not. As I said, I will make these slides available for download. I am going to put them in the Discord as well as on my Twitter and LinkedIn. Make sure to follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn. If you follow me on Twitter, you're going to see a lot of stuff. This is Star Trek as well as smart stuff. Never quite know what's going to happen on my Twitter. I try to make it fun. And LinkedIn is like totally, totally. Because I'm an InfoSec, that's more professional. So now I have blanked on for just about 30 minutes here, and it is time for me to put the floor for audience questions.
Great. So first off, I want to say thank you for having Deep Space Nine and Enterprise references, two of my favorite Star Treks that don't get nearly enough love. I really appreciated those in particular. One of the things
Go
ahead. I'm sorry.
I said I took him to fun.
Yeah. One of the things that kind of jumped out to me is you mentioned specifically the difference between technical writing and copywriting. And I know that that's something that a lot of people do kind of mix up and don't see the difference in.
Yeah. Yeah, because there is crossover. If you're a copywriter, I have crossover in the technical writing. The technical writing still is, it's a particular field, and it's a great one if you can write really marketing. Like you're not good at selling, but you are good at explaining how to use product, because that's really, really needed. Because a lot of documentation, let's be honest, it's not very good. I mean, I tech products and I read the documentation and I'm like, who the heck is not going to do a lot better job? So I know there's a great need for that out there as well. I know there is.
So do you find that there's kind of a lot of overlap in the skill set between the two? For example, you talked about kind of lots of different paths in your career as a copywriter. Is kind of a pivot to tech writing one of those possible paths?
You know what? Yeah, actually it could be, sure. Sure, why not? I didn't even think of that. That's an excellent question. Yeah, because if I wanted to, I could have gone for more, technical writing type jobs if it had been my interest. Like I said, it just depends on what your interest and personality and skill set is. Have you done technical writing? Did you mention that you've done it in the past?
I've done quite a bit of technical writing, yeah.
You have to draw schematics or anything?
I'm sorry?
Do you need to be able to draw schematics or anything like that as a technical writer?
It depends. Often I've had graphics departments or graphics teams that are able to do that, or the developers themselves. If it's a particular topic that's really specific to like my expertise, then yes, absolutely. For example, I do a lot of offensive research, and a lot of that is reverse engineering and fuzzing, which is a type of attack methodology. And so for those sorts of things, I'll draw the graphics, but that's because that's my particular focus or my particular interest. In other cases, when I've done it, I've had developers or graphics teams that do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because that's the one. I'm not a graphic artist at all. Pictures, I really wish I could. But and as a copywriter too, I work graphics teams because often, like I'll be doing a white paper and I'll say, well, this would be good for like a call out button, or this would be good here for like a little diagram with showing like zero trust, for example. Okay, that's a good one. Showing how this product accomplishes that. Often a diagram it's better than just a little text. So I have worked with graphic artists too. Lots of work. Lots of work in teams.
Okay, so that was going to kind of be my next question, was that you mentioned that need for kind of the ability to be that bridge between the technical and kind of the layman, or the technical and the business. And a lot of that is going to be in skills that I don't typically associate with writing, like graphics, like formatting, or you mentioned, kind of branding yourself via some kind of website. Do you typically find that you need to build, for example, web design skills, or do you use tooling for that sort of thing, in your experience?
I use tooling. Just enough about web programming to get into trouble.
I understand that completely.
Period to get into trouble. The URL. When I was ready, I was just going to put up a simple word. Started getting so much business that I didn't need one. People were finding me. They were finding me on Upwork. They were finding me on Medium. So if you just don't even know what to do with a website at all, you could just have people go to your Medium blog, or you could put up, like I said, one because they don't find Google, but it's other platforms too. You could use WordPress.com. If you have a blog and it's ranking even sort of okay, people will start finding you, and then it's like a client base too. They started referring me to other people. I would joke somebody needs to upload me to Google Cloud and scale me, because I was just getting so much work I couldn't handle. Need to be scaled.
Yeah. Scaling people is hard. Yeah, especially with rare skills. The number of software developers seems to be much larger than the number of people who can write about software development. And
you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And so I feel like that's definitely an important kind of gap, and I'm glad that that's something you illustrated. your particular path was freelancing to a full-time position. Is that kind of the most common path for copywriting? If you wanted to get into the business, is that where you would suggest someone start?
Yeah, as a copywriter, just getting started, you're really better off doing freelancing at first. Now, it used to be pre-COVID, companies didn't hire full-time copywriters. They would outsource this type of work. However, I have noticed a significant uptick. Because I do scan job listings, and when I was looking for a job, I had people coming at me offering me full-time copywriting jobs. If my client at first said, well, we could offer you a full-time copywriting job. And I said, well, I want to get into more of an analyst position. And because the company's growing like crazy, they said, well, actually, we can use you for that too. And in the interim, in my new job, I'm actually still going to be writing blogs and doing some of the marketing stuff, in addition to doing the compliance stuff, and they're going to have me get into product documentation. So I'm going to be using my skills here
all of those skills.
in my new position starting Monday. I can't believe this.
That's another point from your talk that I really kind of took to heart was that despite the fact that you're specifically talking about copywriting, you mentioned that having writing in general as one of your core skills, your core competencies is valuable everywhere, regardless of what you're doing.
It is. It's kind of like math, but okay, for example, I don't know, I don't calculate any derivatives, okay? I'd have to go back and look at how to do them.
Yeah.
The critical thinking skills and the problem solving skills that I developed, taking all those high level maths as an undergrad, well, I use those every day. And writing is the same thing. Once you can write well, you can pretty much use this in any job. Even, let's say you're a dev. Well, you got to document your code, because code documentation is often, let's be honest, is crap. And if you have good documentation, well, then when you leave the company and somebody else has to go in and fix your code, it's like, wow, okay, this person explained this really well. It's going to make things a lot easier for the next person or for other people on your team. You're not there. Somebody's got to go in and fix stuff. You've just made their job a lot easier to secure things too, certainly. If you can look in and just tell what's going on.
Or for your documentation, I also like to say, is for your future self as well.
That too, when you have to go
back. Because I never remember what I did. But
yeah, how in the world would you? I mean, I don't remember everything I've written. I have to be careful when I'm writing not to plagiarize myself. Because I've written so much material.
I hadn't considered that. Interesting.
That kind of segues into another interesting point that you brought up, which is that as a copywriter, you need to be able to kind of mimic tone and voice for potentially lots of different topics and organizations.
Yeah.
Do you find that is kind of one of the harder skills, or does that come naturally, the ability to write in multiple different voices or different tones?
That's hard, and that's a skill that you have to work on and develop. Kind of hard to explain how I do it. It's like obscenity. I see it. It's like obscenity. I know it when I see it.
It seems to me that would be very similar to being an actor, where you're taking on different roles and perform. You're performing as these different people when you're writing.
Yeah, and that's kind of funny you said that, because that's what I wanted to be as a child, and that's why I go these. I scan these actors because I'm living vicariously through them.
Love that.
Performance skills all the time. I didn't think I would go right here using performance skills to give a talk at a con. This
so if someone wants
next, anybody watching out there, this could be you.
Yeah. If somebody wanted to gain kind of those technical writing skills or those copywriting skills, whether they wanted to be a copywriter or just are a developer, do you have kind of a suggestion and a path to get started in that?
That's a good one. God. There are, nobody can really teach you to be a writer. They can help you hone a skill that's already there. And I know that there are books on copywriting. There are lots of seminars on copywriting, free and low-cost resources out there. that you could take advantage of, and you could learn how to build your skills. The best way to build your skills is to just write anything really. When I'm not professionally writing, I write X-Files fanfic. I mean, it helps loosen me up. And
Okay,
it also write fiction. You know, if you're just writing fiction, you can you get to thinking like a writer. There's a way of thinking like a writer. I should maybe do a talk or a course on this sometime, because that's a good question. That's a whole nother topic, how to train yourself as a writer.
Yeah,
really
or maybe next GRIMMCON.
Maybe. There you go. If there's a demand for it, if I didn't totally bomb this presentation.
No, you did great. One thing kind of associated with what Tiller just said that I was curious about is I know for copywriting that, you know, copywriters are good writers that also have, you know, technical knowledge about the, you know, the area that they're filling in. Because as you said during the talk, you can't really write about something that you don't have the background on. So I was curious what you do to, what kind of skills you use to get information about you know, new things that come up. Like you talked about zero trust, right? How do you, what type of techniques, how do you go about finding out about that?
Google furiously, immerse yourself in whatever it is you're learning about. Like, I didn't know what GRC was. I immersed myself in GRC. I read and read and read and read and read. I spent hours and hours and hours reading, watching videos, reading other people's blogs, reading other people's articles, get the feel, get the reason for this. Start participating in discussions. I should have started participating in InfoSec Twitter years before. I didn't use my Twitter account for pretty much anything for years. And I could have jumped on that sooner. So that was a mistake I made, you know, that others don't have to make. But like I said, there's so many more resources available now than there were 10 years ago, or even 5 or 6 years ago. And most of them are low cost or free. So if you're unemployed, you don't have a lot of money, that's okay. You don't need to spend a bunch of money to get started. One thing that I will say stay away from are these people selling courses like, okay, buy my course and I'll teach you how to make $100,000 a month as a copywriter. No, stay away from that. You know how they're making it? Selling that course to people like you. That's how they're making that.
They're doing copywriting for their course on copywriting.
Yeah, and for those who recall, that 10,000 words a day person was selling some kind of course to teach you how to be a copywriter. Yeah, right.
And that feels like something that doesn't scale. You only need so many people doing that. So
exactly. All right.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. I definitely learned a lot. It's a really interesting topic, and I am now following you on Twitter so I can hear more about it and the rest of what you do. So
I'm gonna start posting more smart stuff. We're posting more smart stuff now. These bigger people.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to post smart things on InfoSec Twitter. Trust me.
No, I post very few smart things and very many not smart things. So you'll be in good company.
Okay, thank you so much for having me and for this opportunity. You know what I really like, I'd like to say this here on the live mic too, is that you have so many diverse speakers, women, people of color, and this is what we need at the bigger InfoSec cons, because we have a very diverse community and there are a lot of voices out there, and I love how GRIMMCON is just giving everybody a chance to come in and and be part of this community and kick off their careers and get more exposure.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. It's definitely something that we strive for. It's a big part, and that's part of why actually for this conference, for the first time, we're partnering with Making Space and Sharing the Mic to really try and bring in even more diversity in our speakers. So thank you for mentioning that.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I can go relax and watch the rest of the talks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Be seeing you.
All right.
So
next up.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Wait, you're okay. Next up is Marie Williams. Let's see.
All right. Yeah. So the next talk is titled "Pivoting in Life: Making Lateral Movements." which I think is a great talk title for a security conference. So we're going to be talking a little bit more about kind of how to get into cybersecurity as a concept, a lot of space there, but also a lot about kind of the different pieces that go into that. And so I'm really looking forward to that talk as well. It looks like you are able to present. Perfect. So as soon as you're ready, you can turn on your camera and take it away. All right, there we go. Looks like you are muted though.
Okay, hello everybody. How are you doing today?
All right.
We've had some connection problems. Glad we panned it out.
Got it. Well, we'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Hi everybody. My name is Marie Williams, and I'm happy that you're here today. This is my first time speaking at a conference. I'm like really nervous. So today I want to go over some topics about pivoting in life and making lateral movements in your career field. I want to share a little bit of my story, and maybe it could help you. As a mentor, it could also help you, if you have a mentee, you could forward them this video in the future. We're all busy, so this video could help, your mentees out whenever they need some help and need some resources or have questions. I want to help fellow students as well, get some resources and help set them on their path. A little bit about me. I'm a cybersecurity analyst at Bitdefender. I have my second associates in cybersecurity, and I start my university in January. You can find me on Twitter or Discord. So my purpose of my talk today is to really convey that there's no right path into cybersecurity. Everyone has their own path, and no path is for everyone. Each path is unique. I want to provide some non-typical guidance on how to join the industry through non-traditional ways. Often there are debates on whether or not you should get a degree, what's right and wrong. But like I said, there's no right path in cybersecurity. So my intentions are to help bridge the gap, to help those who don't have the resources. I know I didn't. I kind of fell into this by chance or accident. I want to help those who don't have resources and also help you bridge the gap of that you might possibly be creating for yourself. It is in my spirit to help others. Hope my mom's watching, but my parents helped people all their life, so I watched them. My grandfather also helped people. He helped find missing children. So naturally, I just want to help people. And I didn't think that this field even had that type of opportunity, and I'm glad to see people do that. So I see industry leaders leading by example, and I want to help emulate those. I want to also emulate those great leaders. My professors are helping the next generation of students become cybersecurity professionals. My cyber patriot coach, she was the one who got the cyber patriot into the school district, so she's helping the students pave their way into the cybersecurity field. My bosses at Bitdefender, and how open-minded they are to people like me who just say, hey, how can I get into this field? How can I work for you? They didn't have to do that. They're very open-minded as leaders, and that's pretty awesome. And then people that I've networked on Twitter, I see them leading by example in many various ways, through podcasts, by just cheering people on, by giving them examples and resources and help. So there is no right path, right? You can get your cybersecurity degree, but you don't have to. You could pair that degree with certifications, or you can just get certifications only. And there's a lot of educational resources in the field out there that are also very affordable. TCM Security likes to do giveaways. Hack the Box Academy is pretty affordable as well. I knew Hack the Box existed, but I didn't know the Academy existed until I really started getting into networking with people. So given the fact that we are here at GRIMMCon, GRIMMCon also provides training. So if you're already in the field, you're a security professional, they provide hands-on training for professionals. So what does pivoting mean, right? So I love this quote, pivot in life, it may just be your silver lining. Pivoting can mean a lot of things. So I will touch briefly on what it means in pen testing. Some of us may know and some of us may not. I'll briefly touch on the definition and how it applies to my life and what I have done and what others have done. So pivoting and lateral movements in pen testing. You have your threat actor. He starts studying his target. He sends a phishing email. He ends up making the connection. Then he goes into the servers and systems, starts scrubbing the passwords and starts, he runs away with his profit or things that he was looking for. So pivoting in my life, I've made several lateral movements and pivoted in my most recent fail. We all have setbacks in our life, whether that's great or small, and we learn from them and get better with time. I've had many setbacks in life and I've lost a lot of time, but I persevered. I won't go too much into my far back into my history. I'll just talk about my most recent fail. So I was in the military briefly. I got an associate's in computer and electronics, thinking that I was going to go back into the military, and then I decided not to. I thought programming was hacking, so I did sign up to go to get my programming degree after this first degree, and I realized it wasn't. There weren't any cybersecurity degrees out there. I really didn't know how to get into learning about hacking. I didn't know how to get to the tools or anything like that. I didn't even do my research. So I dropped out of programming, fell into some really deep, dark times. And then I ended up working in the food industry for the best chefs. That ended up not being conducive to my life. So I went back to tech. I first went to a coding boot camp. I remember on our first day, I said that I was interested in coding and cybersecurity, but I didn't think that my cybersecurity path was going to be so soon. So I went to the boot camp. I could not keep up. I was burning out. It was way too fast paced for me. So kudos to those who go through boot camps and finish, because I couldn't. I failed. And then I was like, I was leaving the hacker space I was studying at. It was like later than what most people do, like study for. And I passed by Bitdefender and I was like, oh, that's cool. I used to be a customer of theirs. I didn't think that they were here. I'm going to go in and ask them some questions like, how can I work there? I asked them, do I need a degree to get into this field? What certifications do you think I should get? I was like, I was thinking about the CEH, so on and so forth. They gave me some advice. They even said I didn't need a degree, which is pretty awesome. Which is why I'm conveying this, is because like you could just get your certifications to get into the field. And then I got a business card from them. So I said, I'll see you in a year. So I left, and then 2 weeks later, I signed up for school. And then I talked to somebody from the boot camp again, and I said, hey, guess what? I signed up for school. He's like, well, that's awesome that you're able to pivot and continue on. And I was like, wow, that's the first time I ever heard that word. I literally I heard of pivoting in the military, but like I never heard of that for my life, right? So I thought that was pretty cool that he said that. I carried that with me. And then as I continue on with school, I got on Udemy and Coursera and learned more about myself, because I can code. I'm just better self-taught. I'm better watching videos. I'm better reading and comprehension and applying versus very, very fast paced. So I was learning React and Angular on the side and then continuing on with school. So I fell into volunteering. with B-sides, and because my school wanted me to. And I found Cyber Patriot through my school's website. I usually volunteer for food banks, and I was like, you know what, I want to volunteer for my field, which makes sense, right? So I really want to convey that volunteering in your field helps you pivot and make those lateral movements if you want to get into the cybersecurity field, because you end up networking with a lot of people. And these are great people. I'm very surprised. Like, everyone's just very helpful, super nice, and like really knowledgeable. So I started doing that, and then I learned about Try Hack Me, Hack the Box Academy, which I didn't know existed. I knew Hack the Box existed, but not Academy. And then, you know, I did my volunteering. I met Philip and Kim. Kim Crawley is an awesome person. The first time I talked to her literally was about Elon Musk. And the reason why I trust her as anybody in the field or a mentor is because she won't steer you the wrong way, and she'll tell you like it is. And if you don't know something, she'll tell you, and she'll give you the resources to learn about that subject. And Philip Wiley, I think he's awesome. He helps keep people secure in the industry. I feel like he does a little bit of OSINT, maybe he did some on me, but it was pretty awesome because he helped me pave my own path, get some resources out there. And I read their Pen Tester's Blue Book. That's an awesome book to, you know, for beginners to like pave their own path, get into the industry, figure out what they want to do, so on and so forth. I kept networking on Twitter, which is weird because I fell into Twitter through my honor society, and how they play games on Twitter. So they play games on Twitter, then I fell into cybersecurity Twitter, and it all went on from there. So through networking, I made friends and got a free DEF CON badge this year, which is pretty awesome. I didn't know Black Hat had scholarships. I was like, I'm probably not going to get one, but I'll do it anyways. And I did, and I got a scholarship. So it's pretty awesome. I didn't think I was ever going to go to Black Hat. Like, I wanted to go years ago, and I was like, I'm not going to go. I didn't think I was going to go to Black Hat this soon. And I did, and it was pretty awesome. So I think it's pretty awesome to make these connections in the industry. Again, I didn't have my degree at the time. You don't have to have your degree to make these connections and reap from these benefits. So a year into my schooling, I moved and I misplaced my Bitdefender business card. And I was at an RSA virtual conference because I'm always constantly learning. I see a conference, I'm like, okay, let me sign up. I might not go to it if I don't have time, but like at least I signed up for it. So I went to the RSA conference and I saw somebody who works at Bitdefender who I happened to be following. And I was like, well, he's a pretty high leader. Like, will he write me back? I wrote to him anyways, and I took that chance, and he wrote me back, and I told him the story about how I said I was going to come back in a year. He did not have to talk to me. He did not have to write back. He could have just been like, look, this noob, I don't care what she has to say. But he got the email, the most important email that I needed to send in my resume in half an hour. So that's another good reason why networking in the industry is good, because everyone's just really here to help you out and connect you to people. So I connected with who I needed to. We made our discussion and I got my internship. So I think it's pretty awesome. Do you need a degree? No. But on my path, I feel like I needed a degree because it helps keep me accountable. It gives me doors to leadership, and then helps me smooth out the rough edges on my soft skills. So now I share my story with others. I have a fellow mentee in the Cyber Patriot group that I'm in, and she is going to a university, and she's really young, and she doesn't know any of you guys. She doesn't know any of you guys. She doesn't know any of you guys exist or women in cybersecurity. So I'm helping her get those connections, and I'm hoping that she takes the advice that I give her. So this leads me to my next, how others in the industry have pivoted. They all have had their own goals, made some career changes, got their certifications, or found their niche. Again, you carve your own path, right? Just like as these people that I'm about to show you have. Don't ever let anyone, yourself, or your own setbacks discourage you from getting into the field. Your path is not wrong, whichever path you choose to take. So I'm going to go ahead and briefly touch on these others in the industry. So Lily Clark, I happen to have met her at DEF CON. She's a really awesome girl. She's really nice. I met her on Twitter, which is really funny because I think it's an awkward way to meet somebody, right? But she was really nice. She gave me the time of day, and I've watched her grow very rapidly within this year. It's pretty awesome to where she has pivoted onto, and I think that networking with people and her attitude helps out a lot. She's just a really great person. She has her health degree, as you can see here. She pivoted through many different job sectors. She ended up getting her EGPT certification. She has a mentor, John Helmness, who she trusts the most. I think that when you're in this field, you need a mentor. I think mentorship is very important to help guide you along the way. And now she's an offensive security consultant for Echelon. So pretty awesome for her. I think that we need more people like her in the industry. So Casey, I met him in my Twitter networking path, like when we only had like 100 followers. He is a perfect example of not having a degree in cybersecurity. He just has a CCNA certification, and he most recently got his cybersecurity job offer. Skyetic Nerd. He's pretty awesome. I met him through B-Sides, which is, it's great because now I'm staff for B-Sides next year. So he's also another example of how he got into cybersecurity without getting a degree in cybersecurity. He got his degree in photography. Then he decided to get his MS degree and then added a CISP to that, and now is in digital management. Mike Patrick, he's a very inspiring person. I think he's very good. He's a very good person. When I was creating the slide, like towards the end, I was like teary-eyed because I was like, oh my God. I like read the notes that he sent me and I was like, okay. So he started his pool business, and he had a pool business for almost a decade. He was tired of it. He really wanted to change careers for his family, which I think is really touching. Very awesome of you. He went on to get a cybersecurity degree to help balance his life out. He got his certifications. His mentor is Joe Hell from TCM Security, and he found his first CVE this year, and now he's a pen tester. So all this happened within this year, and I think I commend him because he has a family. He changed careers. I mean, he did all that studying. I mean, I don't have a certification yet. I've been studying for 2 straight years. And he got those 2 certifications and a CVE. And I think it's pretty awesome. Did his cybersecurity degree get that for him? Not necessarily. The fact that he paired it with his certifications did. And the fact that he has this mentor and, you know, a good guide. I've heard really great things about Joe Hell. And Mike really just kept at it. And the next one is Melanie Mitch. She's the perfect example of how she persevered through some life traumas or, you know, things that people go through. But I really like her because she got her PNTP certification through that, like through persevering through her hardships, actually. I've been studying for 2 straight years. I fell into my dark times, and I'm still due to earn my own certifications. So I think it's pretty awesome that she persevered through it all, and she got her PNTP certification. As you can see, she does not have her degree in cybersecurity. She did a lot of networking. Her mentor is Heath Adams, and now she's starting as an OSINT analyst next year. So let's clap for her because that's pretty awesome. So I'll go, my next few slides are resources and mentors. I'll briefly go through them. These two are awesome, as I've talked about in the beginning. You know all about them. If you don't, please forward them to new students, people in the field that don't know about them yet. They're pretty great people to have on your side. Felipe and Omar, I made them my mentors. Not even sure if Felipe thinks he's my mentor, but I can come to them and ask them questions anytime I want, and they'll help me out. In fact, Omar just recently sent me books so that I can study for my Security Plus 601 certification, since I only studied for the 501. I really admire their posts on Twitter. I really admire their talks. They're very technical, and one day I hope to be just like them, because I don't always want to be giving talks like this. One day I hope I can show you a tool that someone created, or that I found, or maybe that I created. So we have Dark Knight Diaries. Jack Rysider, introduced lots of people in the field. They tell awesome stories. You should check it out. Also, Davin is a security researcher or a security engineer, and he is also a perfect example of how you don't need your cybersecurity degree to get into the field. He only has certifications. And these are other resources and mentors. They mentor people out in the industry. All their information's right here. I know I'm going to be crunched on time, so I'll just lightly touch on them. Lola is awesome. She's been rapidly growing as well through networking in the field. She's an awesome woman. I really commend her drive. She only learned through TryHackMe, and then she got her EJPT through EIN, and now she's working for EIN. So she is another great example of how you don't have to have a cybersecurity degree to get into the field. Alyssa has a book for people who are new to the industry and who want to break into the field. She's a BISO and a hacker. She's a public speaker, and she's everywhere. She's also an advocate. I suggest reading that book. It will help you pave your path to see if you want to be on red team, blue team, so on and so forth. Alyssa Knight is a great hacker. She's a CISO, content creator. I had the pleasure of meeting her at DEF CON. She gave the time of day to me, which is pretty awesome. I was fangirling on the inside, but I didn't show it. She's a great actress. I suggest going to her website and checking her out. She's a very nice woman, and she will give you the time of day as well. Cyber Warrior Studios is another great resource. He introduces a lot of people from the industry and also who are new to the industry, and showcases what they do and what they're all about. The Cyber Mentor, as you've seen, the Cyber Mentor is a lot of people's mentors. He is a favorite in the field. He really advocates for having affordable education, really just like implements, like conveys that you don't have to have your degree. Again, there's no right path in the field. People have gotten jobs just through taking his courses. And the rest here are also great resources and mentors. I have not touched in, have not used their resources at all. I've looked into them and people are very happy with them. As you can see here, they're all wonderful people, and I really appreciate the fact that they let me put them down as a resource. This Women in Cybersecurity, I just recently joined them and I haven't touched base with them very much, but I will starting next year. We Hack Purple is very good for application security. She's really into diversity and bridging the diversity gap in cybersecurity, so I think that's pretty awesome as well. If you want to learn bug bounty, I suggest you just ask her right here. Sorry, I'm having a brain fart. Yes, this is my list of mentors right here, resources and mentors right here. In the last slide, I have our educational resources. We have Republic of Hackers right here, who they're very active on Twitter and Discord. They show you walkthroughs and videos on Discord, which I think is pretty awesome. I haven't seen that in the industry, well, this year until them. They will go through Try Hack Me and Hack the Box, or they'll go through tools. You can just pop in on their Discord, watch their videos and the walkthroughs, and you can learn a lot from them. I know that they're getting into mentorship as well, and they're just great overall hacking enthusiasts. All these other educational resources are resources that I think are great to pass on to other people who don't know anything about the field, who want to break in. I think a lot of them are affordable. Also, Black Hat and DEF CON have their talks on their website for free. And that's it. I would like to thank all of you for putting up with my connection problems and my emotional state in the beginning. Thank you to Catherine Ullman for coaching me throughout this whole thing for my first conference talk, and thank you for Grim for having me on for my first cybersecurity talk.
Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for joining us. It was a great talk. I think the list that you put together here is phenomenal. I know a lot of these folks. They're all really amazing people, and I think that having that as a resource in one place is going to be really great for kind of other people that are looking for mentors. And I think that you have a really good list here. So thank you. I tried to keep up and drop as many of those links as I could in Discord. I didn't get all of them, but that's okay. The recording will be up. We'll be able to get all of that later. And you can now count yourself among that group of people who has provided a resource or given a talk that's helpful and beneficial. So that's pretty exciting too.
Yes, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This was scary for me. Wow. But I hope I perfect this talk over time. Thank you.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
First one is always scary.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. It could be really daunting to kind of put yourself out there. But when I saw your CFP submission and I was going through the list to kind of decide who should have a talk, I was really impressed by the organization and the plan that you kind of put behind it and what your goal was. And I'm really glad that we brought you in to give this talk. It was really good, and I think a really good set of resources for people. I think it's also really inspiring and really important and helpful to have that message that there is no one correct way into this industry. And that's true for a lot of industries, but this one especially. So many people I know that got their start in hacking in general did it because it was a thing that they thought was cool, and then eventually learned that they could make a career out of it. And so many of those don't have any kind of degree or came at it from some other field and into it. And I'm one of those. I started as a math teacher, and now I run a security training team. And a bunch of the folks that are on my team also either don't have a degree or have an unrelated degree. And that's something that I think is a great thing about this field is that because it's really more about being inquisitive and wanting to know the answers to questions and doing things than it is about necessarily having that formal training, that there are so many ways into it as long as you want to learn it and you can put kind of that effort in. And so your story of your path into that and the way that you've had stops and starts is really a great message and really inspiring too, because that also goes to show that there's no one path, but there's also no one time frame, and there's no way to do it wrong as long as it's what you want to do and you keep working towards it. So I really love that message.
Thank you. I hope I made sense. So I'm glad.
Oh,
it
100%.
Like maybe I did.
You absolutely did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
I did like that as well. The time frame thing I think is key, because a lot of things, we've had a few people talking about boot camps already, pros, cons, whatever, but the time frame on those is generally very small, and that can be challenging given whatever the different whatever is going on in the attendees' life.
Yeah, and when you fail at something like that, usually maybe you want to crawl under a rock, but this time I didn't. So I think that's pretty awesome. And I don't think I'd be here today if I did. So.
Yeah, I really, one of the huge takeaways, one of the lines that you said that really spoke to me is that you shouldn't let anyone hold you back, even yourself. You don't want to let that instinct to run and hide stop you. And it's okay if there's a pause there, and it's okay if there's missteps, but not letting yourself be your worst enemy, I think, is a great great idea, great message that I kind of took away from this. That because I've done that in so many aspects of my life. I've stopped something because I felt like I failed at it. It is a lot of people, especially neurodivergent folks, will, if something doesn't come easily to them initially, will run away from it. And the lesson that you can keep going and keep trying, I think, is really great.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that you helped me also convey the message I was trying to get across.
Sure. There is a question from the Discord, and it's sort of been answered in that the link has been shared, but could you talk a little bit about your experience with the Black Hat Scholarship application, kind of what that was like for you and how you went through that, if you're comfortable sharing?
Yeah, so I knew about Black Hat years ago, obviously. I was like, wow, that's a super cool conference. Like, I don't know if I'll ever be good enough to go, because I thought you had to be like a really badass hacker to go. And then on Twitter, I saw that they had scholarships. So I was like, oh, I didn't know they had any scholarships. And I remember like laying in bed, I was like, am I going to do it? I was like, there's a few more months left. Can I afford it? Can I afford to go? I was like, you know what? Just do it. I was like looking at my school schedule. I saw that they had student scholarship there, veteran scholarship, women in cybersecurity scholarship as well. Like, super awesome to have that opportunity, because it's really expensive, right? So I saw the student one. I was looking through it, and I even told them this too. It was funny. The student application is really long, right? You have to do research on some of the topics from the Black Hat. What was your favorite Black Hat talk? I'm like, oh man, I don't even know, because I haven't been. So I went to look through them. I was like, wow, this is some really intense stuff. Like, it's like mind-boggling. And I saw that they had the veteran one, and I was like, oh, that application looks really easy. Well, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the easy one. And I did. And he said that out of Mike DeBoss said that out of 200 scholarship applications for the veteran one alone, I did get that scholarship. Others did too. We met at DEF CON. We all met at DEF CON, and yeah, I was one of the few that was lucky enough to get it. I'm really grateful for that. It's super awesome. I can't believe I did it, but yeah, it's a pretty easy process. I know that somebody else got a women's, she's already in cybersecurity, she got a women's scholarship. So there's also that opportunity for women out there too, if you're not a student or a veteran.
That's great. I think that the fact that there are multiple categories is really great, and the fact that some are easier than others, maybe not so great, but the fact that they are there.
Probably won't, that won't slide for me next time now that he knows, but I'll probably have to do that really intensive secured student one, but that's okay.
I also love that not only is it an opportunity for you to attend the conference, but it's also an opportunity for you to meet the other people that are there as part of that program, and kind of network with other folks that are from a similar background or like-minded, and really form a community. And I think one of the great things about InfoSec as a community is that not only are we kind of one large thing, but we're also a bunch of small things. And there's someone out there, because there are so many different paths to being an InfoSec, because there are so many different kind of people, and it is such a diverse background, you can always find groups of people that are like you to interact with if you go out and search for them. And I think you kind of mentioned finding InfoSec Twitter as a part of your kind of journey and your process. And I think that that's a really valuable resource as well. So I'm really glad that you listed so many people, not only that are possible mentors, but also people that have gone through similar kind of journeys of pivoting or of finding InfoSec in their same way, in their own way. So of all of the content, I think that both of those as kind of differing views and understanding that there are lots of sub-communities here in InfoSec, I think that's a really great message.
Yes, Black Hat did, and DEF CON did give me the opportunity to network. It seemed like most of my time was networking, not networking, but just hanging out with people that I met on Twitter in person. I guess I wasted some of the Black Hat. If I could do it again, I would do it differently, but I didn't go to any talks at Black Hat. I avoided all the vendors except for one. I was too shy to talk to the vendors. Here, free shirt. I was like shying away. Didn't want to be that person getting all the swag. I don't know why, but maybe next time I'll get all the swag. But I went to the arsenals at Black Hat. I really enjoyed watching those. And then I networked with everyone. I did like the, picking the keypads. That was pretty awesome. Lock picking. That was fun and very addicting and hard to get away from. DEF CON was also like a whole, I watched a lot of talks. I was scared of the villages because it was like face to face, but next time I'll do it differently. They had like the honeypot village. It was pretty awesome hands-on stuff. But most of the time I did just hang out with people that I met on Twitter. Also, these resources are awesome to have. I just, I'm going to re-record this talk for my blog that I haven't set out there yet. It's in the making, but I want this to be handed off to somebody who doesn't know. I know my talk wasn't very professional, but anybody that doesn't know anything about WSIS or, they don't even know who Alyssa Knight is, like, I want this to help someone else and help them get some networking and educational tools.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. As far as kind of the presentation of your talk goes, I think that you're probably your own harshest critic. I thought that it went really well. I thought that you were great. So I don't think there's anything to worry about there.
Speaking of not getting in your own way, that is very true, I find, of most people. For talks or projects or writing, whatever you do is often yourself that you have to try and check that inner critic a little bit, because nothing is ever, it's often things are not going to be quite like you're aiming for, but the end talk was still great. I loved it.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the last thing I kind of want to leave you with, and anyone else that's speaking, is that I literally talk for a living. I stand in front of classrooms, I do presentations like this, and I'm still nervous every single time. And that's okay. It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to need a few minutes and to have missteps. That's a part of the experience, especially, like, I'm an introvert. It's hard to tell, but I am. And kind of putting yourself out there is really hard. And it's really easy to beat yourself up for things not coming easily when you think they should. And there's really no need to, because even when you've been doing this, literally it's what I do for a living and it has been for a long time, I still have missteps. I still, I'll be a few minutes late to something because I have to psych myself up and get there. So you are far from alone. You're in very good company there.
All right. I thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right. You guys have a great New Year's.
All right.
You too.
Thanks. You too. Well.
All right. Next up, we're going to have Sean McKeever. Sean is actually a grimmer. Is that what we call us?
I don't know.
And was able to kind of step in at the last minute. So thank you very much, Sean, for being able to do that. We had a cancellation that we were not expecting. There we go. And Sean was able to step in with something last minute. So I really appreciate that. And I also love the topic of your talk. So I'm excited to kind of hear it. This is a little bit of an exception because you do have a little bit more speaking experience than most folks in this track. But despite kind of coming in at the last minute, I think that it's going to be really good. I'm really looking forward to it.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my screen situated here. So
that's all right.
No worries.
We've got a few minutes before the talk is scheduled to go. So we'll essentially just be hanging out for a little bit, unless you wanted to start early.
No, not at all. I can hang out for a minute, and I really appreciated Marie's talk. As I said in Discord, it took me 10 years to officially get a security role. From the deciding with intention, I want to do that every day, to actually turning that into my day job. It's not a straight line, and it's different for everyone. So, don't give up the fight.
It's a topic I've been kind of curious about, because I know those of us who are, people who have been in cybersecurity for a while now, I mean, they all came from whatever background, right? There was no official training, 10 years ago. Now there are some different programs, and there's boot camps. There's a lot of different things that people can do. But as has been discussed, the same solution doesn't fit everybody. People's timelines, people's lives, people's brains, they all have different ways of going about things and getting to something. But if it's something that you're interested in, being persistent, But honestly, I think finding the community, finding people you can talk to, finding people who can answer questions and mentor you is probably going to be the biggest help, regardless of whatever official certification or training or whatever is going on.
Yeah,
and
that's something that I really enjoyed from Marie's talk is that there are so many resources there that are now available to people who just didn't have that even first step. And that first step from knowing it's what you want to do to actually doing something about it is the hardest. So I think that giving people those resources is a phenomenal way to spend your time.
And one more thing on Marie's talk, on the topic of being nervous. I was nervous getting on this morning, emceeing the noob channel here. And before, I do training, I've done training, I've done talks, and before everyone, I'm really nervous. It's I don't know, somehow whenever I actually start, I'm nervous until I get up and I start doing the talk, and then afterwards I don't remember what I said. I've heard that this is something that happens to other people as well. I'm not sure, but if you are nervous going into it, if you're nervous preparing, you're not alone. Don't worry.
Yeah, far from, and a lot of that, it never goes away. But you learn to deal with it the more you do it, and kind of the more experience you have, and so that's part of the reason that despite a lot of people kind of being trained educators, there's a public speaking component to being a teacher that I didn't get in. I have part of a degree in education. I was a public school teacher, and I took one public speaking class as part of that. It wasn't a focus by any means. And so one of the things that I try to tell people who are trying to get into that space, it's a question we get a lot, is that the hardest part of it is the speaking. Everything else you can learn if you can learn any technical topic, but being able to get in front of people and talk, that can be the hardest part. So one of the things that I suggest to people who want to be educators but don't know how to do that piece is to just get up in front of people and talk. So programs like Toastmasters are really useful. Anything that is public speaking is also going to help you as an educator, or as if your job is to, for example, brief a board on a security issue, you wrote a report, it's there's a public speaking aspect to that. So the more that you can learn about that, whether it's technical or not, the better you'll be for elements like that.
And I've found over the years, the things that make me nervous are the things I should run to and actually do. Right? If I'm comfortable, then I'm probably not stretching or working hard, trying something new.
Yeah, that aspect of growth being facing the thing that is daunting absolutely is true, I think.
Well, we're just about on the time, so we should probably officially intro Sean's talk here.
Yeah.
Which lost track of where I was. There we go. Teaching kids makes you a better hacker.
Which is absolutely true, but I'll let you talk about why. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Let me get this. So yeah, I'm Sean McKeever. I'm a program manager at GRIM. Get into that here. I'm known as Dork Vader on Twitter, and formerly I was a cybersecurity architect for a very large automotive OEM. I'm a parent to 2 children and one very grumpy cat. And got a couple of my projects here on display. This little beast on the stairs is one of my robocars, and then down below it is a very rudimentary CAN bus bench that I built for the Hack for Kids Village at DEF CON in 2019. So you can see me over here at DEF CON a couple of years ago. I have not been out in public like that in quite some time, unfortunately, but I hope to get back to it. So teaching kids to hack, I'm going to start off with some ethics, with a nod to Tom, who reminded me I should probably put that in, and then we'll go through a few whys and hows and whatnot. Also, there will be cats on nearly every slide, so I hope you enjoy cat pictures. So the ethics, kids are going to replicate and elaborate on their own. So, when you're teaching them things outside of a lab or a classroom, they're going to try to replicate that stuff. So, don't teach them how to pop shells until, your audience really understands the gravity of that situation and the law. I'm fortunate in that I grew up in an age where it was really difficult to get to other people's stuff. So I had free reign to do whatever I wanted on the computers I had my hands on. But not everybody has that luxury anymore. And 1 second, I have a physical interrupt here. We got an Oculus for Christmas, so that's a hot commodity right now. I apologize. So yeah, like I said, I had a lot of freedom when I was learning how to break things because I was isolated. But all of our computers and electronic devices these days are connected, so make sure you're really explaining that, and that the people you're teaching, be they children or adults, understand the ramifications of what they're learning how to do. So teaching kids to hack, when I first started putting this together, like, well, we have all these skill shortages and everything and all these headlines and, but really that's not my motivation here. This isn't a true saying. I kind of made this up to summarize a couple sayings, but in like Kung Fu, the student isn't really a master until they have their own students. And, I see that in just every day in what I do. I learn 3 ways. I learn by reading stuff, by doing those things, but then when I really solidify it is when I teach someone else to do it. I'll give you an example. I have taught myself Python 3, maybe 4 times now, and I still can't really do it very well because I don't use it every day. But, if I were to set out and build out, a class for some high school students or some middle school students using, say an Adafruit Circuit Playground and taught them Python, I would have to force myself to really know it better than I do today and really ingest the material and use it in a meaningful way. Then I would feel comfortable that, yes, I can program in Python. So I've done that with pretty much anything I've really mastered. I've really come to that mastery through teaching it to someone else. And why kids? Well, they're fun. I'm a parent, so I might be biased, but playing with kids is a fun way to do things, and seeing the their skills develop and grow is a lot more fun and rewarding, I find, than just getting up and giving a conference talk. Not to write conference talks at all, I'm giving one right now, but I really enjoy that feedback and seeing that develop in kids. So we're gonna do it. One of the tips and one of the things that I find really useful when I'm trying to engage is you've got 10 minutes and sometimes less depending on the age of your audience. But if you can't get them hooked in 10 minutes, no amount of cat pictures is going to keep them engaged in what you're doing. I brought visual aids because I have them. So, if I stood up in front of a classroom with this and said, okay, kids, today we're going to teach you about CAN bus networking and how vehicle computers talk to each other over that network. By the time I finish that sentence, they'd all be bored. But if I told them today we're going to drive this monster truck into each other from a text prompt, and I'm going to teach you guys how that works, I've got a better chance of keeping them engaged. And I have done that in real life. It's also more fun if it's a kinetic thing and you can make yourself the target, because then they can chase you around and try and trip you or try and smash you in the ankles. And to that end, starting at the end, give them the demo first instead of just, showing them the car. Show them the car driving around and explain as you go. Or I've seen a talk with a lock-picking robot, and it was a 35-40 minute talk at DEF CON about how they built this robot and everything to pick safes. And then they gave the demo. Well, that's great at DEF CON because you're in a room full of people who are invested and interested in what you're doing. But if you do that to a group of middle school students, they're going to be bored 15 minutes in. So start with the robot and work backwards. Give them the demo of the robot, picking the safe first, and then step through how you got to that and explain it as you go. And one of the things I always focus on is trying to build curiosity, not expertise. The stuff I'm teaching today, by the time they get through, high school and college and get into the workforce, is not necessarily going to be relevant anymore. But building that curiosity and trying to spark that inspiration that's going to move them on to do bigger and better things is really the true value in something like this. But, expect that they're going to understand what you're talking about. Kids are a lot smarter than anybody realizes. I've seen this with myself. One of my boys built a game in Roblox yesterday and put legal disclaimers on it that it was entertainment only. I would have never, considered that something that he would need to do, but it's something that he just picked up on his own through experiencing other games and scenarios like that. And along those lines, kids are honest. The nice thing about being in front of a room full of kids is when you're bombing, right? You're not going to have to guess. You're not going to have to deal with, politeness. You're going to know when you're missing your mark. It's like I like to call it a self-tuning exercise. You can tell when they're no longer engaged and what content isn't working. So being able to, it trains you to think on your feet and improvise and pivot quickly. But just like any other audience, they want to get something out of it, right? I also have done improv comedy as a thing. And one of the things they taught us in our intro class was, the audience wants to see you succeed. They're not showing up to pick on you or make you feel bad. So, trust that and let them enjoy your success. Kids are the same way, right? They're just like any other person. They don't want to show up for failure. They want to see you do well. Some other things that I've had happen to me firsthand. They're going to break things, often in ways you don't expect them to. You can plan your class or your demo and replay it 100 times, but as soon as you put it in the hands of 40 kids, they're going to do things you didn't think of, and that's part of the learning for everybody. And it's honestly one of the most fun parts of it. As well, along those lines, some of them are gonna pick it up a lot faster than you or in a different way than you did. And that's again another learning opportunity for you as the person running the course, as well as the kids taking it. And finally, they're gonna question everything, but also sometimes nothing. It's really hard to anticipate what's going to come out of it. So, keeping an open mind and being flexible while you're working through your project or your goals with them is, a very rewarding thing. It's helped me be better at defining, say, requirements in my real job, because I can look, you can kind of put yourself in that mindset of, well, what am I not thinking of? What would somebody who's not looking at this every day, what would they ask? So I've kind of sprinkled this throughout, but how does this make you a better hacker? This one is not a cat pick, but I think it summarizes it well. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball, right? If you can teach a room full of middle school students how to drive a car with CAN bus injection, then you can sit down with a C-level executive, explain to them why allowing CAN bus injection on their vehicle is a bad idea, right? You've tuned that tool set to be able to break a complex nuanced topic down into bite-sized speaking points. It's also helped change my perspective on things, right? I, at least personally, tend to overcomplicate stuff, especially when I'm trying to troubleshoot something. But exposing myself to the thought processes of a less burdened mind, I'll say, somebody who isn't also thinking about, I got to pick up dinner tonight, and did I pack everything for lunch, and do the kids have clean laundry tomorrow? They can focus in on the details and be in the moment a lot easier than I can. And, training myself to recognize that and use that in my day-to-day work, this has been really helpful. And, as I said earlier, the same skills work with all audiences, versus explaining it to a manager or somebody else in the business who has nothing to do with security or the product, but has to fix a problem that's been identified. Being able to explain it to them in a way that is pertinent to their skill set and what they need to be able to do is very useful, especially in a cybersecurity role where you're often seen as the bad guy or the traffic cop or the enforcer who just makes everybody's day bad when they show up to the meeting. And finally, I know Tillery mentioned this, but kids are more fun than Toastmasters, at least in my opinion. I don't mind speaking in front of an audience. I kind of enjoy it, but working with kids is much more like play than, getting up and just giving a presentation to my team. Not that I don't enjoy talking to my team, I do very much, but it's expected that you're going to play when you're working with kids, and I really enjoy that. It's not something that you always get to do in adult life as much as maybe we should. So this is probably the busiest slide in my my presentation, but getting started. So first of all, you got to have something to share, right? And the way I like to look at it is, do I have something existing, like say, this guy right here, that needs something? This has got LiDAR on it. This LiDAR doesn't work. Well, if I set up a plan to, I'm going to teach a high school first robotics team how LiDAR works, I have to get it working. And now I have a deadline. And now I'm going to, commit to figuring out the Python library and figuring out how to reverse engineer the code for the LiDAR into my existing code base to drive the car. And I find that's the most effective way for me to get non-work things accomplished, is having a driver to accomplishing that. Or like I said earlier, do I want to learn something new like Python or, cloud encryption, or, something that I don't do every day, but I want to make sure that I solidify that in my brain. Or something that fills a specific need. When the first COVID lockdowns happened, I put together a presentation for my local school district on internet security, because you suddenly had teachers and school administrators and parents and kids all using the internet a lot more than they did every day. And a lot of parents were really concerned about making sure their kids were, not getting into things they shouldn't be getting into and whatnot. So I put together a presentation for the school district on some things parents, teachers, and the kids could do to make sure that they're trying to be a little safer online. With just a huge rollout of technology without a lot of planning, it's kind of a perfect storm for mistakes. So once you have a topic or something that you want to share, you need to build content or use something that already exists. So I've listed off a couple things here. I love the Adafruit products. They've got a lot of educational bent to them and a lot of pre-built projects that are easy to adapt into a classroom environment. Most of them are dynamic or kinetic or a combination of all of that, which is really engaging, especially with younger kids who want to see that real world result of what they're doing hands-on. One of the things one of my kids is really into right now is Scratch and building out, programming through that visually. There's also along the same lines of the Osmo system. Minecraft is great. There's a lot of YouTube resources on modifying it or hacking your own Minecraft server, and kids like Minecraft, not as much as they used to, but still it's something tangible that they can relate to. And then more hacker bent stuff, the Hack for Kids workshops that are at a lot of hacker conferences. I haven't directly participated in them. I did build a bench for one at DEF CON a couple of years ago, but was unfortunately not able to also participate in that. And CTFs, I've got some listed over on the right side of my slide here. But again, that falls into the ethics area. Make sure that you know your audience and that you're putting proper guardrails in so they're using what they're learning appropriately and not getting into trouble later. Next, you need an audience. And there's a lot of different ways you could go about it. Schools are always looking for parents or members of the community who want to be engaged and involved in helping put stuff together. I put clubs because that's kind of a loosely defined thing. By clubs, I mean like First Robotics or, a Scouts program or, a church group or anything you're affiliated with that, has kids involved. And also maker spaces. There's a great one down the street from me, I3 Detroit, and they're always trying to engage with the community to bring more people into the space, because the more members they have, the more resources they have to build new stuff. So, and along those lines, they also already have a lot of resources that you can leverage to put this stuff together. I don't have room in my house for a 3D printer, but the makerspace has 4, so if I want to do a thing on 3D printing and stuff, they have the room for that stuff. And then finally, you gotta just do the thing. Get a group together, work through it, iterate it, and have fun with it. So touched on it a little bit, but some resources, like I said, hackforkids.com, Adafruit. The Cyber Patriot program is a good one for high school students, along with Pico CTF from Carnegie Mellon. Hackthebox.com, a little more advanced stuff. I really like the Sans holiday hack, although every year I sign up and then the holidays actually happen and I don't really get to it. But one of these days I really want to. If you've got some younger kids, the KiwiCo crates are pretty good with varying levels of what you can do there. And then I've plugged First Robotics. I plug them a lot because they also helped build these things, actually. Some of the hardware in here is direct from robots used in the First Robotics competitions. And so without that existing, my little robocars here probably wouldn't work as well as they do. And I did get to work with the team at my former employer, the team they sponsored. They helped build these things with us and give us ideas for ways we could make them better. And then Code Wizards, HQ, and Udemy.com. Those were just things I Googled up. I don't have firsthand experience with them, but they do have some courseware there for kids. So I'm a little faster than I plan to be, but that's those are my slides. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for giving me a chance to talk here. And yeah.
Sure. Well, since you finished early, we can talk about things. If you've got, I don't know if there's any, I didn't see any questions pop up. Just, kind of a lot of people liking the resources that you were talking about and the cat pictures. Those were appreciated. Do you have any, I guess one question I've got is, do you have any, actually, maybe you did mention it. What did you have an example of a talk you gave to kids?
So I've
Pick up
been
my
chased
blanket.
around a room by these things. Actually, the first version of these.
Okay, so you did present those to kids. Okay.
Yes. There's a group in Michigan called the Michigan Council of Women in Technology. They do a summer camp every summer for middle school girls, and they get 5 or 6 schools together and then cram them into a place and do technology demos. And so we had a half hour to teach them how to drive a car from a CAN bus with no previous experience. And the first group was kind of a struggle, but once they realized they could chase me around the room with them, they send it on the laptops and tried to figure it out. And that's where I got the whole, start with the thing you want them to do instead of trying to teach them, what a CAN bus is and how a shell prompt works. Also, Circuit Playground Express, I have one somewhere, but I couldn't find it. If you haven't seen one, it's about it's slightly bigger than one of these challenge coins, and it's got a bunch of NeoPixel LEDs on it, and it runs. Yeah. So
But yeah, the Circuit Python stuff. I know Adafruit's not the only company that does them. There are other ones as well, but this type of thing, right?
Yeah, so we did one of those with the fruit keyboards, where you just wire in a bunch of inductive fruit and give them a basic, the code's already there, and iterate them through on, well, this is how you change the tone, and this is how you can change the light sequence, and that sort of stuff, right? So not teaching them, Circuit Python from scratch, but showing them how they can make it more their own.
Sure. I'm pretty sure that there are some Scratch-like programming tools that Adafruit has that allow you to interact with a lot of those boards as well.
Yeah.
We do have a question. How would somebody go about setting up a presentation at a school?
So for me, when I did the cybersecurity thing last year, I just talked to the principal, right? You gotta, at the end of the day, you gotta talk to somebody. And I just approached the principal and said, hey, I hear a lot of concern in the parent-teacher meeting that we had talking about, doing all this virtually. I work in cybersecurity. I could do a presentation to, kind of outline some of the things people need to look at. The same can be said for any topic, right? If you look at your school's website, they've got their admins listed there, or the school board, and you just talk to people and find somebody. Even if you're talking to the wrong person, they'll direct you to who you need to talk to, right? It's a little easier if you're a parent in the school district already, because you have a rough idea of the lay of the land and who's responsible for what. But I have found every time I've volunteered for something, everyone has said yes. No one has ever said, no, we don't want to do that. They may have said, I'm not the right person, but they,
Sure. Do you have any experience with Cyber Patriot program?
I do not. I hear there are some people on our team who do, but no, I have not done anything with it yet.
Okay. I mean, I don't have any personal experience with it. I know that Tim does, who's not here. So that's probably not the right person to ask, since somebody who's not here. I suppose if somebody in the Discord has, any experience with it, that's probably something worthwhile to do, because I know that's a program that's kind of teaching some, cybersecurity skills.
Yeah, and I believe it opens up doors for the students as well, because it's connecting them with, people who are already in the industry and giving them kind of a mentorship path to get, kind of short circuit, as we were talking earlier about some of that wandering you do through your career to get where you want to go. You're already making those contacts pretty early in your life, and, can kind of streamline that process.
No other questions yet. Let me double check the schedule here. Oh yeah, we do have time. You were a lot faster than you expected. Oh, you got an interrupt? All right. worries. And my camera decided to freak out all of a sudden. Give me a second. All right, let's see if that fixes it. There we go. Yeah, I know the different things that you mentioned, the kiwi crates. I know those are pretty cool. My kid, we just got a I forget what it's called, but there's one of them that like was actually a safe. It's like a little, key safe and pin tumbler type thing even. That was pretty cool and appreciated. And the first thing that was opened for Christmas.
Yeah, the Boy Scout one got some with little treasure chests which had locks on it that we got to play around with lock picking too. So.
Yep, we did that too. Opened up the lock picks, and it's like, here, pick the lock you just made. Things you do in cybersecurity houses or families. Well, since we do have a little bit of time, if there's other questions or things to talk about, I'm sure we could go hang out about them. Oh, here we go. Here's one. Have any of the kids reached out to continue learning about what was presented?
In the forums I've done it in, no, but it's because I was volunteering through like MCWT. So the kids were there with schools, but there wasn't a lot of like, hi, I'm Sean, here's my email address, reach out to me later. I know the first robotics stuff, they're very engaged with their mentors, and they, go on to stay engaged a long time. As far as the best reaction I get, just watching them do the thing, right? Especially when it's something abstract like driving a car with CAN bus injection, that's hard for an adult to do. And seeing a middle school kid just gleefully run it across the room into a wall, that's, Number one, they broke it, but still, seeing the enjoyment they get out of figuring that complex thing out in a matter of minutes and doing it is pretty rewarding.
I know I've helped a little bit with First Robotics and seeing the kids when they did, the little iPad scratch type programming and they made something happen. I know that that's always, you can see the light bulbs turn on, in their heads. And also I know that we've taken, there was something I did locally where I am in West Michigan, where it was like kind of talking to kids. There's like a big kind of expo type thing, I guess, kind of showing middle schoolers and high school kids different jobs that are out there or whatever. And so I took our car in a box, which some of you have seen in person, some of you may not have. We call it 3PO. It's basically the electronics from a 2012 Ford Focus, and then you can do CAN message injection on it. And so not a lot of the kids wanted to get hands-on and try out the message injection, but a few of them did, and they thought it was really cool.
Yeah, that's the thing I found with the more technical stuff is you kind of get less interaction, especially if you're in a room full of other demos. Yeah. But the ones who do interact with it, that goes back to the sparking curiosity thing, right? They're the ones, that's the real opportunity I see there.
And I kind of wish I had heard you give this talk before that, because I didn't start off with the demo. I didn't really have a really fast thing to catch their attention. And I kind of wish I had. So that I think that kind of made some of the kids less likely to get hands-on and try it out. A few people talk about the different conferences that have kids track. Yeah, that's true. DEF CON does have, I think it's for ages 12 plus. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, so there's it's the Roots Village,
Roots,
right?
That's right.
Yeah,
it's Roots.
And they also have a social engineer for kids, SE Kids, which does middle school through high school now, I believe. They've expanded that as well, which, training little social engineers is both awesome and terrifying at the same time.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's that is very true. I remember, you know, watching kids showing kids how easy it is to pick locks. So
Yeah.
somewhat terrifying. Useful skills, useful life skills to make sure kids have. And okay, that's a good point too. In Discord, kid tries to social engineer cash out of my wallet. Social engineering is a natural skill to some people.
Yes.
So Tillery did have to step out, so it's just going to be me hanging out here.
Okay.
Let's see. I'd be really curious if Tillery had much experience with you know, teaching kids. Well, no, of course he was they were a math teacher, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So of course they know.
And you know, one of the things that kind of sparked some of what I was doing was when I took programming classes when I was a kid. I got to take BASIC in middle school, which this was a long time ago. BASIC was a big deal back then, but then had to take it in high school again. Like it was a requirement, even though I had already done it. So I spent a lot of that time kind of hacking my way through not doing the work, right? And that, you know, that's, you know, shortcutting it because I already knew what I was doing, getting things done, but not really necessarily doing the work the teacher was expecting. And that's what I meant by kids will, you know, move in directions you're not expecting a lot of times. Right?
Oh, I do remember now. One thing that jumped out at me in your talk was that kids are smarter than you expect.
Mm-hmm.
And, I found that as well. Is that, I mean, they're just some are engaged at different, you know, you just haven't necessarily caught their attention if they're not being engaged, or or if they've learned socially not to show what they're really thinking, which is unfortunately the case for a lot of kids in an educational setting. But yeah, no, the kids will definitely they'll pick up things a lot faster than you expect them to if you've not spent much time around kids.
Yeah. Oh, and I do have a question outside of Discord.
Okay.
The importance of bringing these types of programs to underfunded, underrepresented communities, and that is a pretty big deal. I'm pretty sure my kids take for granted the amount of tech they have access to, but it's not like that for everybody. Yeah. And I know I personally kind of grew up in a poor neighborhood, right? I was fortunate that I had a computer at home, but most of the kids I went to school with didn't. And so there was, you know, getting that spark in front of kids, regardless of where they live and regardless of their circumstances, is, I think, a responsibility for all of us, right? And enabling that development for them so that they're at least interested in technology or understand what technology can do for them. I think one of the points Marie made previously at her talk was she wasn't even aware that this was a thing, right? That she could have a job in security, or that there was a community out there looking for people to join them in security. So getting out there and, you know, not just talking to your neighbors, but talking to your community at large and the communities around your communities and reaching into them. There's a lot of, at least in the Metro Detroit area where I live, there's a lot of effort to spread that wealth around and a lot of opportunities for that. And yeah, I do encourage everyone to get engaged with that as much as they can.
Yeah. You know, we didn't have really much in the way of computer growing up. Had one eventually, but didn't get much chance to really play around with things until I hit college. That was kind of my first real chance to at least have, you know, hands-on computer when I wanted to, instead of just random classes in school where I got to, program logo on an Apple II or something old and ancient like that.
Yeah, my first machine was a TI 99-4A, which had a cassette deck for data storage. So
Cool.
I'm that old.
Yeah. Shoot, I should write these thoughts down when I have them. There was something I was going to say. Now I'm going to sit here on camera and try and remember what it is.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I will go back to the earlier question of how do you get engaged in the schools? The schools are looking for help, right? They're always looking for opportunities. That's one of the things I didn't know until I was a parent. Every week I get an email from the school district going, we need volunteers for this, or we need volunteers for that. So, and conversely, once you get on that list, they're gonna keep asking. So it's one of those, once you open that door, be prepared for it to remain open, because they're gonna ask for more help. But that's, one of the benefits of it is seeing what's available and what's out there. And there's a lot of other community efforts outside of schools. I know in my community, they have like a summer program for kids for summer camps and things like that, where they also need volunteers and content for that kind of thing.
I guess I remember now what I was thinking. In the terms of access to things, that is one reason, doing cyber physical systems stuff. One thing that's I kind of like about it is that you can show people basically computers are and everything in ways you can at least pull them apart, because that's, at least when I was a kid, that's kind of where I started off. I like pulling things apart, and I said I was figuring out how they worked, but I was just pulling them apart.
Right.
And then, here we are many years later, where I actually got offered a job to pull things apart, but then I did actually have to figure out how they worked.
Yeah.
I had no idea that this was even, a possible career choice. And honestly, for many years, it probably wasn't. But I'm pretty sure that many people don't realize it is now. Just regular hacking, people don't fully realize what type of job that is. Doing actual reverse engineering and security analysis of physical devices is also another, it's a whole other thing that people probably don't realize as well.
Yeah.
But one thing I like is if you can get kids, if I can show kids insides of stuff, at least get them curious. I think, who mentioned that? Was it you that mentioned that? Get them curious?
Yes,
it is. I remember I made a comment in the Discord earlier. I really liked that comment on, where was it? Build curiosity, not expertise. I really liked it. Because it's all hacking is. It's being stubborn and curious.
Yeah, and giving them a safe place to fail at it, right?
Yes.
Yep. Everything I've learned how to do, I've learned through failure, not through success. If I'm already succeeding at it, I don't need to learn it.
Well, that was another good point that somebody made in an earlier presentation. I don't remember which one. That learning from failure.
Yeah.
I think probably the same for me. I think I've learned more from my failures and successes. They don't feel as good, that's for sure.
Not the first time, no, but
Or the second, third. So generally right now we'd be starting to intro the next speaker.
Okay.
But so Thomas Somerville is going to be the next talk. The talk is CTI for the rest of us. That one is recorded, so I will cue that up in a second here. I do believe that Tom will be on Discord channel for answering questions and whatnot. At least at the end, possibly as we go. I'm not sure when he's going to jump on. We still have a few minutes before we need to get that one kicked off. Oh, okay, he is in the Discord already.
Excellent.
So first question can be, what is CTI? But I'm pretty sure that's going to be answered in the talk itself because we haven't started it yet. But if there's nothing else, then you're free to go, Sean. And,
All right.
We'll just sit for a few minutes and then I will get this started in just a few minutes.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
And thank you for the talk. It was very good. So let me get this video queued up. This is going to be CTI for the rest of us.
Hello everybody, welcome to my talk, Cyber Threat Intelligence for the Rest of Us, Implementing Intelligence-Driven Threat Hunting in Offensive Security Program without dedicated teams. I am Tom Somerville. I am a security researcher at GRIM, and I have come from many years as a traditional blue team IT security background. Not much in the way of social media activity, so if you want to get in touch with me, please reach out to me after the talk to get you my contact info. So what are we going to be talking about here? While I was at my previous employer, we were in a position where we were wrapping up the finishing details on a multi-year complete overhaul of our InfoSec program. I'm talking like splitting up into multiple teams, complete pull and replace of our SIM and log collection infrastructure, reassessing our tooling, additional staffing, and more. And so while we were sitting pretty, we had two big questions. First, how did we do? And second, how do we mature the program from here? And so I got to have a lot of fun being that person that got to piece all these different questions into this program that is what we'll be talking about today. So this is more or less what we came up with. For us, our entry point was our engineered network. Remember, we just spent years overhauling and reorganizing almost everything InfoSec, and all that work influences our time spent on cyber threat intelligence. By narrowing our focus when researching threat actors and their tactic, techniques, and procedures that we believe our implementation should already prevent or catch. Then we move on to cyber threat intelligence, where we spend our time researching threat actors that would target us, learning their tactic, techniques, and procedures, and identifying items for hunting and emulation. From there, we go to OffSec, where we actually spend some time recreating the activity that we just researched in a lab environment, and then once it's finished being labbed out, we execute it in production. And this will put our previous engineering work to the test. After that, we move over to threat hunting, where we spend time looking for the various TTPs that were carved out during our Intel research, and the activity that we performed during emulation. There is an optional exit here for incident response in the rare event that it may be needed. So then once both OffSec and hunting has been completed, we move over to the assessment. We just spent a lot of time playing around. And so here is where we assess everything we've just done, consolidate into actionable items, and essentially create JIRAs and write fancy reports to management and engineers. From there, those tickets that we've opened will further drive our engineering environment in the weeks, and the months, and the years to come. And additionally, everything gets reported to management, who can use this data as a way to report on the effectiveness of the program to their own bosses and peers, but also use it to plan future projects, expenditures, justify additional staffing, and etc. Management can also have an input into this whole life cycle. For example, maybe they want to measure our capacity to detect and respond to that big thing in the news that happened last week. And then the whole thing gets put on loop, essentially. The best part of it is that this train doesn't have a fixed speed, and how long and how often you repeat this cycle is up to you and your available time and resources. I would usually fit this whole life cycle into a single week. That would be one individual for 1 week would do everything I just mentioned, minus the resolution of any engineering project work. And we would usually repeat this once every 6 weeks. So what does it actually look like to perform this activity? Well, we start with cyber threat intelligence. This is what ensures we optimize our time to come and do not spend time hunting or emulating items not relevant to us or our environment. Our threat intel is obtained from a few different sources. We use some paid for as well as some free. However, for this presentation, I'm going to be using all open threat intel. My favorite free source of intelligence is by far MITRE, and their groups page is my personal favorite little corner of the site. I'll say that for a very long time, open threat intelligence was enough, and I barely touched threat intel even though we had it for other reasons. So if you plan to implement something similar to this, you don't need paid intel for a good while. However, there is value there for paid intelligence, mainly frequency and relevancy. A lot of time, open intel is dated and things no longer work as described in the report, which may be in part as to why that intelligence has become open in the first place. So paid intelligence gets you what happened today, yesterday, or maybe last week, rather than what happened months ago or maybe even like a year or so ago. So the first thing we did is we compiled a list of threat actors relevant to us. Initially, the compilation of this list took a little time. However, once compiled, I only occasionally had to update it. Note, this list does not have to be perfect to derive value. There will likely be many threat actors applicable to you, and if you miss one or two, you'll still be plenty effective, so don't sweat this too much. So how do we identify relevant groups to us? Well, using MITRE groups, we simply read the descriptions column. Let's say you are a large manufacturing company based in the US. You'd probably be interested in knowing what Foxkitten is doing up there at the top. Probably less interested in Dark Hydrus in the middle, but what about a group like Wizard Spider? I'll give you a hint. Most of us should probably care about what groups that are classified as financially motivated or e-crime are up to. So I definitely recommend following and hunting those groups as well. Now that I know who would target me, I would change my focus as to how they're targeting me. Mondays, I'd start out with a generic who's been active recently and take a quick look to see if any new TAs have moved into the space that we care about. We generally would choose a threat actor for the week that has been active and who hasn't gotten a lot of attention from us in a while. For the stock, we'll take Fin 7 for a spin. When we go to the actor page, we see the last modified date, useful for knowing about how active this TA is. But note that this is not a when the TA was last active date, but when MITRE has last updated this group's page. The intel they have updated the page with may or may not be very recent. The meat of the group's page is going to be this techniques used, and is mapped back to attack, obviously. This is useful for us in our overall tracking of TPPs that have been validated in our environment. And then note that all of these TTPs have references to the right of each technique. Those little numbers link to publicly available source documentation that has more details. Scrolling down a little further, we have a list of the software that the TA has been known to use, links to more references. So going through the references here, I'm going to go and grab one of the most recent ones. Eventually, I may work through all of these for every TA. I probably won't. Things date pretty quickly, and I'll probably move on to paid intelligence before then, but I guess you could if you really wanted to. So let's click on one, and it takes us to a report by Spider Labs. We already have an actor to emulate and hunt this week, Fin 7 in our case. All their tactics and techniques are neatly laid out for us, and this report should get us some of their procedures for the techniques that they use. And just in this first paragraph, we have some interesting data. Their payload is Pilament. It's installed through application shimming. It tells us what shimming is in a reference for more detail. It tells us why they shim, which is for persistence, exactly what the installation of this shim looks like. We can go further, and we can see that they use the utility that is a native Microsoft binary. It's instantiated from a PowerShell script. It tells us where the shim database is copied to after the install, so we can go look for that while hunting. It tells us which registry keys were modified, more things to hunt for. These things are usually very densely packed with information, and I could probably just sit up here and translate this report for a whole 30 minutes, so I'm going to abbreviate the parsing and stop here. With time, you'll learn what makes sense to hunt on in your own environment, and how to recognize and pull valuable actionable data out of these. And this is just all the actionable intel that I pulled out of this report that I could fit on this screen. Just as an example of how densely packed these are. So at the end of Monday, we would have identified a threat actor potentially interested in my environment that I would be focusing on for a week, number of TPPs that the actor is known for using, a list of procedures to hunt for later, and at least one procedure that we will emulate. What we just covered usually won't take a full day, so you should have ample time to run over many detailed intel reports on your TA of choice and pick many good targets for hunting and emulation later on in the week. Maybe start on the next portion in the late afternoon. So once CTI portion of our week is over, we move on to emulation or just general offensive security work. Don't worry too much about the code that you're going to see in the screen. It can be a bit hard to read, especially with my picture there in the corner. However, these slides, all of the text, as well as copies of all of the code, will be available on my GitHub, which there'll be a link at the end of the presentation if you want this for later. So we move on to threat actor emulation, or as closely as we can, we're going to emulate a portion of the attack chain in our own environment. I would generally spend 2 to 3 days on this section. From our example report, Spider Lab tells us that Fin7 uses a PowerShell script to install a shim database that patches the payment processing service. The shim code executes a malicious payload that's stored in the registry. The malicious payload is Pilament. So that's what we're going to try to do here. Sort of. Obviously, I'm not going to install Pilament, so we're going to change up the malicious payload to our own. And I do not have the exact same target application that was shimmed, so we're going to provide our own application to shim as well. Okay, so to start, I don't have that payment processing application that was mentioned in the report, so I'm going to just whip up a fake one to target. Here's the source code of what I wrote and what it looks like when I run. Next, we need a malicious payload. I don't want to use Pilament, so in true POC fashion, just a small program that launches calc.exe when executed. Next, the report says the final payload is stored in the registry key. So I need to serialize our payload and store it as a string in the registry. Here I've converted the binary into a byte array, compressed in base 64 and encoded that. And this is how we will load that string into the relevant registry key mentioned in the report. Next, we have to have some way to pull that string out, decode, decompress, and load into memory and execute. So here we create some code, compile this up, test it out. Once again, this code is kind of small, so it will be available on GitHub after the talk if you want to take a look at it. So when we run this application, we can see over on the right-hand side when I hit run on that load reg key binary, calc opens, which means it was able to pull that string out of registry, decode, decompress, and execute just fine. Now we'll work on creating a DLL that will be shimmed into our payment processing application. This DLL will execute the binary that decodes, decompresses, and executes that registry key. The DLL had to be written in C++ because apparently DLLs created in C# are incapable of having default entry points. So just saved you a couple hours of troubleshooting there. So the report stated that the shim code directly loads the binary stored in the registry key from the DLL. And a key I will notice that we have that one extra step in there where the shim code is running a binary that pulls the string and executes that payload from registry. So why do we do this? Well, 2 reasons. First, my C++ is not where my Python or C# is, and because at work I'd only get 2, maybe 3 days to lab out and execute this simulation. In the instance of this talk, a little less time than that. And so these are some compromises that we have to live with. I was originally super upset about having to make this compromise during the presentation because it doesn't perfectly emulate RTA's procedure. However, I'm okay with it now because I think it's an important lesson to learn with threat emulation. There will be times that you cannot perfectly emulate every little detail of the entire attack chain, and you'll be forced to come up with a good alternative that still works but doesn't deviate too far, especially when we're trying to emulate C2 infrastructure. So once we have our DLL compiled, we can give it a quick test using run DLL, and voila, calc opens. And so now on to creating a shim database. The shim database patches an application by modifying or injecting into memory at runtime. In our case, we'll be injecting a DLL at runtime. First, to create the shim, we'll have to install the Windows Assessment Development Kit on our development box. Got a little video here we'll walk through. First, we'll open up the application that we just installed and create a new application fix. We're going to give it a name, and we're going to select the program that we wish to shim. In our case, it's going to be the payment processing app that we wish to shim. We'll skip that page. We'll scroll down here, and we'll find and select Inject DLL, and that's going to be the compatibility fix we use. Up in parameters, we're going to give it the full path that our DLL to inject will be located. In our case, ctemp. We're going to hit next here. We're going to uncheck all on this page and then select finish. So our shim is saved. Our shim is created. So here we're going to save it. We'll just name it same thing that it was in the Fin7 report. We'll save this over to ctemp. Okay. Next, I'm going to install the shim the same way they did in the report. And we're greeted with installation complete. So now when I execute that payment processing app that we shimmed, you can see that the application runs, but also calc.exe also runs, which would imply that that full chain of execution is working, ultimately executing our binary stored in the registry. Okay, so this is great and all, fully labbed out. However, this is not how Fin7 executed their attack chain. Our report says that they did all this instantiated from a single PowerShell script. So now we've created and tested each individual part. Let's throw it all together and script this out into a more portable script format. All right, so first we had 3 binaries. We have our shim database, we have our DLL, and we have the binary that extracts and executes the registry string. We can read these binaries, raw bytes, then base64 encode them into an array for later use with the PowerShell code at the top. And then with the PowerShell code at the bottom, we can decode, stream that byte array back into a binary on disk. Our report doesn't say how Fin7 lifted and shipped these binaries to their targets. There's many different ways that you could do this, and so this is just one way that I chose how to do. So once we run through our 3 binaries and convert those into a string that we can move around in our script, we can then build out the rest of our script, which is what it looks like here. And this will just go through and decode and stream those bytes to disk one at a time, put the registry key value string into the recognized registry key, and then install the shim database once everything is completed. And we copy this whole script over, execute it in PowerShell, and we agree with standard out that the shim database has been successfully installed. If we go back to our payment processing app, you can see that once again, app runs as well as our payload that's stored in registry key. So emulation portion has been fully labbed out. So now we can go and we can take that PowerShell script, run in production in various different environments, and see how our protections and our detections stand up. So Monday left me with a lot of good things to hunt for. Tuesday and Wednesday, probably a good part of Thursday, I actually emulated that activity, or at least part of the activity that I'll be hunting for. And so now it's time for us to go looking for that activity. So why wait to hunt until after we do actor emulation? Well, because now we have a control. And during the actor emulation, we've already tested at least 4 things. We've tested our protection measures, our detection measures, analyst capabilities to properly triage and respond to those detections, and probably tested our SOC's playbooks for relevancy. So while we hunt, we're going to think back to the intel that we gathered and our notes that we took on Monday and what we should be looking for. And for our example, we could look for things like, do we expect the use of shim databases in our environment? And do we see the relevant shim databases in the relevant paths in our environment? Do we see command execution for that Microsoft binary, the SDB inst.exe? Are the relevant registry keys set? And if so, what are they set to? What's the normal value for these keys that we would expect them to be if we see those? Do we or have we ever seen any other relevant files created that were mentioned in the report? And of course, other items that we've noted down on Monday from other reports that I didn't include in this talk's example. So how to query for this activity is going to depend a lot on your environment, your SIM, and your logging capabilities. I'm not going to go into any details on how to query your environment or how to threat hunt. Aaron and I already made that talk a couple of years ago, and so here is the link. I know you can't see the far right side of that link, but it will be available on GitHub in the slide deck and in the recordings. So instead of focusing my time on how to threat hunt, I just kind of want to say, like, if you're thinking about implementing a program like this, you probably already know how to query your logs. And so instead, I'm going to focus on what you should be doing while you're looking through your logs for this type of activity that we just emulated, as well as what we read in our reports. First, before you do any of this, you should at least think that you've collected the logs in the environment. We just performed that activity, so we have a control. So go look for the logs of the activity that you generated, not necessarily the stuff that you saw in the report, but verify, okay, yes, the stuff I actually executed in our environment was logged. If I don't see those, I know I have a problem somewhere else. If I do see those, I can be more comforted by the fact that my threat hunting queries turned up nothing. Also, are the devices in the environment, are there any devices in our environment that are missing from logs? It's very possible that I have a couple of POSs that are being logged, and then a couple that are either broken or for some reason logs are not shipping to our central environment. So I need to make sure that I am reproducing this emulation on a large portion or a large sample of our environment, as much as I can get away with, to kind of validate the effectiveness of the equipment that we put in, and to make sure that I can rely on the absence of information that I see. Also, remember, non-malicious activity are still findings. It's very common to spend hours and hours of hunting that result in 0 malicious activity identified, but it wasn't a waste of time. In fact, most of the time your hunting activities are going to end up like this, and if they don't, I feel really bad for your IR team. While hunting, also ask yourself, should this type of activity be allowed to execute under any circumstances? So in our example that we covered, should we allow application shimming in the first place or anywhere in our environment? Often, hunts will result in assessments for the architecture teams to review how things have been deployed, or projects that clearly got rolled to production but did not consult sanity during the design phase. And lastly, I think most critically, don't hunt this activity twice. In reality, you probably will come back to a lot of things more than once, or at least very similar activity, as you probably cannot ensure that you can prevent everything from executing in all places forever, 100% certainty. But regardless of the protections in place that I encountered during emulation, do we currently detect for this activity? I'm a strong believer that you should still detect for activity that you have prevention mechanisms in place for. Yes, it stopped that, but I want to know that someone is attempting to do these types of things, and so that I can actually stop them before they're maybe successful. And so also, if it was worth your time to emulate and hunt on, you should probably figure out how you convert that to continuous coverage going forward. If I'm hunting it, I'm writing a detection rule if it doesn't already exist. And while hunting for activity, keep in mind the structure of my logs, the sequence of how that activity happened and occurred in those reports, as well as emulation. What would be the most reliable way that I could perform these detections? Because remember, this is a one-man program, and so you're going to be opening up tickets on how the detections can be created or improved, and it's probably going to be you that has to write those rules. So take your notes here. Okay, so lastly, I just spent a whole lot of time doing research, doing emulation, and hunting. And so what value did I provide during this week of activity? And how do I write all this up into the reports that management loves? So the value that we've done is we've updated a list of threat actors that would hypothetically be interested in us. We learned more about what their recent activity has been, which of them are active and which of them are dormant. We learned what their latest motives and their latest TTPs are, and if they've remained the same or if those have changed. We've increased our knowledge of where our attack surface intersects the threat actor's capabilities. We've tested at least some real-world procedures in our own environment. We were able to see how our protection capability against said procedures stands up. We were able to see how well our detection capability for said procedures is. We were able to test our log collection capability and validate that it is working as expected. And we were able to test our analyst response capability and maybe identify gaps for future training. And it also means that we're inherently able to test and validate our existing playbooks and see if they stood up to the challenge of emulation. We were able to look for additional TPPs other than what we emulated. Almost certainly gained some new insight into our own environment that we didn't already know, probably uncovered shadow IT, poor engineering, opened up a few JIRAs for GRC or architecture to go over. We probably opened a number of JIRAs for our own team or my future self to go over. Probably identified gaps in visibility or protection mechanisms that we either thought were in place or didn't know were gaps, and that can be fixed or resolved with future project time or purchases as necessary. We were able to provide management with validation of our various tools, procedure implementations, and time spent in the past to ensure that all of that was not for waste. Also, we've given them data that they can use to plan for future project time and expenditures and staffing, etc. And then maybe most importantly, we were able to mix up the daily routine a little bit and sharpen our own knowledge and skills. And for me, that sounds like a lot of value for 5 business days. Okay, so I'm going to be available in Discord for any questions that anyone may have. So see you there.
And thank you. Thank you, Tom. So questions can be answered in the Discord. Let me see. Oh, okay.
Well, real quick, I'll be filling in for Tillery. Not that I can fill their shoes, but Advanced Persistent Cat has also entered the chat.
Oh, there we go. That's always a winner. But thank you, Tom. As you saw in Discord, a bunch of links were dropped there. And I know I've got a bunch of questions for you. Not going to be quite the same format since they're going to be asked live and answered in chat. I'll try and read off the answers as they go. This first one is, how did you learn to write a DLL? So you brought up at the beginning, doing the DLL stuff. I was curious how you went about doing Google. Okay, well, I know that's going to essentially be the answer for a lot of these questions. I'm just curious if you have any more any more, if you had anything to expound on aside from Googling the thing. Okay, that was going to be my next question is about, I suppose, yeah, so the next question was going to be, how did you figure out about the whole default entry C# DLL thing? And I assume it's going to be either Googling or maybe because you actually had trouble doing it. Suppose I could have typed these up ahead of time too. Didn't think about that.
So yeah, that's a good point Tom makes. So he started with C# because he was familiar with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, going at like you asked me to write a DLL, I'm gonna balk at that. But if you ask me to write, look at a DLL and something I've already had experience with like C#, then it's not as big of a challenge. So framing your target a little around what you're already comfortable with when you're trying to expand into something like that, right?
Yeah. And for those who are just watching the video here and aren't necessarily on Discord, the answer is, yeah, I started in C# because it was a language I was familiar with, but after an entire night of troubleshooting and head desk banging, I stumbled upon the fact that C# DLLs cannot have default entry points and had to be written in C++. So it's kind of what I figured the answer was going to be. I just thought it was worth bringing up because especially for those of you who the idea of writing a DLL for Windows might seem intimidating, or how you find out about what you can and can't do. The answer is usually a lot of debugging pain. If you've ever written a module in Python, sort of similar, sure.
Yeah. I will add that keep in mind Microsoft couldn't port Pinball to Windows 10, so don't feel bad. Right?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so the concept of writing a library wasn't too far away from writing a DLL. This is true.
Yeah,
the more
I mean, it's in the name, right?
Right. Dynamic load library. Just feels a little bit more intimidating because of the, I don't know. I know when I first, it's a long time before I tried to figure out how to do a DLL, even after I'd done a lot of programming, just because it felt, I don't know, intimidating somehow. Like, oh, this is something that people who have special training or whatever do.
See, I always saw it as the inverse because I grew up in Windows and my dad was actually a Windows developer. So
okay.
I saw DLLs as, yeah, that's what everybody does, but moving over, to similar like the open source world, I found that intimidating because there's all these accomplished people that I can name that are doing this, right?
Yeah. Oh, and so the last reply in Discord is a surprise. When I realized I would have to, it was initially intimidating because there's a fog around it, and that's generally this feeling that I had as well. I was surprised how obtainable it was. Let's see. On the topic of when you're trying to write your emulation, your attack emulation, how do you decide what are good compromises to make? Because one thing is, I forget the exact moment in the talk. There was something about there was something where you weren't able to do something exactly the same way, but that's okay because you will have to make compromises, which is generally true anytime you do any sort of emulation. But I'm just curious how you decide on what to base that decision on. So one thing that's kind of interesting is while Tom is doing lots of typing, before the presentation happened earlier in the day, Tom was like, well, I guess I'm kind of doing a talk on how to make your own scythe. Which I thought was pretty good because it's kind of true. All right, answer. Obviously, cut out any payloads or aspects that are malicious. Sure, that part makes sense. And if you don't have the software needed for emulation, try and obtain free, legal, safe copy of it. You can't just write a sample program. I mean, that makes sense, especially when you're doing this as part of work. obtaining anything through questionable means is just a source for a variety of bad things to happen.
Right.
Then try to emulate.
You don't know what bad juju is sitting in that unauthorized copy, right?
Exactly. And even if you don't know, even if there is no bad juju, there's still potential legal risks involved. Then try to emulate perfectly during the lab out process. You'll run into roadblocks frequently. If after a reasonable amount of time I can't figure it out, that's the compromise location, because there's a limited period of time that these different what they were called, emulations. I don't know what I forget the word that Tom used. Hopefully he'll say in Discord. But yeah, there's a scoped limited period of time that this emulation needs to be delivered by. Okay, so emulations, yeah. So that makes sense, I guess, basically. You've got a limited amount of time, and so you have to do the best you can. And when you come up against something that's taking too long, or you can't find out how to do it in a reasonable amount of time, you have to take a shortcut.
Yeah, and you find that with any project, right? You know, you've got a deadline to meet, or you know, a finite amount of time you can research something.
Yep, I mean that makes sense. Let's see, and then the last question I had for you was, how do you choose your delivery method for your fake payload? And then kind of a follow-on to that is, how did you research and learn about how to do that delivery? You know, actually do the PowerShell scripting or whatever necessary that can do that delivery. So that's kind of a two-part question, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you're right, Sean. In any project, you're going, all work that you do in any sort of job is limited by the amount of time, the amount of money you have, and so you have to make sure you're balancing useful things versus the deadline, right?
Yeah, I mean, I have never once been able to turn in a perfect project or a perfect, system. I've always been able to turn in what will meet the requirements and the amount of time I have to deliver them. And if there's a gap in those requirements, then it's another project that has to be spun up. But
right, scoping projects is a whole other thing.
A whole dark art to itself.
But trying to identify what the most important parts are up front is probably going to be useful, which I suspect is essentially somewhat ties into the decision about what to emulate and what not to emulate, or what to fake. So first, answer to the first part of my question. Threat actor chooses a delivery method for me. Okay, so it's in the intel report. Companies like FireEye, Spider Labs, CrowdStrike document in great detail how the delivery happens. Perfect. My job is not to invent new TTPs, but to emulate the TTPs that are listed and documented in the various intel reports into my environment. But there's also 12 years of IT admin, forensic scripting, and InfoSec engineering experience behind the technical know-how. So, okay, fair enough. Time and experience and the threat reports. And I mean, I suppose talks as well, right? There's a lot of talks about people having different methods, or the great blog posts about different things to do. Although I don't know how much time people who are actually doing, this type of job actually have in kind of coming up with ways to do things, or trying new things that are not in an official threat report or not. Let's see. I also have a large network of people in all stages of threat actor emulation, red teaming, hunting, etc. Honestly, this is another thing where you could probably ask in a Discord or wherever, and I'm sure you'll find people who are able to help out. But yeah, Tom also says, so I can also ping peers, and that makes sense. Yeah. Now, I don't know if there's any other questions in there. I didn't notice anything. Didn't notice anything else in the Discord. But I guess if you have anything, you can probably ask on, ask in there. Obviously, Tom's got you know, in Tom's account now, DM him with questions or whatever. Next talk is coming up in just a few minutes is going to be, I'm a little bit worried if I'll say the name right, Elaine Harrison Newcritch. Hopefully I said that correctly. And the talk is going to be fun with MITRE. I never know how to say this. Is it attack? ATT&CK? You just say attack for that?
Yeah, it's attack and defend, even though they put symbols in the names.
I mean, that's how I said it in my mind. I just never actually heard anybody say it out loud now that I realized I was about to say the word. Anyway, fun with MITRE attack and NIST 853. So that'll be queued up in just a few minutes. I'm not sure how much background Elaine might give at the start of the record. This is another recorded talk, so I'll cue that up in a bit. But you know, in terms of background, Elaine has over 10 years experience in cybersecurity, working in healthcare and financial services. She currently runs a customer support program at Scythe and loves getting back to the community, volunteers for cybersecurity nonprofit, csnp.org. She's written several, boy, I can't talk now. She's written several blog posts for them. Elaine advocates for women in cybersecurity, is a member of both Women in Cybersecurity and Women's Society of Cyber Jitsu. And GRIMMCON is Elaine's first presentation. She hopes to do more in the future, and I'm sure that she will.
Yeah, well, welcome.
Yep. So in just a few minutes, I'll get that queued up. But then, so I guess Elaine is on Discord, so I'm sure we'll be able to answer questions there as they come up. That's good. I'm glad you're on the mend. And I suppose as a reminder, right after, well, not right after, but after Elaine's talk is done at 4:45 5:45 Eastern, then it will be, the closing keynote will be over on track 1. So we'll be done for the day over here. So it's just about time, and I will get that video queued up. And Sean, thank you for helping me with the tween talk segment here.
As much help as I've been, I mostly just stare at the camera and, you know.
That's all right.
Yeah.
All right. It feels less like I'm talking to myself because I'm still not. You think I'd be a little bit more used to this? You know, this far into everybody doing remote video stuff, but I'm not.
It's you know, it's weird sometimes. Some days I have no problem sitting here in front of a camera all day. Other days I just want to crawl to the corner. So yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, with that, it's 5. I think we'll drop off, and I will queue up the video.
All right.
Hi, my name is Elaine Harrison Newkirk, and I'm really excited to be here as a new speaker for GRIMMCON 6. GRIMMCON is one of my favorite virtual conferences. I've been watching them since they started. I'm here to talk about fun with MITRE ATT&CK Navigator and NIST SP 800-53. If any of you have experience with NIST, you likely don't equate it with the word fun. I'm hoping that some of the tools I'm going to show you will, if not make NIST a little more fun, at least make it more efficient and easier to do your risk assessments. I currently lead the customer support program at an amazing startup company known as Scythe. We've built an adversary emulation platform, and we also offer Purple Team consulting. Prior to working at Scythe, I was a blue teamer. I worked last as a network security engineer in the healthcare sector, and before that as a network administrator in finance. I did originally start out as entry-level PC tech and worked my way up into cybersecurity after a few years of working as a tech. Before that, I was a hotel manager, but I quickly learned that I preferred computers over people. I volunteer for cybersecurity nonprofit. I'm an education lead there. My job with CSNP is to procure cybersecurity blogs from people. I also write them myself, and then I publish them. If anyone's interested in writing a cybersecurity focused blog, reach out to me on LinkedIn or Twitter and we can talk about it. I do need new bloggers for 2022. I'm a mom of 3 awesome young women and a bearded dragon named Taco. As you can see from my picture, he's pretty clingy. He's my co-worker. He shares an office with me, but he has no problem in invading my personal space. He is pretty quiet, so I'm cool with that, except for when he decides he's going to take a nap on my keyboard or his worms get loose on my desk. Today, I'm going to talk about how I came across Attack Navigator and the NIST mappings. I'm also going to talk about MITRE ATT&CK, Attack Navigator, and NIST SP 800-53 and what they are. And lastly, I'll talk a little bit about how defenders or the blue teamers can use these tools to their advantage. I'm hoping this won't be another boring slideshow. I'm going to try really hard not to read off the slides, although I probably will read some word for word. I do have a live demo planned. I did make my sacrifice to the demo gods earlier today. I left them some Twinkies on the table with a glass of milk. So hopefully they will see me in their favor and not burn down my demo. When I started working at Scythe back in March, I was tasked with learning how to use the adversary emulation platform because I needed to be able to support our customers. So as I was creating campaigns and utilizing the features, I noticed in the reporting there were NIST 800-53 summaries available to be used with Attack Navigator in JSON form. I didn't really know what a JSON file was. I had heard of them, but never used them. And I had also heard of Attack Navigator, but didn't have a lot of information on that. So I got on Google and did some research and reading. And then I tested out the site summaries in Attack Navigator. As I was using Attack Navigator with the summaries and customizing them and trying out all of the features, I had started wishing that I had known about this previously when I worked in healthcare as a network security engineer. It would have made my life a lot easier to have that tool and all that information at my fingertips. So I thought it was so cool, and I thought that it would be great if I could share this with other people who maybe didn't know about it either. And I wrote a 2-part blog for cybersecurity nonprofit. I also wrote more of a Scythe-centered blog for Scythe for our customers. MITRE ATT&CK is a free and open source collaboration. Red and blue teams globally collect information and submit it to MITRE. This is a knowledge base that contains adversary groups, their tactics and techniques and software that they're known to use, as well as mitigations that are known to work with those techniques. The MITRE ATT&CK framework focuses on enterprise, mobile device, and industrial control systems, or ICS. You can see on the MITRE ATT&CK homepage, there's already a lot of information right here on the first page. You can click on these links and the different techniques to get more information about those. There's also headers here at the top, so you can drill down into whatever information you're looking for. Let's say we want to look at a group, a particular group that we've been reading about that maybe is targeting us, let's say APT 41. So on the APT 41 group page, there's a little blurb about the group. It also notes associated groups when the page was created and when it was last updated. You have a section here for associated groups and their descriptions. So this will take you to the Wicked Panda page. You have the techniques that are used by the groups. So you have the domain they might target, the MITRE ATT&CK ID number for all techniques starts with a T. These are sub-technique numbers. And then the MITRE ATT&CK technique name and how the group uses it. As you scroll further down, there will be a list of software the group's known to use. These ID numbers start with an S. Also, the group ID numbers start with a G. There is reference information, and then all of the different techniques that are used with that software are also here. Then further down at the bottom of the page are references and links for more information if you want to really dig in and learn more about that group. MITRE also offers free training. This is a great training class. It's a hands-on and self-paced class. It does get you using MITRE, so you can get more familiar on how to navigate it and how to use it. And if you're just starting out learning about MITRE, I would suggest that you do check it out. I know that many InfoSec professionals already utilize MITRE on a weekly or daily basis. But even for you, if you do use MITRE a lot, it might not be a bad refresher. My co-unicorn, Natalie Cano, wrote a blog for the Scythe Unicorn Library titled Simplifying the MITRE Attack Framework. In this blog, she breaks down all of the components that make up the MITRE Attack Framework and explains what each of them are and how they work together. She did a fantastic job with this blog. If you're starting out learning about MITRE, this is a resource that you really should check out and read. The link is here to get the blog from the Unicorn Library. It's free for everyone. We also won't ask for your information to read the blog. You can just read it. In her blog, she noted the more moves we can predict, the more chances we have to win. Natalie's also from the blue team side. And as far as her statement goes, she's right. The more you know about your adversary and how they're going to try to attack and infiltrate you, the better chance you have of creating your defenses and keeping them out. The blue team can use MITRE Attack to gather cyber threat intelligence, or CTI. They can research groups that are likely to attack their sector. For example, when I worked at healthcare, I would go to MITRE to research groups that were known to target healthcare with ransomware. And then the MITRE attack matrices offer a well-organized, easy to visualize site full of information. Attack Navigator was created by MITRE Attack. This is a GitHub project. It's available as a website, but you can also download the components and set it up in your own lab or in your network if you wanted to. This is just another option given by MITRE to manipulate MITRE Attack matrices and the components within the Attack Navigator to create your layers for visualization. It's highly customizable. You're able to create your own layers. There's also layers available online that were created by other people. This screenshot is of a layer that was created by Matt Graber to help blue teams with application security. It's titled Windows Application Control Mitigation Coverage. This particular layer focuses on enterprise and MITRE Attack version 9, and it's drilled down to just Windows devices. The legend shows that the red techniques have no mitigations tied to them, where the darker green techniques have the most security controls and mitigations tied to them. And this is what the actual layer looks like. And then you would be able to come in here and customize this layer the way you want it. If you wanted to try it out, just try it out to get used to using Attack Navigator, or it's possible that this is something you've been looking for and can use it for a resource. This special publication, 800-53, Security and Privacy Controls for Information Systems and Organizations. That's a mouthful. If you can say all of that without stumbling or reading it off the screen like I'm doing, I will buy you lunch. This document was created as a guide for federal and critical infrastructure information systems. Originally, it was just meant to be used on the federal level. As time went by and more information security people became aware of it, they started using it in different sectors for risk assessments and to ensure that they had defense in depth. Each family or category of security controls contains multiple controls within it, and it's a really long, large document. If you go to the NIST page, revision 5 is the most recent version of this. The NIST page itself has a lot of information. There's also templates and spreadsheets and other resources available here. If you don't know a lot about NIST or you're just learning, this is another great resource. You're able to download the PDF file or you can just read it online. It is nearly 500 pages of dry reading. If you've never been to the desert without water, read this document and you'll understand how that feels. It is very dry and detailed, but there's so much useful information in this that everybody should at least check it out. The Center for Threat Informed Defense released a set of mappings between MITRE ATT&CK and NIST in December of 2020. The goal of this project was to enable the blue teamers to have a tool that would make it easier to map the threats and techniques to the NIST controls and make it more efficient for them to do their risk assessments and close their security gaps. This was quite an undertaking, and I'm sure it took some time to go through all of the MITRE ATT&CK techniques and map those to the security controls. It's definitely not something I would want to undertake, but I think it's a fantastic project, and I'm really happy that the Center for Threat Informed Defense decided to do it. The Attack Control Framework Mappings is the Center for Threat Informed Defense's GitHub page. And this page contains all of the mappings from MITRE to NIST. The README file has multiple folders and files within it, and there's a lot of information. So my first suggestion is to read through everything, which will help give you a better understanding of how it's going to work. This is what the GitHub page looks like. As you can see, there's multiple folders here. This is the frameworks folder, which is where all of the layers are housed. And then down here, there's different repository contents pages. We're going to focus on the use cases. There's several use cases here that can be used by blue teamers. It's possible that the blue team already has a scenario similar to this, or they're trying to just come up with scenarios and need a little bit of a push. We're going to focus on scenario number 4. We are going to look to determine what security controls can be used to mitigate techniques used by a specific group. There's also an option in the README to download a spreadsheet of the NIST to MITRE mappings in an Excel format. This spreadsheet's another great resource. It has all of the security controls and which are mapped to which techniques. It is a lot of information, but I think it's really great for a quick reference. You'll see there's a control ID here for the NIST security control. The security control name, the mapping type, the MITRE ATT&CK technique ID, and then the MITRE ATT&CK technique name. Let's say that you're looking at a layer and you see that there's a specific technique that maps to AC-16. Unless you have all of these NIST control IDs and control names memorized, you're not going to know what that is. If you do have these all memorized, you deserve a medal, or at least a trophy. So you could look up the AC-16 on here and see that it is the security and privacy attributes control. So as I said before, for my demo, I'm going to use use case number 4, and we are going to determine which of the NIST 800-53 security controls will mitigate the techniques used by a specific group. The first step is going to be to open the layers. So we're going to go, well, I actually have already downloaded the layer, but if I hadn't, we would go to the frameworks folder on the attack mappings GitHub page. And then we would go to attack version 9 and download the NIST 800-53 R5 overview layer. That will download as a JSON file. And then we would open it up in the attack navigator. Each family within the GitHub page does contain multiple overview and mapping layers. There's a lot of them. So you can layer upon layer within the attack navigator. It would take some practice, I think, but depending on what your scope is, you might find that useful as well. The next step is to customize the layer for the threat group. So once the layer's been open, I'm going to go to the selection controls, and then I am going to select the threat group. I've decided to use Chimera as my threat group because I like the name. Once the threat group's been checked or selected, the techniques that are known to be used by the threat group will change to be outlined in a black border. They're not that easy to see. They're really hard to pick out from just the white non-bordered ones. So I'm going to choose background color to make them easier to see right away. And then after that, I'm going to filter my platform down to just Windows. We'll say that I work in a Windows shop, and right now I'm just concerned with seeing what techniques this group's going to potentially use to come after my Windows devices. So here's an example of how my layer would look. I'm going, as I said, I'm going to select the threat group Chimera. My background color is going to be purple. Elaine, why would you use purple? I don't know. I work for a purple team company. My hair's purple, and it's also my favorite color, which is why Scythe hired me. And then the platform will be Windows. So the purple techniques, the purple boxes in this example, are all techniques used by Chimera when attacking Windows devices. When you hover over each technique, there's a little pop-up box that shows. It will show you the MITRE attack title, the technique title, the ID number. So this is T1047. The score. The score is the number of possible mitigation controls that would apply to that technique. And then the list of the NIST security controls is noted below that. So now we're going to give thanks to the demo gods and hope that this goes smoothly. First thing I'm going to do is go to Attack Navigator and open an existing layer and upload from local because I already saved my overview layer. I'm not going to upgrade the layer to attack version 10 because the NIST mappings haven't been updated yet. So we're going to open an attack version 9. It does take a little bit to load. Sometimes it loads quicker, sometimes it's slower. I guess it just depends on the amount of use on the site or your connection. So you can see here that it did open the overview layer, and some of the boxes already have a variation of blue in them. Some are just white. The boxes that are white, the techniques here that are just white, have no NIST controls tied to them at all. Whereas the blue boxes, the lighter colored blue box has the lower number of NIST controls. This one has a score of 1. It has 1 NIST control tied to it. Where the darker box, the darker techniques have more controls. This one has 24, and then there's 24 NIST controls noted in the comments. First thing I'm going to do is select my threat group. So I'm going to go to the little magnifying glass under selection controls. Then the sidebar will open. You can see here that you have techniques to choose from, threat groups, software, and mitigations. You can mix and match. You don't have to select just one item. Again, it really depends on what your scope and focus are. I'm searching for Chimera because I already know that I'm selecting just a threat group. Now, if you look here on these white boxes, these are probably the easiest ones to see when they become outlined in black. When I select the Chimera, some of these are outlined in black. Again, still not that easy to see. If I hadn't told you about it, you may not have noticed. I didn't notice the first couple times that I used them. So the next step, I'm going to select my background color. Conveniently, they have a purple that matches my hair. Now you can see the techniques used by Chimera much easier. They just pop right out. Next step is to filter down to just the Windows platform. All of the platforms are selected. There's Linux, Mac, Windows, Azure, Office, SAS, Google Workspace, Docker. There's a lot of choices here. Again, for this example, we're just going to drill down to Windows. As I deselect these other options, you'll see that the number of techniques decreases. Now we're looking at techniques used by Chimera that are targeted toward Windows. Sorry, sometimes it is slow, like I said. The ones with the yellow underline do have NIST controls tied to them, where the ones that don't have a yellow underline have no NIST controls. My suggestion would be if there are a lot of techniques showing up that have no NIST controls tied to them, that you investigate these techniques, gather a lot more information on them, maybe what processes are used, what kind of logs are generated, and then tweak your security tools to detect, alert, and even block, because there's not really any other way to mitigate those right now. You want to make sure you know that these activities are going on in your network. There's also an option here to expand so you can see the sub techniques. This is more than likely something that you're going to want to do if you're working on a project and really digging in. And then there's other controls as well. There's a way to add comments. You can change scores. You can really customize this to your needs. So one thing I do want to point out is that this is web-based. So make sure you download your layer as a JSON file when you're done tweaking the layer and customizing it. The last thing you want to do is spend a couple hours working on this and then close the web page and lose it all. So be sure you download it before you're done. There's also an option to download as a spreadsheet, as an Excel file. This is kind of cool. It opens as the layer. So this could be another way that you could kind of look up the different controls for each technique. You can mouse over the little red corner here to see the comment. The comment shows the different controls that are mitigated. And then you could go to the NIST to MITRE mapping spreadsheet to look them up. And from there, you could start creating your plan, you know, assuming that maybe you don't have some type of software that could correlate that for you. That's another option. I do want to thank the demo guys for being kind to me and not harassing me this time. I'm sure they'll make up for it next time. So I'm hoping that I've shown you some of the ways that the attack navigator and NIST mappings can benefit the blue team. Again, you can, as a blue teamer, you can use the information to review the NIST controls for each technique identified, or even just learn more about what techniques are going to be used by which groups. Again, I did state previously that this can be customized. You can add scores to prioritize the higher risk gaps. Like you could add a score and a comment to a technique that is a really high risk that you don't have a control in place for. And then the techniques that you already have controls in place for, you could add scores or change the color or add notes to that as well. This tool is going to help you to identify security gaps. And when you know what the gaps are, you can also identify what tools you might already have available to mitigate those gaps. We talked about, tweaking your policies in your existing security applications, your SIM or your firewall, to detect, alert, or block on these techniques that may not have any controls tied to them, or obviously that do have controls tied to them, and you can just add that extra layer. And then as you close the security gaps by adding in more security controls, you can go back to your layer and remove those particular techniques or change the color coding or scoring to show that you've made progress in closing gaps. Lastly, this can also show an overlap in security controls. Again, by adding to the visualization, you'll know which techniques have multiple controls in place to protect against it, and that's creating your defense in depth. Organizations can really benefit from using this. To start with, it's free. Who doesn't love free? This is a well-known, and MITRE ATT&CK and NIST are very well known in the information security world and associated with best practices for security. So it's well trusted, it's free, and they're updated often. Another reason an organization or security department might benefit from this is that they can relay technical information to non-technical people. Suppose your CISO has to report to the board, you can create one of these layers and show the board in a visual way where your gaps are or where they aren't. Leaders can also utilize these visualizations to ask for money to justify new projects and requesting more resources or more security applications. I've included the links to my two-part blog series. I'm hoping that you did find this to be an interesting talk and you might want to pursue utilizing the tools. So in the blogs, I do have this step-by-step, like I did for the demo, to help you out. I probably should have mentioned at the beginning that you didn't have to take notes because the blog links are here. If you did take notes, then you've got double documentation and you're good to go. I would like to thank Micah Brown. He was my new speaker mentor. He helped me just improve my talk and gave me a lot of great feedback. I was really nervous about doing this. I had to push myself to submit to talk at GRIMMCON. I want to thank GRIMMCON for accepting me as a new speaker. It's going to help me get on track for talking at more cons. And then I want to thank all of you for listening to my talk. And again, I hope that you walk away with some useful information. I'll be available for questions on Discord. Also, you can hit me up on social media, on LinkedIn or Twitter, and connect with me if you want to hang out with a cool unicorn. I hope you guys are enjoying the conference and have a great rest of the day.
Sharing stuff. There we go. See. Hey. I'll swear I got the hang of this go-to webinar thing eventually.
And then we'll change it so it's something else.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, it was a fantastic talk. It's great. I see there's some questions that were answered during the talk about the layers stuff. I don't have a specific question in mind for this one. A lot of the MITRE ATT&CK stuff is, like I said in the Discord, I find them overwhelming. I'm kind of thankful that I don't have to deal with it for my job, but it was excellent. It was very good. It's also,
Yes.
Also, you know, kind of double challenging doing a recorded talk ahead of time. I don't know. For some people, that might be easier. Personally, I have a hard time doing recorded talks. I find them, because then I've got to actually make sure I recorded it correctly, which means I've got to watch myself, which is difficult for me. Other people do okay with it. I've heard some people say that's a good way to get better at doing talks, is if you watch your old talks. Still have a hard time.
Yeah, I've watched a few of mine, and
yeah, Elaine says recorded it 20 times. I'm sure it always takes a few times to get the right one, to get the final one. Last thing I'll say for everybody here in the noob channel is, if you haven't done a talk yet and you would like to, the easiest way to do it is submit to a talk, because then what's the worst thing that happens? You have to write a talk.
yes. Similar to my, you know, things don't get done till I make a project out of it. Talks don't happen till you have a deadline to meet, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And that goes for your second and your third talk and beyond as well. The best thing to do is, if you have something you want to talk about, go out and submit it. And again, you know, we've talked a lot about network, right? If you talk to the people you work with on Twitter and Discord, wherever you find people that you like talking to, or mentors, and see if they've got an idea of what con might be a good place to do a talk, because there will be one. There was a comment about the presentation being good, helping understanding of MITRE ATT&CK. It does help seeing the visualization. When you take a look at the NIST 853 document, it's just a gigantic document of all these little things and drilling down with different stuff. I've looked at it a few times, but when you have a context of looking for specific pieces of information, I find it useful. But when trying to look at it to gain an understanding of how to do something, I have not found it to be useful.
Yeah, it's a giant wall of, oh no, unless you have a specific thing you're looking for, right?
Yeah, and Elaine says the NIST risk assessments are bears to complete. I believe that. I don't know if there's any questions for Elaine. It looked like Elaine dropped a link to the presentation in Discord, so that's in there. It should have some
also
links.
Her some blog posts, yes?
Yes, were there blog posts? I know there's links to the blog post in the slide deck, I believe.
Okay.
Yep. One blog post and slides. Got it. Oh, yep, there was the blog post at the very right at the beginning of the talk, the one on the site blog. Cool. All right.
And as someone who's had to recently start looking at ATT&CK, this blog post is very helpful. Yeah, it's a nice breakdown of how to digest it. Welcome to ICS.
Yeah. So I guess if there's any more questions, I'm sure Elaine will be available in the Discord. And as I said, we've got the closing keynote. That's not really is that what it's called? Closing something or other talk.
Closing remarks.
Remarks could be.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the official name is. Maybe it's on the closing keynote. It is on the website. Exactly what it's called.
All right.
Charles Schreier will be doing that at 5:45. So we've got about, what is this, 8 minutes ish. And I'm sure that will be excellent. That will be over on track 1. And I'll probably hang out here to make sure everybody knows not to be here, but to be in the other one. But I think that's it for today.
Yeah. We want to thank everybody for hanging out with us both here and in Discord all day. And it's been
absolutely.
Yeah, you guys have been really engaged and supportive of everybody. And as a speaker, I appreciate that. It's a lot easier when people are egging you on.
Yeah, no, it's I've appreciated all the supportiveness in the Discord channel. Also, all the talks have been very good. It's been a great set of talks. I don't often get a chance to actually watch the talks for virtual conferences, and actually emceeing and helping out has kind of forced me to actually watch the talks, and it's been a lot of fun. But thank you, everybody, and I hope you all had fun. The talks were great. The subjects were great. I'm glad that people had a chance to do something, you know, do the new talks.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we'll probably say good. I don't know, not good night. What do people say at the end of a conference? Can't think of the right word.
I don't know, but
see you later.
Yeah, see you later. But Happy New Year to everybody, since
it
is actually almost over. And
it is. Can kick 2021 out the door, and
yeah,
2022 is nicer.
Asked me if it was 2022 yet, like an hour ago, and I couldn't remember what day it was. I had to actually look.
Well, time has gotten extra weird.
Yeah.
So anyway, Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
We'll all be online. So enjoy the closing keynote and track 1 in a few minutes. See y'all.